In a small town in the heart of America, a boy named Jeremy Sullivan grew up. From early childhood, his life was full of trials and difficulties. He lived in a poor family where every day was a struggle for survival. Jeremy's father left the family when he was just 5 years old, and his mother, Helen, struggled to provide a home and food for her son. Jeremy learned early on to deal with problems on his own. He knew firsthand what hunger and cold were, so from an early age he began to find ways to earn money. At first he helped his neighbors with their household chores. Then he began delivering newspapers in the morning. But even this was not enough to survive. Over time, Jeremy began stealing small items from stores to help his mother. His first serious robbery occurred when he was 12 years old. Jeremy and his friends often wandered around the area, finding abandoned houses and warehouses. One day, going into one of these houses, Jeremy found an old safe. His friends got scared and ran away, but Jeremy stayed. He knew that there might be money inside that his family really needed. After several hours of effort, the boy managed to open the safe, and inside he found several stacks of money. This incident became a turning point in his life. Jeremy realized that he had a talent for finding and taking what he needed. From that day on, he began to plan his operations more carefully, studying the targets and methods of penetration. His ability to remain invisible and agility helped him evade the police. Thus began the story of one of the most dangerous robbers in America, a man who was always one step ahead of the law and was ready to do anything to achieve his goal. As Jeremy Sullivan grew, his skills and ambitions became more sophisticated. By the age of 15, he had already become a legend in his area. People whispered about his exploits, but no one knew exactly who was behind these thefts. He knew how to stay in the shadows without attracting too much attention to himself. Jeremy was a mediocre student at school, but his natural ingenuity and ability to quickly analyze situations made him a dangerous opponent. He always knew how to bypass security, avoid surveillance cameras, and escape without leaving a trace. His reputation continued to grow, but he remained an inconspicuous teenager whom no one took seriously. One day, Jeremy met a man who changed his life. It was Mikey Hale, a former thief and safecracker who was serving time in a local prison. After his release, Mikey decided to settle in a quiet town, but soon learned about a talented young robber. Mikey saw potential in Jeremy and offered him cooperation. Mikey became a mentor to Jeremy. He taught him professional tricks, helped him develop plans, and shared his knowledge. Together, they began to commit increasingly complex thefts, targeting rich and powerful people. Their successes attracted the attention of the local police, but Jeremy was always one step ahead. By the age of 18, Jeremy already had an impressive criminal record, but not a single crime could be proven. He skillfully hid his tracks and left false evidence, confusing investigators. At the same time, his sense of justice did not allow him to harm innocent people. He always tried to avoid violence and acted quietly and carefully. However, the world of crime became more and more dangerous. Jeremy realized that if he wanted to continue his activities without getting caught, he needed to team up with more powerful people. He began to seek connections in the criminal world, reaching new levels. He soon became known not only as a master of his craft, but also as a man willing to take risks for great reward. Thus began a new stage in the life of Jeremy Sullivan, who turned from a young thief into one of the most dangerous robbers in America. His name became synonymous with cunning and skill, and his crimes became legends that were passed down from mouth to mouth. Jeremy Sullivan's life has become a constant game of cat and mouse with the law. He quickly realized that to achieve great success, he needed to act carefully and carefully plan each heist. With the help of Mikey Hale, his mentor and partner, Jeremy began to learn the art of social engineering, hacking security systems and infiltrating the most protected facilities. At the age of 20, Jeremy decided to take things to the next level. He learned about an old jewelry store in downtown New York that stocked unique and expensive jewelry. The store was famous for its security system, which was considered insurmountable. This was a challenge for Jeremy. For several months, he studied building plans, security system diagrams, and employee work patterns. He hired specialists to create fake documents and gain access to the necessary information. His preparation was detailed and painstaking. He knew that the slightest mistake could cost him his freedom. The day of the robbery arrived. Jeremy and Mikey entered the building through a ventilation shaft, avoiding motion sensors and cameras. They made it to the main safe using special equipment and skills taught by Mikey. Soon, a safe opened in front of them, containing millions of dollars worth of jewelry. But this time, not everything went smoothly. The security system had been updated, and one of the sensors they had not noticed went off, calling the police. Jeremy and Mikey are trapped. At that moment, Jeremy realized that their lives were hanging by a thread. They managed to escape through the back door, but now the police knew that an experienced team was behind the daring robberies. After this incident, Jeremy decided to go underground. He realized that to continue his career, he needed new methods and even more thorough preparation. He began studying modern technology, hiring hackers and security specialists to stay one step ahead of the police and competitors. His name has become synonymous with fear and respect in the criminal world. Jeremy Sullivan became a legend, a man who could go anywhere and take anything. But with each new success, the threat of being caught also grew. Jeremy realized that his game was becoming more and more dangerous, and he needed to be even more creative and careful. Awaited him ahead, but Jeremy was ready for anything. His story continued, intertwined with the lives of those who tried to catch him and those who admired his skill. He knew that one day his journey might end, but for now, he remained a consummate master of his craft who continued to play his game of cat and mouse with the law. While on the run from the police, Jeremy Sullivan decided he needed to change his tactics. He moved to Los Angeles, where he started a new life under a different name. In this huge city, he was harder to find, and he could easily get lost among the millions of inhabitants. In Los Angeles, Jeremy created a new legend about himself. He was now a successful businessman who owned several nightclubs. His new endeavors served as a cover for his real activities. Nightclubs attracted rich and influential people with whom Jeremy could forge useful connections. His network of informants expanded, and he gained more and more inside information about wealthy targets and their weaknesses. This data helped him plan even more daring robberies. One day, one of his informants reported an unprecedented opportunity. The private collection of jewelry belonging to a famous millionaire was to be exhibited at a private party in one of the most luxurious hotels in the city. Jeremy knew this was an opportunity not to be missed. He began to prepare. For this heist, Jeremy needed a team of specialists, a hacker to disable the security systems, a safecracker, and a driver to ensure a quick escape. Each of them was a proven professional with whom Jeremy had worked before. They developed a plan, taking into account all possible risks and details. The day of the robbery has arrived. Jeremy and his team arrived at the party disguised as caterers. The hacker breached the security system, allowing the team to freely enter the restricted area where the collection was kept. The burglar quickly opened the safe, and the team began transferring the jewelry into specially prepared cases. However, as often happens, the plan failed. One of the guards, who was supposed to be off duty, accidentally walked into the room and saw Jeremy and his team. The alarm was raised and the hotel quickly filled with security. A tense chase began through corridors and staircases. Jeremy and his men fought their way out, trying to avoid capture. They managed to get out of the hotel and escape in a pre-prepared car. But this robbery did not go unnoticed. The media quickly picked up the news of the daring theft, and the Los Angeles police launched a large-scale operation to search for the criminals. Jeremy realized that he was now being hunted, and he had to act quickly to avoid getting caught. He decided that they needed to lie low. They hid in one of his clubs, which was under heavy security. Jeremy knew this was a temporary shelter, and he needed to come up with a new plan to avoid arrest. His reputation as America's most dangerous robber was on the line, and he wasn't about to go down without a fight. Every day was filled with tension and anticipation. Jeremy carefully followed the news and planned his next steps. He understood that sooner or later he would have to come face to face with the law. But while he remained free, his game continued, and each new day brought new challenges and opportunities for the most daring robber in American history. Hidden away in the shadows of Los Angeles at night, Jeremy Sullivan began to contemplate his next move. He knew that now he was being hunted not only by the police, but also by rivals from the criminal world who were jealous of his success and longed for his downfall. Jeremy knew he had to act quickly and smartly to preserve his freedom and his life. At one of the secret meetings in his club, Jeremy met Elena Ramirez, a talented hacker who had knowledge and connections that could help him escape persecution. Elena proposed a plan to Jeremy: fake his death so that everyone would think he was dead, and thus confuse the police and competitors. Jeremy agreed, realizing that this was his only chance of salvation. Elena and her team prepared everything necessary for the production. In one of the abandoned buildings in the city, they staged a fake shootout, leaving false evidence pointing to Jeremy's death. Everything was thought out to the smallest detail: fake documents, surveillance camera recordings, false witnesses. Soon the news of the death of Jeremy Sullivan spread throughout the city, and the police closed the case, considering it completed. Jeremy disappeared from view. Now, under a new name and with a new appearance, he began a new life. Elena helped him create new documents and establish contacts in the criminal world. He moved to Miami, where he began to build a new empire. But even despite his fake death, Jeremy knew that sooner or later he might be recognized. In Miami, Jeremy decided that he would no longer engage in petty theft. He targeted large and complex operations that required careful planning and preparation. He assembled a team of top specialists: Elena, who became his right hand and handled all technical aspects; Tom Trickster Morgan, a safe-cracking master; and Lily Shadow Marsh, who was a virtuoso in information gathering and infiltration. One of their first operations in Miami was a robbery of a private bank, where not only money was kept, but also valuable documents of influential people. The plan was simple and complex at the same time: break into the bank, gain access to the safes, and disappear before anyone realizes what happened. But as always, Jeremy and his team thought of everything to the smallest detail. At night, they entered the bank through underground communications. Elena turned off the security systems, Tom opened the safes, and Lily monitored the situation outside. The operation went smoothly, and they disappeared without leaving a single trace. This theft brought them not only wealth, but also important documents that could be used for blackmail and making lucrative deals. The success strengthened the position of Jeremy and his team in the criminal world of Miami. But with each new robbery, the threat of exposure grew. Jeremy knew that he could not always remain in the shadows, and sooner or later he would have to face those who wanted him dead. But while he was free, his game continued, and he was ready to take on any challenge. So, step by step, Jeremy Sullivan continued to build his empire, staying one step ahead of the law and his enemies. His legend lived and grew, and he himself continued to be an unsurpassed master of robberies, whom no one could catch. Months passed, and Jeremy Sullivan and his team continued to carry out their daring heist in Miami, cementing their reputation as the city's most cunning and dangerous criminals. But Jeremy knew that every successful operation attracted more attention and increased the risk of being caught. He couldn't allow himself to relax for a second. One of their most ambitious plans was to rob a rich auction house, where rare and expensive artifacts were to be put up for sale. Jeremy understood that such operations required not only precise execution, but also a deep understanding of the logistics and security of the event. He assembled a team and began developing a detailed plan. Lily Shadow Marsh infiltrated the auction house under the guise of a high-ranking security consultant. She spent several weeks studying all aspects of the security system and the daily routine of the employees. Elena Ramirez developed a virus that was supposed to temporarily disable all security systems at the right time. Tom, the trickster Morgan, has prepared everything necessary to break into the vaults. The day of the auction has arrived. Jeremy and his team mingled with the crowd of wealthy buyers and collectors. When the bidding began, Lily quietly activated the virus, and for several minutes all security systems were disabled. This time was enough for Tom to enter the vault and open the safes with valuable artifacts. However, this time something went wrong. One of the employees, noticing Lily's suspicious behavior, decided to check the system and discovered interference. The alarm went off and the auction house's security swung into action. Jeremy realized that they were on the verge of failure. For the first time in a long time, he had to improvise. The team was forced to leave the building in a hurry, leaving behind some of the loot. They barely managed to escape from the police, who arrived on the scene a few minutes later. Jeremy knew that they were now wanted all over the city. Miami was no longer a safe haven. Despite the setback, Jeremy was not going to give up. He began to think about new plans and possibilities. They decided to temporarily leave Miami and go to Las Vegas, where they could disappear among the many casinos and wealthy tourists. This city presented a new challenge, but Jeremy was confident that his team could handle it. Las Vegas greeted them with bright lights and endless possibilities. Jeremy began studying the structures of local casinos, their security systems, and potential targets. He understood that the stakes were higher, but the rewards could be incredibly large. Together with his team, he developed a plan to rob one of the largest casinos in the city. The new goal required from them not only skill and cunning, but also incredible courage. Jeremy knew the risk was great, but he also knew it was challenges like these that made him a legend. New adventures, dangers, and unpredictable situations awaited them ahead, but Jeremy was ready for any challenge. Thus continued the story of America's most daring robber, who never rested on his laurels and was always ready for new challenges. His name became more and more famous, and his crimes became more and more sophisticated. But neither the police nor the enemies could catch Jeremy Sullivan, who continued to remain one step ahead of everyone. After a failure in Miami and a tense time in Las Vegas, Jeremy Sullivan and his team decided that they needed a new hideout where they could not only get lost among millions of people, but also find new opportunities for large-scale heists. The choice fell on New York, the city that never sleeps and where money flows like a river. New York greeted them with the roar of the metropolis and endless streams of people. Jeremy realized that here they had a chance to start again and began to look for suitable targets. The city offered many opportunities, from luxury jewelry stores to private collections and bank vaults. Jeremy's first target was one of the most prestigious jewelry stores on Fifth Avenue. This store was famous not only for its jewelry, but also for its impenetrable security system. Jeremy knew they would need the perfect plan for this heist. Lily Shadow Marsh started out by getting a job in a store under the guise of a consultant. She studied the operating hours, security schemes, and camera locations. Elena Ramirez took on the task of hacking the security system, developing a complex plan to disable the alarm at the right time. Tom Trickster Morgan prepared all the safe-opening tools used in the store. The plan was ready, and the day of the robbery arrived. Jeremy and his team acted smoothly and confidently. Lily managed to quietly turn off the cameras, and Elena launched a virus that disabled the entire security system of the store. Tom quickly opened the safes and the team began removing the jewelry. However, as often happens, an unforeseen factor arose. One of the security guards walking around the building noticed something was wrong and manually triggered the alarm. Jeremy and his team were trapped, but their plan B included such situations. They broke through the emergency exit and disappeared into the dark alleys of New York. Although the robbery did not go as smoothly as planned, they managed to make away with a significant amount of jewelry. Now they needed to hide and lie low until the noise died down. Jeremy understood that New York was not Miami or Las Vegas. Here, the police acted more organized and quickly. They found refuge in an old abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city. This warehouse became their temporary base, where they could think about their next steps. Jeremy began studying the city map, looking for new targets and developing more sophisticated plans. They soon found a new target, the largest private bank in Midtown Manhattan. This bank stored not only money, but also important documents and artifacts. Jeremy and his team began preparing for this epic heist, which was to be their pinnacle of excellence. Every day they studied all the details: security schemes, employee work schedules, security systems. Elena developed a new, even more powerful virus that could hack any system. Lily studied possible escape routes, and Tom prepared equipment for breaking into complex safes. New York became their new battlefield. Jeremy knew the stakes were higher, but the rewards could be enormous. They were ready for new challenges and dangers, realizing that each new heist brought them closer to their goal, to become the most legendary team of robbers in history. The game continued, and Jeremy Sullivan was ready to accept its terms. In this huge city, they had only one goal: to stay one step ahead of the law and enemies, enjoying every new challenge and danger. In an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of New York City, Jeremy Sullivan and his team continued to develop a plan to rob the largest private bank in Midtown Manhattan. It was a difficult and dangerous undertaking, but they were willing to take risks for great reward. Elena Ramirez, a genius hacker, immersed herself in studying the bank's digital security system. She learned that the bank uses the latest security system, which no one has yet cracked. But Elena was confident in her abilities. She began to develop a complex virus that was supposed to not only disable the system, but also replace the data so that no one would notice the penetration. Lily Shadow Marsh, a master of camouflage and infiltration, was exploring the bank's interior. She spent several weeks posing as the client to learn every detail, from camera locations to employee work schedules. Her task was to provide access to the most secure parts of the building. Tom the Trickster Morgan, a safe-cracking expert, was preparing for his part of the operation. He knew that the bank used the most modern safes that could not be opened by conventional methods. Tom developed unique tools and techniques that would allow him to cope with any obstacle. The day of the robbery arrived. The team was ready for action. In the evening, when the bank was already closed to customers, they began the operation. Elena launched a virus that disabled the security system and surveillance cameras. Lily entered the building through the service entrance, using her camouflage skills. Tom followed her, carrying burglary equipment with him. Everything went according to plan until they reached the main vault. Despite the disabled security systems, there were hidden motion sensors inside the vault that no one expected. When the team began to open the safes, the sensors went off and the system called the police. Jeremy Sullivan was not one to panic. He quickly made a decision. Elena tried to reprogram the system to gain time. Lily and Tom continued to work on the safes, removing jewelry and documents, but time was against them. As the police began to approach, Jeremy ordered the team to prepare to leave. They collected as much loot as they could carry and headed for the exit. At this point, Elena completed her work and the security system started working again, creating the illusion that nothing had happened. They left the building through an underground tunnel that Lily found during her explorations. The police arrived at the scene to find only empty safes and signs of forced entry, but Jeremy's team was already far away. They returned to their shelter in the warehouse, realizing that this time the risk was especially great, but the reward justified all the efforts. Jeremy knew that now they would need to choose their targets even more carefully and carefully think through every step. New York became a battlefield for them, where every day could be their last. But Jeremy and his team were ready for new challenges. They continued to play their dangerous game, enjoying every moment of freedom and adventure. With each new robbery, their reputation grew, and soon they began to be talked about not only in New York, but throughout the country. Jeremy Sullivan and his team became both admired and feared legends. The game continued, and they were ready for any test that this huge and merciless city had in store for them. It's been several months since Jeremy Sullivan and his team successfully robbed a private bank downtown Manhattan. They became a legend in the criminal world of New York, but with each new theft the risks grew. Jeremy knew they had to be even more creative and careful to stay free. At this time, Jeremy began planning an even more daring operation, the robbery of one of the most famous and well-guarded museums in the world, the Metropolitan Museum of Art. His collection included works of art whose value amounted to millions of dollars. It was a goal worthy of their skill. The first step was to study the museum and its security system. Lily Shadow Marsh spent several weeks exploring the museum under the guise of a visitor and even took a job there as a temporary employee. She learned all the security patrol routes, the locations of cameras and motion sensors. Elena Ramirez developed a plan to hack the museum's security system. She understood that such a facility would have several levels of protection, so she developed a multi-stage virus that was supposed to disable cameras and alarms, as well as replace video recordings to create the illusion of normal operation. Tom Trickster. Morgan prepared equipment to open the security glass and safes in which the most valuable exhibits were stored. He knew that every minute was worth its weight in gold, so his tools had to work flawlessly and quickly. The day of the robbery arrived. Jeremy's team was ready for action. In the evening, when the museum closed to visitors, Lily entered through the service entrance using her pass. Elena launched a virus that gradually disabled security systems. Tom followed Lily, carrying the autopsy equipment. They started by turning off the cameras and alarms in the wing where the most valuable works of art were kept. Tom quickly opened the protective glass and began removing paintings and artifacts. Jeremy and Lily kept an eye on the clock, knowing they only had a few minutes before the guards noticed something was wrong. But, as always, not everything went smoothly. One of the guards patrolling another wing of the museum noticed something strange and decided to check it out. He discovered the disabled cameras and called for reinforcements. Jeremy's team is trapped. Jeremy quickly made a decision. They collected everything they had managed to take out and headed to the emergency exit, which Lily had prepared in advance. But this time, the police acted faster. They managed to block some exits, and the team found themselves in a hopeless situation. However, Jeremy was prepared for such situations. He activated the smoke bombs that Lily had hidden in the hallways, creating panic and chaos. Taking advantage of this, the team slipped through one of the little-used exits and disappeared into the alleys of New York. Despite the stress and risk, the operation was successful. They returned to their refuge with a loot that exceeded all their expectations. But Jeremy knew that they were now the #1 target for the NYPD and federal agents. They decided to lie low for a while to calm down the attention to their person. Jeremy began planning new operations, realizing that each next one would be even more complex and dangerous. New challenges and trials lay ahead, but Jeremy and his team were ready for them. So continued the story of America's most daring robber, who always remained one step ahead of the law and his enemies. His name became synonymous with skill and audacity, and his crimes became legends that were passed down from mouth to mouth. But Jeremy knew the game was on, and he was ready to take on whatever challenge New York had in store for him. Several months have passed since Jeremy Sullivan and his team successfully heisted the Metropolitan Museum of Art. The attention of police and federal agents continued, and the team decided to temporarily lie low to avoid capture. But Jeremy could not sit idly by. His mind was constantly looking for new challenges and opportunities. One day, while browsing the news, Jeremy came across an article about the upcoming Billionaires' Ball, which was to be held in one of the most luxurious hotels in New York. It was a closed event attended by the richest and most influential people in the world. Jeremy saw this not only as an opportunity to earn huge sums of money, but also as a chance to show his skills at a new level. He assembled a team and began to develop a plan. Lily Shadow Marsh took it upon herself to infiltrate the ball under the guise of a waitress in order to study the location of the guards and the escape route. Elena Ramirez began looking for ways to hack hotel security systems to ensure unhindered access to the necessary premises. Tom Trickster Morgan began preparing equipment to open safes and locks that would surely protect the personal belongings of billionaires. The day of the ball has arrived. Lily, dressed in her waitress uniform, entered the event and began her work. Elena, while outside the hotel, launched a virus that was supposed to disable the security systems for the required time. Tom was preparing tools to break into the safes in the rooms. The plan was simple. During the ball, when all the guests were busy, Jeremy and his team would enter the billionaires' rooms and take out valuables and money. Everything was going smoothly until Lily noticed that one of the guests, a wealthy collector, was wearing a rare diamond pendant around his neck, the value of which was estimated at millions of dollars. Jeremy quickly decided to change the plan. Instead of just stealing from license plates, they decided to steal this diamond right off the collector's neck. It was a risky move, but the reward was too great to pass up. Lily signaled to Jeremy, and he began to act. Using his skills, he quietly approached the collector and began to distract him while Lily, showing incredible dexterity, removed the pendant. Everything happened in a few seconds, and not a single guest noticed anything. But as soon as Lily had the pendant, a hidden alarm built into the jewelry went off. An alarm was raised in the hall, and security began to search all the guests. Jeremy and his team knew they were running out of time. They used smoke bombs and created a panic to escape from the hotel. The escape was tense and dangerous. The police and security began to pursue, but Jeremy, Lily, and Tom were prepared for such situations. They used pre-prepared shelters and secret passages to escape persecution. When they finally reached their shelter, adrenaline was still pumping through their blood. They did it. They stole one of the most expensive diamonds in the world, despite all the difficulties and risks. But Jeremy knew that their actions would not be without consequences. Now they have become the main target not only of the police, but also of private investigators hired by billionaires. But despite all this, Jeremy felt satisfied. He understood that his team was becoming stronger and smarter with each new challenge. They were ready for the new challenges and adventures that New York had in store for them. So continued the story of America's most daring robber, who was always one step ahead of his pursuers. His name became synonymous with courage and skill, and his crimes became legends that will live for a long time. But Jeremy knew the game was on, and he was ready to take on any challenge that came his way. After successfully stealing a diamond pendant from a billionaire's ball, Jeremy Sullivan and his team decided to lie low to calm the interest in themselves. During this time, they carefully studied new targets and developed plans for future operations. But in the world of crime, it was impossible to remain undetected for long, and Jeremy knew that they must continue to act carefully and inventively. One of these plans was the robbery of a large auction house, where the sale of rare jewelry and works of art was to take place. This event attracted the attention of many wealthy collectors and was an ideal target for Jeremy's team. They began to prepare for the operation. Lily Shadow Marsh got a job at an auction house under the guise of an event assistant. This allowed her to learn all the details about the location of valuables, security schedules, and security systems. Elena Ramirez continued to work on improving her hacking skills in order to break into new, more complex security systems. Tom, the trickster Morgan, developed tools that could handle the most advanced locks and safes. The day of the auction arrived. Lily took her place among the staff, watching what was happening. Elena launched a virus from a remote location that gradually disabled security systems. Jeremy and Tom, pretending to be VIP guests, entered the building, keeping control of the entire operation. The plan was to sneak into the vault unnoticed while Lily distracted the guards, making it appear as if business was normal. Elena, using her virus, disabled the surveillance cameras and alarms. Tom opened the safes and they began to remove valuable items. However, when the operation was going according to plan, an unexpected guest appeared at the auction, Detective Mark Langley, who had long been investigating the affairs of Jeremy and his team. Langley immediately sensed something was wrong and began to inspect the building. Lily noticed him coming and signaled to Jeremy. Jeremy reacted quickly and gave the command to urgently complete the operation. They collected everything they had managed to take out and headed towards the exit. But Langley was already nearby, and a tense chase began through the corridors of the auction house. Jeremy and his team used smoke bombs to escape, but the detective was persistent. They managed to get out of the building and hide in the crowd on the street, but Langley did not give up. He was closer than ever to catching them and knew that this was his chance. Jeremy realized it was time to go even deeper underground and develop new strategies. They found temporary shelter in an old building on the outskirts of the city. Jeremy gathered the team to discuss the next step. They knew that Langley would not back down and that they needed to be even more careful and resourceful. Meanwhile, Langley began to actively look for traces and evidence that could lead him to Jeremy. He knew that every new day brought him closer to his cherished goal, capturing the most daring robber in America. Jeremy and his team understood that the game was becoming increasingly dangerous and were preparing for new challenges. They continued to develop new plans and study potential targets, staying one step ahead of their pursuers. Jeremy knew that their story was far from over and that new challenges and adventures awaited them. In this huge city, they were ready for any challenges that came their way. Several weeks have passed since the unsuccessful encounter with Detective Mark Langley. Jeremy Sullivan and his team lay low, rethinking their methods and strategies. A temporary shelter on the outskirts of New York became their headquarters, where they carefully planned their further actions. Langley, without giving up, continued the investigation, collecting information about their every move. He knew that Jeremy and his team would not stop there and would definitely try to pull off another grandiose operation. Langley decided to be proactive and used all his resources to find their weak spot. Meanwhile, Jeremy realized they needed a new approach to avoid capture. He decided to change tactics and, instead of committing one large robbery, focus on a series of small but carefully planned operations. This was meant to confuse investigators and reduce risk. The first such operation was aimed at several small jewelry stores in different parts of the city. Jeremy and his team developed a plan that would allow them to act quickly and effectively without attracting unnecessary attention. Lily Shadow Marsh took on the role of scout, carefully studying each store and their security systems. Elena Ramirez prepared hacking tools to temporarily disable alarms and cameras, and Tom Trickster Morgan developed a strategy for quickly breaking into safes. The operations went smoothly. They operated at night, when stores were closed, and used equipment that left no trace. Over the course of several weeks, the team carried out a series of successful robberies, collecting a significant amount of jewelry and money. Jeremy was pleased with the result, but knew that Langley would not leave them alone. Detective Langley really didn't waste any time. He began to notice patterns in the new robberies and realized that this was the work of Jeremy and his team. Langley decided to use this information to set a trap. He staged a fake robbery, luring Jeremy's team to a specially prepared location. Jeremy and his team, unaware of the trap, began preparing for a new robbery. Lily did some reconnaissance, not noticing anything unusual. Elena hacked the security systems as usual, and Tom prepared the tools to open the safe. They entered the building and began working, but soon realized that something was wrong. Suddenly, the doors locked and the alarm went off. Jeremy realized they were in a trap. Langley and his team were already on their way. Using a pre-prepared escape plan, Jeremy signaled the team for an immediate evacuation. Elena activated a virus that temporarily disabled the security system, and they broke through the back door. But Langley was close. The chase through the streets of New York was intense and dangerous. Jeremy and his team used their skills and knowledge of the city to confuse their pursuers. In the end, they managed to hide in a labyrinth of underground communications, but they realized that Langley was getting closer to their capture. Returning to his hideout, Jeremy realized that their methods required even more ingenuity and caution. He knew Langley would not back down and they needed to be ready for new challenges. Jeremy began to develop a new plan that would allow them to evade pursuit and continue their operations. So continued the story of America's most daring robber, who always remained one step ahead of his enemies. Jeremy and his team were ready for any challenges and adventures that awaited them in this huge and merciless city. The games continued, and they knew that each new day brought new challenges and opportunities. Several weeks have passed since Jeremy Sullivan and his team successfully escaped Detective Langley's trap. They remained in hiding, carefully planning their further actions. Jeremy understood that each new step had to be even more sophisticated and unpredictable. Langley, on the other hand, intensified his efforts. He knew that Jeremy would not stop and that each successful operation only increased his confidence. Langley decided to play on the team's weaknesses, to find vulnerabilities that could give them away. Meanwhile, Jeremy decided to change his approach and focus on a goal that could bring not only huge money, but also deal a serious blow to their enemies. He learned of an upcoming charity auction where rare jewelry and works of art were to be put up for sale. This auction attracted the attention of many wealthy people, and Jeremy saw this as an ideal opportunity. The team began preparations. Lily Shadow Marsh took it upon herself to infiltrate the auction organizing committee in order to study all the details of the event and find weak points. Elena Ramirez worked to hack the security systems that were supposed to protect the items for sale. Tom the Dodger Morgan was developing a plan to quickly seize and evacuate valuables. The day of the auction has arrived. Lily, pretending to be a member of the organizing committee, took her place among the staff, monitoring what was happening. Elena prepared all the necessary tools for hacking, and Jeremy and Tom entered the building under the guise of VIP guests. The operation began as planned. Lily turned off the security systems at the right moment. Elena launched a virus that disabled the cameras and alarms. Tom opened the safes and began taking out the jewelry. Jeremy coordinated the team's efforts to ensure everything went smoothly. But in the midst of the operation, the unexpected happened. Langley, suspecting that Jeremy might be interested in such an event, sent his men to the auction. They noticed something was wrong and raised the alarm. Jeremy and his team are trapped. The situation was critical, but Jeremy did not lose his composure. He quickly assessed the situation and decided to use a previously prepared escape plan. The team began to retreat through the back door, but this time Langley was closer than ever. The chase through the streets of New York was intense. Jeremy and his team used all their skills and knowledge of the city to escape their pursuers. But Langley did not give up. They hid in one of the abandoned buildings on the outskirts of the city, where they had a previously prepared shelter. At the hideout, Jeremy and his team discussed what went wrong. They realized that Langley was becoming an increasingly dangerous enemy and that their tactics needed to be revised. Jeremy knew they needed to temporarily stop major operations and focus on less visible activities to confuse investigators. Over the following weeks, the team engaged in small-scale robberies, avoiding large targets and acting as carefully as possible. They tried not to attract attention to themselves and remained in the shadows. Jeremy continued to develop new strategies, knowing that one day they would reach the big stage again. Langley, in turn, did not give up. He knew that Jeremy was hiding and that every new robbery could give him a chance to catch him. The detective continued to monitor their actions, collecting information and analyzing each step. The game continued. Jeremy and his team stayed one step ahead, but understood that every day brought new challenges. They were ready for any challenge, knowing that new adventures and dangers awaited them. In this huge and merciless city, the story of America's most daring robber continued to develop, becoming more and more exciting and unpredictable. Jeremy Sullivan and his team were hiding in the dark corners of New York, preparing a new plan of action. Realizing that Langley was getting closer, Jeremy decided that it was necessary to change tactics, act more carefully, and not attract attention. He and his team studied the map of the city, finding new targets for their operations. Lily Shadow Marsh came up with the idea of robbing an old bank that had recently closed but still held valuables. This location was ideal for their new strategy, a quick, quiet operation with minimal risk. Jeremy appreciated Lily's offer and decided it was a good option for their next move. Elena Ramirez, their genius hacker, took on the task of hacking the bank's security system. She quickly figured out her weaknesses and prepared everything necessary to disable the alarm and surveillance cameras. Tom the Trickster. Morgan prepared the tools to open the safes, knowing they had to work as quickly and accurately as possible. In the evening, when the city was already falling asleep, the team began the operation. They entered the building through the back entrance. Lily provided surveillance of the situation in order to warn in time of possible danger. Elena turned off the security systems, allowing Tom and Jeremy to access the vault unhindered. Tom opened the safes with masterly precision, and Jeremy coordinated the team's actions, keeping track of time. They quickly gathered their valuables and began to leave when Lily signaled that security was approaching. The team quietly left the building, disappearing into the night. Despite the successful robbery, Jeremy knew that they needed to lie low and not attract attention. They returned to their shelter and began to discuss further plans. Langley wasn't backing down, and Jeremy knew they had to be even more careful. Meanwhile, Langley continued his investigation, analyzing every lead and trace. He knew that Jeremy would not stop and that each new operation brought him closer to his capture. The detective used all his resources to follow Sullivan's team's every move. Jeremy and his team continued small-scale operations, avoiding large targets and operating as stealthily as possible. They understood that Langley was getting closer, but they were not going to give up. Their story continued, each new day bringing new challenges and trials. So the game continued between Jeremy Sullivan and Mark Langley. The team of robbers and the detective entered into a complex dance where every mistake could be fatal. In this tense confrontation, Jeremy and his team remained one step ahead, but understood that the stakes were getting higher. The game continued, and no one knew how it would end. Jeremy Sullivan and his team were in constant motion, changing covers and improving their skills. They understood that any delay could be fatal for them. Langley was closely watching their every move, and Jeremy knew that they needed to be even more creative and careful. The team decided that their next target would be a famous contemporary art gallery located in the heart of Manhattan. The gallery was about to host an exhibition of rare and valuable works of art, and Jeremy realized that this was their chance to not only make money, but also demonstrate their skills. Lily Shadow Marsh has once again taken on the role of scout. She took a temporary job at the gallery to learn all the details: camera locations, security schedules, and escape routes. Elena Ramirez hacked the gallery's security system to create a plan to disable all security mechanisms at the right time. Tom Trickster Morgan prepared equipment to open glass display cases and safes that contained the most valuable exhibits. In the evening, when the gallery was closed to visitors, the team began the operation. Lily, while inside, quietly disabled the security systems, allowing Elena to launch a virus that disabled the cameras and alarms. Tom and Jeremy entered the gallery through the service entrance and began their work. They acted quickly and carefully, opening display cases and safes, removing paintings and sculptures. But, as often happened, an unforeseen circumstance arose. One of the employees, who stayed late, noticed strange activity and called security. Jeremy's team is trapped. Jeremy made a split-second decision. They used pre-prepared smoke bombs to create panic and chaos. Taking advantage of this, the team began to retreat through the back door. Langley, already on the way, received an alarm and rushed to the gallery, but Jeremy and his men were already far away. Despite the tense escape, the operation was successful. They returned to their refuge with the loot, which significantly replenished their supplies. Jeremy knew they had evaded capture again, but each encounter made their game more dangerous. Meanwhile, Langley wasted no time. He carefully studied all the details of the robbery, trying to find evidence that could lead him to Jeremy. The detective understood that he had little time, and that every new day could be decisive. Jeremy and his team continued to change hideouts, avoiding direct clashes with the law. They developed new plans and looked for safe ways to conduct operations. Langley used his connections and resources to intensify the persecution. The game continued. The tension grew. Jeremy knew that their story was far from over and that new challenges and adventures awaited them. In this vast and unforgiving city, they remained one step ahead of their enemies, ready to take on any challenge that came their way. Jeremy Sullivan and his team continued their run with the law in New York, trying their best to remain invisible. Their operations became even more sophisticated, each of them carefully thought out and prepared down to the smallest detail. But Langley was tireless. His pursuit became more and more intense. Jeremy decided that they needed to break away from their usual patterns and choose something unexpected. This time, their target was a private collection of antiquities stored in a mansion on the Upper East Side. The collection belonged to one of the wealthiest men in the city, and Jeremy knew it would be a difficult but worthy goal. The plan began with a detailed study of the mansion. Lily Shadow Marsh took up reconnaissance. She found work as a housekeeping staff member, which gave her access to the interior and security system. Elena Ramirez began studying digital security systems, and Tom Trickster Morgan prepared his equipment for opening complex locks and safes. The day of the operation arrived. The night enveloped New York in its darkness as the team began to act. Lily, who was working in the house, quietly disabled the alarm system and opened the back entrance for Jeremy and Tom. They walked inside, driven only by their determination and self-confidence. Having entered the vault, Tom quickly broke into the safes, and Jeremy began to carefully remove the antiquities. Elena monitored the security system outside, ready to intervene at any moment. Everything was going according to plan until a sudden threat appeared in the house, the owner of the mansion, who returned earlier than expected. Holding their breath, the team froze in the darkness. Lily, showing incredible resourcefulness, distracted the owner by saying that she had noticed something suspicious in the kitchen. This gave Jeremy and Tom time to finish their work and get out of the house. As they left the mansion, the sound of sirens broke the silence. Langley was closer than ever. Jeremy and his team took off running, knowing they only had minutes to escape. They used pre-prepared escape routes, escaping through the labyrinthine streets of New York. Returning to the shelter, Jeremy realized that their situation was becoming increasingly tense. They could not stay in one place for long, but each new shelter became more and more temporary. Langley intensified his efforts, pursuing them relentlessly, but Jeremy knew their game was not over yet. With each new day, they became more experienced and inventive. Each new plan was even more daring and complex. Their story continued to unfold in the shadows of the big city, where every move could be their last, but every success brought new opportunities. Jeremy Sullivan was not going to give up. He knew there were still many challenges and adventures ahead, and he was ready for them. The game continued, and no one could predict how it would end. In this vast and unforgiving city, Jeremy's team continued to stay one step ahead of their enemies, ready for any challenge. While on the run from Langley's relentless pursuit, Jeremy Sullivan and his team continued to refine their plans and tactics. In New York, life continued to boil, and amid this chaos, Jeremy was looking for a new goal that could divert Langley's attention and at the same time bring significant benefits. And then one day, while browsing the news, Jeremy came across an article about an exhibition of rare diamonds, which was to be held in one of the most protected museums in the city. This was the challenge Jeremy had been waiting for. He knew that a heist of this magnitude would require not only careful preparation, but also unprecedented coordination. The team began work. Lily Shadow Marsh, using her connections, found a way to enter the museum under the guise of an exhibition employee. She studied all the details of the security, the location of the cameras, and the work schedules of the employees. Elena Ramirez has developed a new virus that can temporarily disable the entire museum security system. Tom Trickster Morgan prepared special equipment for opening display cases with diamonds. The day of the exhibition has arrived. The museum was filled with visitors who came to admire the jewelry. Lily quietly disabled the security cameras and alarms, giving Elena the opportunity to launch the virus. Jeremy and Tom, dressed in suits so as not to attract attention, calmly entered the museum. The operation has begun. The display cases were opened, the diamonds were carefully removed and packaged. Everything was going according to plan, but suddenly, one of the visitors noticed something was wrong and raised the alarm. The museum began to fill with security, and Langley, who had long suspected a possible attack, arrived on the scene. Jeremy and his team acted quickly and calmly. Using smoke bombs and pre-prepared escape routes, they were able to escape from the museum, eluding security and Langley. The chase through the city streets was intense, but the team knew their escape routes like the back of their hand. Returning to their hideout, they realized that the operation was successful, despite all the difficulties. They had the diamonds, but they understood that now Langley would be even more persistent in his attempts to catch them. Jeremy felt that their game was becoming more dangerous and difficult. Meanwhile, Langley, irritated by yet another failure, intensified his efforts. He began collaborating with other agents and services to create an elusive network capable of catching Jeremy and his team. Langley knew Jeremy wouldn't stop and decided to take every opportunity to anticipate his next move. Jeremy knew they needed to temporarily stop major operations and focus on planning and preparation. They began learning new techniques and strategies to stay one step ahead of Langley and his team. In this huge and merciless city, Jeremy's team continued their game, knowing that each new robbery brings them closer to the moment of truth. The game continued, and no one knew how it would end. Jeremy and his team stayed ahead of the curve, ready for whatever challenges New York had in store for them. Despite their success in the museum heist, Jeremy Sullivan felt that their position was becoming increasingly vulnerable. Langley intensified the pursuit, and the team's every move was under scrutiny. Jeremy knew they needed to lay low for a while, but he also knew they couldn't stop completely. Meanwhile, the team began developing a new plan that would allow them to simultaneously create a distraction and make money. Jeremy decided that their next target would be a large charity event where rich and powerful people were going to donate large sums of money. This event took place in one of the prestigious hotels in the city, and the security there was at the highest level. Lily Shadow Marsh, as always, took up reconnaissance. She got a job at the hotel under the guise of temporary staff, learning all the safety details and operating procedures. Elena Ramirez took on the task of hacking digital systems, developing a plan to disable alarms and cameras. Tom Trickster Morgan prepared tools for opening safes and security boxes. When the day of the charity event arrived, the hotel was full of guests. Lily provided surveillance from the inside while Jeremy and Tom mingled with the crowd under the guise of guests. Elena, being at a safe distance, was ready to hack the security systems at the right time. The operation began exactly at midnight. Elena turned off the alarm, and Jeremy and Tom began opening safes and security boxes where large sums of money and jewelry were kept. Everything was going smoothly until the unexpected happened. One of the guards noticed suspicious activity and raised the alarm. Jeremy and his team realized they were running out of time. Lily reacted quickly, helping to distract the guards and creating false leads. Elena took on the task of intercepting alarms to buy the team precious minutes. Tom opened safes with incredible speed, and Jeremy coordinated the actions of all participants. When they collected all the valuables, the team began to retreat. This time, Langley was closer than ever. He and his men were already surrounding the building. Jeremy knew their only chance was to use the escape routes they had prepared in advance. They slipped through secret exits, skillfully avoiding pursuit. The chase through the streets of New York was intense and dangerous. Jeremy and his team used all their knowledge of the city to escape. They maneuvered through narrow alleys and used abandoned buildings and underground utilities to confuse their pursuers. Finally, they reached their new hideout, an old warehouse on the outskirts of the city. Jeremy knew that they had managed to escape again, but each time it became more and more difficult. He realized that Langley would not stop until he caught them. Meanwhile, Langley, irritated by yet another failure, intensified his efforts. He began collaborating with international agencies to create an elusive network around Jeremy and his team. Langley knew Jeremy wouldn't stop and decided to take every opportunity to anticipate his next move. Jeremy and his team knew their game was on. They developed new plans, studied potential targets, and looked for ways to stay ahead of the curve. In this huge and merciless city, they continued their game, knowing that each new robbery brings them closer to the moment of truth. The story of America's most daring robber continued. Jeremy Sullivan and his team remained elusive, ready for whatever challenges New York had in store for them. Several weeks had passed since the last robbery, and Jeremy Sullivan knew that his team was under close scrutiny. Langley increased the pressure, and now Jeremy realized that their every move was being monitored with extreme care. However, they could not afford to stop, so the next operation required exceptional ingenuity. This time, Jeremy decided to distract Langley's attention while simultaneously committing a daring robbery on the other side of town. Their new target was an exclusive jewelry store located in one of the richest areas of New York. The store was famous for its unique decorations and high security measures. Lily Shadow Marsh took up intelligence, getting a job in a store under the guise of a consultant. She studied all the details of security, employee work schedules, and security patrols. Elena Ramirez developed a plan to hack the digital systems, which would allow them to disable the alarms and security cameras for the required time. Tom Trickster Morgan prepared equipment for opening armored display cases and safes. At the same time, Jeremy developed a plan for a diversionary operation. He hired several petty criminals to carry out a series of petty robberies in different parts of the city. This was to distract the police and Langley from the real target. Everything was ready for the night operation. Evening came. Lily was inside the store helping the last customers before closing. As the doors closed, she quietly disabled the alarm system and cameras, leaving Elena free to hack into the digital systems. Tom and Jeremy entered the building through the back entrance, ready for action. The operation began as planned. Tom opened armored display cases and safes, removing jewelry. Jeremy coordinated the team's actions, keeping track of time. At this time, petty robberies occurred throughout the city, diverting the attention of the police. Everything was going smoothly until Langley realized something more was going on. Langley, analyzing the situation, realized that petty robberies were serving as a distraction. He quickly went to the jewelry store, hoping to catch Jeremy's team in the act. But Jeremy was ready for such a turn. Using pre-prepared escape routes and smoke bombs, they fled the store, eluding police at the last moment. The chase was short, but intense. Jeremy and his team used abandoned buildings and underground communications to escape persecution. They reached their new hideout, realizing that they had escaped again. Langley, finding himself at a loose end, intensified his pursuit. He was determined to catch Jeremy and his team using all available resources. The detective knew that Jeremy would not stop, and every step brought him closer to capture. Jeremy, aware of the danger, continued to develop new plans and strategies. He understood that every operation had to be even more sophisticated and secretive. Sullivan's team knew their game was on, and with each new day, they became more experienced and cautious. So, the story of America's most daring robber continued. Jeremy Sullivan and his team stayed ahead of the curve, ready to take on any challenge that came their way. In this huge and merciless city, they continued their game, knowing that every new day brings new challenges and opportunities. Several months had passed since the last heist, and Jeremy Sullivan felt the tension around his team increasing. There were rumors of increased activity by mercenaries and assassins hired to eliminate him. Assassination attempts began to occur more and more often, and Jeremy knew that one of his enemies was ready to do anything to remove him. One night, as the team gathered in their new hideout, an abandoned underground warehouse, they heard strange noises outside. Jeremy sensed danger and signaled to his men to prepare. A few minutes later, a group of mercenaries burst into the shelter. A shootout ensued, but Jeremy's team was prepared for such a turn. They repelled the attack and managed to escape into a labyrinth of underground tunnels. Realizing that their safety was at risk, Jeremy decided to temporarily leave New York. They headed to a small town in the Northeast where they planned to lay low and develop a new strategy. But even there, the assassination attempts did not stop. They tried to blow them up several times on the road, and once they were attacked right in the hotel. Each time, Jeremy and his team managed to avoid death, but the tension grew. One day, Jeremy received an anonymous letter. It said that there was a person who could help stop the assassination attempts and provide information about who was behind them. The letter also included the meeting address. Jeremy, thinking it might be a trap but realizing they had no choice, went to the meeting, taking Lily and Tom with him. The meeting took place in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city. There, an elderly man named Marcus, a former mercenary who decided to quit the game, was waiting for them. He said that one of the most influential crime bosses in New York, Victor Carmichael, was behind the assassination attempts. Carmichael considered Jeremy a threat to his business and wanted to remove him at any cost. Marcus offered his help in exchange for protection and money to leave the country and start a new life. Jeremy agreed to the deal. Marcus provided information about Carmichael's secret hideouts and plans. With this information, Jeremy developed a plan to eliminate the threat. He knew that they would have a difficult and dangerous operation, but there was no other choice. The team began preparing for an attack on one of Carmichael's most protected facilities, his personal mansion in the suburbs of New York. Lily took up reconnaissance, studying guards and security systems. Elena developed a plan to hack digital systems, and Tom prepared everything necessary for penetration. The day of the operation arrived. Jeremy and his team, using Marcus's data, entered the mansion. They acted quickly and silently, neutralizing the guards and turning off the alarm. Inside the mansion, they found Victor Carmichael. A short but fierce battle ensued, in which Jeremy's team won. Carmichael was neutralized and handed over to the police, along with evidence of his crimes. After the successful operation, the assassination attempts stopped. Jeremy knew that their enemies had temporarily retreated, but he had no intention of relaxing. They returned to New York, ready for new challenges. Jeremy understood that their game was not over yet and that new adventures awaited them. The story of Jeremy Sullivan and his team continued. They stayed one step ahead of their enemies, ready for whatever trials and challenges New York had in store for them. Their life was filled with danger and adrenaline, but that's what made it so exciting. Every day, the feeling of inevitability intensified. The NYPD, led by the tireless Detective Langley, narrowed the circle around Jeremy Sullivan and his team. It seemed that their every move was being monitored, and each new operation became more and more risky. Despite temporarily eliminating the threat from Victor Carmichael, Jeremy knew their problems were not over. They knew that Langley would not back down and that the police would continue their search until they were behind bars. The team decided to temporarily stop large operations and focus on smaller, less visible robberies. They became even more careful, carefully planning every action and avoiding any unnecessary risks. But even with all the precautions, they felt that the net was tightening around them. One night, as they gathered in their new hideout in an old abandoned theater, Jeremy received news that alarmed him. One of their informants said that the police were preparing a large-scale operation to detain them. Langley managed to assemble a team of the best agents, and they were already on the trail. Jeremy realized it was too dangerous to stay where he was. He ordered the team to gather everything they needed and prepare for an immediate move. They decided that this time they should lie low for a while and let the noise die down. They soon found a new hiding place, an old farm in the countryside, where no one knew them. This place was supposed to be a temporary refuge where they could rest and develop new plans. But even here, Jeremy didn't feel safe. He knew Langley wouldn't stop until he found them. Despite the remoteness and apparent safety of the farm, Jeremy continued to develop a plan to divert the attention of the police. He decided that it was necessary to create a false trail that would lead Langley and his team in the other direction. To do this, Jeremy contacted several small-time criminal groups to organize a series of fake robberies that would imitate their handwriting. These diversions temporarily relieved the pressure from the police, but Jeremy knew that this was only a temporary measure. Langley was too smart to be deceived for long. He knew that they would soon be in the spotlight again. Meanwhile, Jeremy and his team developed a plan for a major operation that could change the situation. They learned of a secret vault where significant sums of money and jewelry belonging to several influential people were kept. Not only was this goal beneficial, but it would also allow them to create chaos among their enemies. The team began preparations. Lily Shadow Marsh took up reconnaissance, studying the security and location of the vault. Elena Ramirez was developing a new virus that could disable security systems. Tom Trickster Morgan was preparing equipment for opening safes. The day of the operation arrived. At night, when the city was asleep, the team entered the building. They acted quickly and silently, turning off the alarms and cameras. Tom opened safes with incredible speed, removing money and jewelry. But even here, they could not avoid a collision with the guards. Suddenly, a hidden alarm went off and the building began to fill with guards. Jeremy and his team used smoke bombs and pre-prepared escape routes to escape. They knew that Langley would be right there as soon as he heard about the incident. The chase through the city streets again became a test of endurance and cunning. Jeremy and his team used all their knowledge and skills to escape pursuit. They managed to reach their hideout, but they knew that this was only the beginning. With each new day, they became more experienced and inventive, but their enemies did not lag behind. Langley continued to monitor their every move, using all available resources. Jeremy understood that their game was ongoing, and that each new robbery brought them closer to the moment of truth. So the story continued for Jeremy Sullivan and his team. In this huge and merciless city, they continued to stay one step ahead of their enemies, ready for any trials and challenges. The game continued, and no one knew how it would end. On the eve of a major robbery that Jeremy Sullivan and his team were planning to carry out, Detective Langley finally received a long-awaited breakthrough in the investigation. After months of unsuccessful attempts to catch Jeremy, he managed to recruit one of the petty criminals who agreed to become an informant. This man, known in criminal circles as the Rats, knew enough to provide police with key information about the actions and plans of Sullivan's team. After receiving information from the Rat, Langley began to develop a plan to arrest part of the gang. He knew that Jeremy and his team were preparing for a major operation in one of the most guarded banks in the city. Langley decided to use this knowledge to set a trap. He carefully planned every detail to catch the gang members in the act. On the day of the robbery, Langley placed his men around the entire perimeter of the bank. The police were dressed in civilian clothes so as not to attract attention. There were also hidden agents inside the bank, ready to act at the right time. Langley hoped that his plan would work and they would be able to arrest at least part of the gang. As night fell, Jeremy's team began their operation. Lily Shadow Marsh disabled the alarms and cameras, allowing Elena Ramirez to launch a virus that disabled digital security systems. Tom, the trickster. Morgan opened the doors and safes and they began taking out money and jewelry. But this time, something went wrong. One of the guards inside noticed the strange behavior and decided to check the situation. He raised the alarm and Langley immediately gave the signal to his men. The police quickly surrounded the building, blocking all exits. A tense fight ensued. Jeremy and his team tried to break through, but the police were prepared for such a turn. Lily, Elena, and Tom were trapped, surrounded on all sides. Jeremy realized that they would not be able to get out altogether and gave the command to separate. Lily and Tom tried to break through the back door but were captured by the police. Elena managed to escape temporarily, but Langley knew her weak points and quickly found her hideout. Soon she was also arrested. Jeremy, realizing that their operation had failed, managed to escape, but the loss of his team was a heavy blow for him. Langley was pleased with the result. He was able to arrest a significant part of the gang, dealing a serious blow to Jeremy. The police had taken Lily, Elena, and Tom into custody, and now Langley hoped that they would provide information that would help catch Jeremy himself. Meanwhile, Jeremy Sullivan was left alone, but he was not going to give up. He knew that new trials and challenges awaited him ahead, and he was ready to continue his game. He began to develop new plans to free his people and continue the fight against Langley. Despite all the precautions that Jeremy Sullivan and his team took after their escape, Langley continued to pursue them relentlessly. He knew that sooner or later Jeremy would make a mistake. And so, when Jeremy decided to carry out another major robbery to strengthen his position and get the necessary resources, Langley saw this as his chance. Jeremy's target was one of the largest banks in central New York, which was famous for its impenetrable safes and high security measures. Jeremy and his team developed a detailed heist plan that included disabling all security systems and using new technology to crack the safes. They knew this would be their most difficult operation yet, but the potential reward was too great to pass up. Langley, meanwhile, carefully studied all the previous actions of Jeremy's team and came to the conclusion that they could target this bank. He tightened security and prepared a covert operation to capture the team in the act. Langley also inserted an agent into one of Jeremy's communication channels to receive information about plans in real time. The day of the robbery arrived. Jeremy and his team broke into the bank building late at night while the city was sleeping. Lily Shadow Marsh disabled the alarms and cameras. Elena Ramirez hacked security systems, and Tom Trickster Morgan began opening safes. Everything went according to plan, but Jeremy did not know that Langley was already aware of their actions. Langley and his team surrounded the building, moving quickly and silently. They cut off all possible escape routes and prepared for capture. As Jeremy and his team were finishing up the operation and preparing to leave the building with the loot, the police burst inside. A fierce fight ensued. Jeremy and his men tried to break through, but Langley and his team were prepared for such a development. Jeremy realized they were in a trap, but he didn't give up. He and his team fought to the last, but the numerical superiority of the police took its toll. In the end, Jeremy found himself backed into a corner. Langley approached him personally, holding his gun at the ready. Jeremy knew this was the end of his career as a burglar. Langley, holding him at gunpoint, said, "Game over, Jeremy. You stayed one step ahead for a long time, but now your run is over." Jeremy dropped his weapon and raised his hands in defeat. The police arrested him and his team, and they were taken to the station. Langley felt satisfied that he was finally able to catch America's most daring robber. Jeremy Sullivan was behind bars, but he knew his story wasn't over yet. He knew that he would have time to reflect on his mistakes and perhaps try to escape again one day. However, for now, he was forced to admit defeat and prepare for what the future would bring. Thus ended the era of Jeremy Sullivan as the most elusive burglar in New York history. His name became a legend, and his adventures became a story that will be told for a long time. After the arrest of Jeremy Sullivan and his team, New York breathed a sigh of relief. The city, which had long lived in fear of daring robberies, could finally sleep peacefully. Langley and his team have received much-deserved praise and recognition for their hard work and success in capturing one of the country's most dangerous criminals. Jeremy, Lily, Elena, and Tom were placed in isolation cells awaiting trial. Jeremy, sitting in his cell, thought about everything that had happened. He realized that he had made many mistakes, but he also realized that his life was full of adventures and dangers that made him a legend. He knew that a trial and many years behind bars awaited him, but this did not frighten him. Jeremy was always ready for new challenges. At trial, Jeremy and his team received harsh sentences. Lily and Elena, as key participants in the robberies, received 10 years in prison each. Tom, despite his skills and participation in the most daring robberies, received 12 years. Jeremy, as the leader of the gang and the organizer of all crimes, was sentenced to 20 years in prison. After the trial, Jeremy was transferred to one of the most secure prisons in the country. He knew that his life was now changed forever. In prison, he quickly gained respect for his leadership qualities and ability to find common language with people. Jeremy did not lose hope for the future and continued to make plans, even while behind bars. Meanwhile, Langley continued his work as a police officer, but after Jeremy's capture, he became a true legend among his colleagues. His career took off and he soon received a promotion. Langley knew that his work was never done and there would always be new criminals to catch, but the capture of Jeremy Sullivan would forever remain his greatest achievement. Several years after his arrest, Jeremy received news that his old girlfriend, Lily, had been released on parole for good behavior. Elena and Tom were also awaiting their parole dates. Jeremy knew that their paths could cross again, and that he still had a chance for a new life. One day, while sitting in the prison library, Jeremy received a letter. It was from Mart Harris, who, despite all the difficulties, remained free and continued his activities. In the letter, Marty wrote that they had not forgotten about Jeremy and his team, and that someday they would have a chance to start over. Jeremy smiled as he read the letter. He knew that life is never predictable, and even in the darkest places there is always a ray of hope. He was ready for the new challenges and adventures that the future would bring. Thus ended the story of Jeremy Sullivan, America's most daring robber. He left his mark on history and in the hearts of those who knew him. Despite all the trials, he remained strong and did not give up, always ready for new challenges. Story. Jeremy's life continued, and no one knew what the future had in store for him. Second story of the criminal. In a quiet suburb of Seattle, in a small house on the outskirts, lived a boy named Marcus Blake. From early childhood, Marcus was distinguished by his extraordinary intelligence and curiosity. He was only 5 years old when he first encountered a computer. His father, a software engineer, often brought home old computers to take apart and study with his son. Marcus quickly mastered the basics of working with technology, and soon his interest grew into a real passion. By the age of 8, Marcus was fluent in writing simple programs, had hacked into the school server to gain access to course materials, and exhibited abilities that far exceeded his peers. His parents were proud of his success, but they had no idea how deeply he was immersed in the world of cyberspace. After spending a lot of time reading books and articles about hacking, Marcus began exploring the dark corners of the internet. He met various hacker groups and quickly became part of their community. His skills grew, and by the age of 12 he could already hack complex security systems without being noticed. School became boring and unremarkable for Marcus. He could not find a common language with his peers, and he was often teased for his passion for computers. But Marcus didn't pay attention to it. His main goal was to prove to himself and the whole world that he was capable of more. At the age of 15, Marcus committed his first serious hack. He broke into the local bank system and managed to transfer a large amount of money into an account that he had prepared in advance. This success gave him confidence in his abilities and showed him that he could use his skills not only for fun, but also to achieve specific goals. By the age of 16, Marcus was already known in hacker circles under the pseudonym Nemesis. His actions became more daring and ambitious. He hacked the systems of large corporations, government agencies, and even international organizations. Marcus always remained one step ahead of his pursuers, playing a dangerous game with them, where his freedom and life were at stake. But despite all the success and recognition in the hacker community, Marcus remained lonely. He lived in constant fear of being exposed, and this made him even more careful. He carefully hid his identity, and none of his online acquaintances knew who he really was. Thus began the story of Marcus Blake, the most dangerous hacker in the world, whose actions changed the course of history and threatened the security of entire states. His journey was just beginning, and new challenges and dangers awaited him ahead, which he did not even suspect yet. Every year, Marcus Blake's skills became more and more sophisticated. His hacks became more and more daring, and his goals became more and more ambitious. He didn't just invade systems. He left behind traces that could lead to catastrophic consequences. His name began to appear in intelligence reports, but Marcus was always one step ahead. One day, during one of his hacks, Marcus discovered classified information that could compromise national security. These were plans for a large-scale operation against a terrorist organization. He realized that this information was of great value and decided to use it for his own purposes. By selling it to interested parties, he received not only a large sum of money, but also access to new resources and opportunities. Marcus began to create his network of hackers, selecting the most talented and ambitious. He shared his knowledge with them and helped develop their skills. His team became one of the most dangerous in the world, capable of hacking any system and infiltrating the most secure databases. One day, while Marcus was working on another hack, he discovered that he was being watched. Someone managed to break into his system and leave a message warning him that he was under close surveillance. Marcus realized that he was being hunted, and this made him even more careful. He changed his location and strengthened the protection of his systems, but the feeling of danger did not leave him. Despite all the precautions, one night the security services broke into his house. Marcus barely managed to escape, leaving behind hacked computers and destroyed data. He realized that he was now on the run, and his every move would be tracked. But that didn't stop him. On the contrary, it gave him even more determination. Marcus went underground but continued his activities. He became even more secretive and dangerous. His attacks became more destructive, and he began to act against those who hunted him. He hacked into intelligence systems, disrupted their plans, and revealed classified information, jeopardizing their operations. Marcus Blake has become a legend in the hacker community. His name evoked fear and respect, but he knew that his journey was just beginning. A long and dangerous path lay ahead of him, where every mistake could cost him his life. But Marcus was ready to take on this challenge. He was ready to go to the end to prove that he is the most dangerous hacker in the world. Moving to New York was a strategic move for Marcus Blake. He understood that in a huge metropolis with its millions of inhabitants and endless possibilities, it is easier to get lost and continue his activities. New York provided ideal conditions for anonymity and new attacks. Marcus rented a small apartment in Brooklyn, equipped it with the most modern technology, and turned it into a real command center. He continued to run his hacker network, now from the heart of one of the most dynamic cities in the world. Every day his operations became more and more sophisticated. One day, while sitting in front of his monitors, Marcus received a message from an unknown sender. It contained information about a large financial corporation that was engaged in dishonest fraud and money laundering. Marcus decided that this could be his next big hack. He began to study the corporation and soon discovered that influential people associated with the government were behind its activities. Marcus began to carefully plan his attack. He knew that he would have to confront not only powerful defense systems, but also highly trained cybersecurity specialists. Using all his skills and resources, he developed a plan that would be one of the most daring and large-scale hacks of his career. Finally, the day came when Marcus decided to take action. He connected to the corporation's system, hacking one security link after another. His fingers flashed across the keys with incredible speed, his eyes intensely watching the many screens. The system turned out to be more complex than he expected, but this only fueled his excitement. After several hours of hard work, Marcus finally got to the data he needed. He copied all the information about the corporation's illegal operations and prepared it for distribution. The hack was successful, but Marcus knew this was just the beginning. Now it was necessary to ensure that this information reached the right people and caused maximum resonance. Marcus sent the data to various news outlets and influential bloggers, leaving behind trails that led to corrupt officials and businessmen. Soon, information about the corporation's machinations appeared on the front pages of all news publications. The scandal erupted instantly, and an investigation began, which led to the arrests and resignations of high-ranking officials. Marcus knew that his actions drew even more attention to his person, but he also understood that only such bold steps could change the system and show that even the most powerful people are not immune from retribution. Now Marcus has become not just the most dangerous hacker in the world, but also a symbol of the fight against corruption and injustice. His name was spoken with respect and fear, and his actions aroused admiration and hatred. But for Marcus, this was just another victory on his long and dangerous path. New challenges awaited him ahead, and he was ready to accept them with an open heart and cold calculation. After successfully hacking and exposing a financial corporation, Marcus Blake realized that his influence and capabilities had grown significantly. However, with this came new dangers. He had to be even more careful and resourceful to stay one step ahead of his enemies. Soon, Marcus received another message, this time from a mysterious hacker group known as the Shadow. This group offered him cooperation as part of a large-scale operation against an international corporation involved in the illegal sale of weapons. Marcus knew that such alliances could be dangerous, but the offer was too tempting to refuse. He contacted the group's leader, known under the pseudonym Phantom. The Phantom told Marcus about the corporation's plans and how they could stop its activities. It was a difficult and risky undertaking, but Marcus saw this as an opportunity to once again prove his strength and skills. They began to work together, coordinating their actions and exchanging information. Marcus hacked the corporation's security systems, gaining access to their internal servers. There, he discovered evidence of illegal activities and plans for future transactions. Using this information, he and Shadow developed a plan of attack. On the day of the operation, Marcus and his new team began their attack on several fronts. They hacked communication systems, paralyzed financial transactions, and released incriminating documents. The corporation found itself in chaos, and its leaders panicked and tried to hide traces of their crimes. However, the operation was not without complications. The corporation quickly realized that it was the victim of a hacker attack and tried to hire cybersecurity specialists to neutralize the threat. Marcus and his team found themselves in the middle of a cyber war where every mistake could lead to failure. With tension growing by the minute, Marcus used all his resources and skills to maintain control of the situation. He managed to bypass all counterattacks and complete the operation. When the dust settled, it turned out that the corporation had suffered a crushing defeat and its leaders were arrested. Marcus once again found himself at the pinnacle of glory, but he understood that he was now a target for even more powerful enemies. He continued to act cautiously, changing his methods and strengthening his defenses. Despite all this, he felt that he was constantly being watched. One night while watching the news, Marcus saw a report about mysterious murders related to hacking activities. He realized that his enemies would not limit themselves to cyber attacks. They are ready to do anything to stop him. Marcus increased his security measures but knew that every next step could be decisive. He continued his fight, without giving up and stopping at nothing. A long and dangerous game lay ahead of him, where the stakes were higher than ever. But Marcus was ready to go to the end to preserve his freedom and continue his mission. Several months have passed since Marcus and his team dealt a crushing blow to an international corporation. However, the peace was imaginary, and he knew that the enemies were not going to give up. He strengthened his defenses, changed all passwords and codes, and moved to another apartment, equipped with an underground bunker with multi-layer protection. One evening, while browsing the internet, Marcus came across a strange message addressed to him. It was an invitation to a private forum of world-class hackers that was legendary. They said that this forum was inaccessible to the majority and served as a platform for exchanging the most secret information and planning large-scale operations. Marcus accepted the invitation and plunged into discussions on the forum. He found a lot of useful information, but also realized that he was not alone in his desire to change the world. Soon one of the forum moderators approached him with a proposal. It was a man under the pseudonym Chimera, who proposed a joint attack on the world's largest network of information providers, known for its total surveillance and data manipulation. Marcus realized that this would be his largest and most dangerous project. He agreed, and they began to carefully prepare. Chimera and his team provided detailed plans and access to secret channels. Marcus used his knowledge and resources to infiltrate the systems of this network and prepare everything necessary for the attack. The day of the operation arrived. Marcus and his team began hacking from several locations around the world. It was a carefully coordinated attack that included shutting down key servers, destroying backups, and releasing compromising information into the public domain. During the attack, Marcus felt something went wrong. The systems began to resist with incredible force, and at one moment he realized that they had fallen into a trap. The entire operation was under the supervision of the Special Services, who were waiting for the moment to capture. Marcus quickly gave the command to retreat, but it was too late. Agents in black masks suddenly burst into his apartment. He managed to destroy key data and activate the system's self-destruct protocols, but he was caught and immobilized. Waking up in a dark cell, Marcus realized that he was in the hands of enemies. Stern faces surrounded him, and he realized that this was the end of his freedom. He was brought in for questioning, where a high-ranking agent began talking to him. "Did you think you could avoid retribution?" asked the agent with an icy grin. "We've been keeping an eye on you for a long time, Marcus Blake, and now that you're in our hands, your game is over." But Marcus was not going to give up. His mind was still working at full capacity, and he knew that even from this situation, he could find a way out. He began to develop an escape plan, using everything he knew about security systems and human psychology. His only hope was to use his skills and contacts on the outside to organize a rescue mission. He transmitted an encrypted message to his allies through code signs, which he managed to leave unnoticed in the cell. Meanwhile, free, his team began to act. They found his location and developed a rescue plan. Everything was ready, and on the appointed day they broke into the building where Marcus was being held, using all their skills and resources. Having hacked the security systems and overcome all obstacles, they managed to free Marcus. He finally tasted freedom but knew his fight was not over. Now, he has become even more careful and secretive. He had to hide and continue his activities from the shadows, remaining the most dangerous hacker in the world. Marcus Blake was free again, ready for new challenges and dangers. His journey continued, and ahead of him lay a long and difficult struggle for truth and justice in a world where cyber warfare had become a new reality. Marcus Blake continued to live in constant shadow. After his escape, he realized that his enemies had become even more dangerous and would not stop until they caught him again. He moved to a new location, carefully hiding his location and avoiding any digital traces. Marcus soon discovered that his past enemies had united to form a global coalition against cybercrime. It was a group consisting of the best security specialists, government agents, and private investigators. They began systematically hunting down hackers, and Marcus was their main target. He decided to launch a preemptive strike. After analyzing their methods and weaknesses, Marcus developed a plan that could destroy this coalition from the inside. He began by infiltrating their systems, collecting information on each member. He then compromised key servers, spoofing data and creating false trails. His attack was lightning fast and accurate. Important files were destroyed or modified, and communications were disrupted. This caused panic and discord in the coalition. They began to suspect each other of betrayal, which only worsened their situation. Marcus took advantage of this moment and began to disable their operations one by one. He published exposés showing that many of the coalition members were themselves involved in illegal activities. Public opinion quickly turned against them, and the coalition collapsed under the onslaught of criticism and internal divisions. With this victory, Marcus realized he needed to keep moving forward. He began collaborating with other hackers who shared his ideals. Together, they created new, more secure systems to protect personal information and combat mass surveillance. Marcus also began training young talents, passing on his knowledge and experience to them. He wanted to create a new generation of hackers who would use their skills for good, not evil. His school of hackers became famous in narrow circles, and many young people sought to get under his wing. Over time, Marcus became a legend, the subject of rumors and stories. His name inspired fear and respect, and his actions continued to change the world. But despite all the successes, he remained in the shadows, always ready for new challenges and dangers. Each new day brought him new tasks and goals. He continued to fight for freedom and justice in a world where technology could become both a tool of oppression and a weapon of liberation. Marcus Blake was ready for any challenge, and his story continued, full of tension and intrigue that made his life both dangerous and exciting. One day, Marcus received an encrypted message from one of his old contacts. It contained information about a large multinational corporation that was engaged in illegal activities, hiding its tracks through a network of subsidiaries and offshore accounts. This corporation was known for its strong security system, and hacking its networks was considered almost impossible. Marcus accepted the challenge. He began with a detailed study of the corporation's network structure. Using his contacts and resources, he gathered information about its security protocols, employees, and internal processes. It took several weeks, but Marcus was patient and methodical in his actions. The first step was to break the outer security layer. Marcus exploited vulnerabilities in the access control system to infiltrate the network. He created fake accounts and used them to bypass primary security mechanisms. He then introduced malware that collected data about the internal network and transmitted it to Marcus. Having gained access to the internal network, Marcus began targeted attacks on key servers. He used social engineering techniques to gain access to highly privileged employee accounts. Pretending to be technical support, he obtained important information about passwords and access keys. With this information, Marcus was able to gain access to the corporation's financial data. He discovered a complex network of offshore accounts and shell companies through which illegal transactions were conducted. Marcus copied all the data and prepared it for public release. But his plan was even more ambitious. Marcus decided to deal an irreparable blow to the corporation. He developed a special virus that was supposed to destroy all backup copies of data and paralyze the operation of key systems. The virus was programmed to activate at certain times when the largest number of employees would be offline, which would minimize their chances of a quick recovery. When Day X arrived, Marcus activated the virus. Within a few minutes, the corporation's main servers were disabled, security systems were helpless against the attack, and all data was destroyed. At the same time, Marcus made public the collected evidence of the corporation's illegal activities, which caused a huge scandal in the media. The corporation suffered huge losses, and its leaders were under investigation. Marcus once again proved that there is no system he cannot hack. His actions attracted the attention of not only law enforcement agencies but also the entire world. After this operation, Marcus again went into the shadows, continuing his fight for truth and justice. His name became synonymous with cyber warfare and elusiveness, and no one knew what his next move would be. New challenges lay ahead, and Marcus was more ready for them than ever before. Several months after successfully hacking a multinational corporation, the name Marcus Blake resurfaced in the news. His actions attracted the attention of the FBI, and a special task force was created to capture him. This group was led by Agent Jonathan Reeves, known for his determination and impeccable reputation. FBI agents began to carefully study Marcus's every move. They collected all possible data about his past hacks, trying to understand his methods and motives. But despite their best efforts, every time they seemed to get closer to him, Marcus slipped away, leaving behind only hints of his presence. Marcus, aware of his pursuers, continued his activities, but now he acted even more carefully. He changed his location, used false documents, and limited his digital footprint as much as possible. Each of his moves was thought out to the smallest detail to avoid mistakes. One day, the FBI managed to get a tip on one of Marcus's hideouts. They were preparing a major operation to detain him. Agent Reeves personally led this operation, hoping to finally catch the most dangerous hacker in the world. But Marcus was ready. He set up a surveillance system in advance and learned about the FBI's plans. When agents burst into the supposed hideout, they found only an empty room and a message flashing on the screen of one of the abandoned computers. "You are late." Marcus slipped away again, leaving them confused and angry. Reeves was not going to give up. He strengthened the team, attracted the best analysts and cybersecurity specialists. They created a detailed profile of Marcus in an attempt to predict his next move. But each time, Marcus was one step ahead, anticipating their actions and avoiding traps. One day, while studying data, Reeves came across a strange anomaly in one of the systems. This was a clue that Marcus left on purpose. It led to a large corporation developing software for government agencies. Reeves realized it could be a trap, but decided to take the risk. They began to monitor the corporation, hoping to catch Marcus in the act. But instead, they discovered that it was an elaborate piece of disinformation. Marcus used their attention on this corporation to distract from his real goals. At this time, he hacked one of the largest financial organizations, paralyzing its work and transferring large sums to the accounts of charitable foundations. The FBI was once again made a fool, and Marcus continued his activities. His reputation grew and his actions became more and more daring. He began using his skills to expose corrupt officials and large corporations, earning himself a reputation as a cyber Robin Hood. Reeves realized that they were dealing not just with a hacker, but with a genius who uses his abilities to achieve justice. He began to respect Marcus despite his mission to capture him, but this did not weaken his resolve. He knew that sooner or later they would come face to face. Marcus continued to play this dangerous game, realizing that every next step could be his last. But he wasn't going to stop. His mission came before personal safety. He believed he was fighting for a better future and was willing to risk everything for that goal. Marcus continued his operations, tirelessly fighting against corruption and injustice. He felt that his actions were making a real difference, and this gave him strength. However, he knew that the FBI would not leave him alone. One day, Marcus received information about a major international conference on cybersecurity, where the best specialists from around the world, including representatives of the FBI, were supposed to gather. He saw this as an opportunity not only to learn more about the methods of his enemies, but also to strike a new blow to the system. Marcus prepared carefully. He developed a complex plan to infiltrate the conference and install his devices, which would allow him to gain access to the closed networks of the participants. On the day of the conference, he used false documents and entered the building under the guise of a technical specialist. While the participants discussed the latest advances in cybersecurity, Marcus installed his devices at key points in the building. He connected to internal networks and began collecting data. His goal was clear: to gain access to the closed databases of the FBI and other intelligence agencies. However, during his infiltration, Marcus noticed that he was being followed. It was a group of undercover agents who seemed to recognize him. He realized that the situation was becoming dangerous, and he needed to act quickly. Marcus activated his devices and began an emergency transmission of data to his remote servers. FBI agents began to approach, and Marcus had to improvise. He used his social engineering skills to confuse them and buy them time. He then headed towards the exit, hoping to escape unnoticed. But the agents had already surrounded the building, and escape seemed impossible. At the most critical moment, Marcus activated Plan B, prepared in advance. He hacked the building's security system and caused a false alarm, which led to the evacuation of all participants. In the chaos, he managed to blend into the crowd and leave the building. Returning to his hideout, Marcus began to analyze the data received. He learned a lot about the FBI's methods and plans, which allowed him to be one step ahead. But he also realized that his enemies were becoming more resourceful and determined. Despite all the difficulties, Marcus did not give up. He continued his mission to expose corruption and defend internet freedom. His every action attracted more and more attention and support from ordinary people who saw him as a hero. The FBI, realizing that it was becoming increasingly difficult to catch Marcus, began to change their tactics. They began recruiting other hackers and cybersecurity experts, hoping that the collective wisdom could defeat one genius. But Marcus knew his strength lay in his independence and flexibility, and he continued to use his skills and intelligence to stay ahead of the curve. His story continued, full of dangers and unexpected turns. Each new day brought new challenges, but Marcus was ready for them. He believed in his cause and knew that the fight for justice and freedom was his path, and he would not turn away from it, no matter what. Marcus decided that his next operation would be against one of the most powerful banks in the world, known for its opaque dealings and connections to corrupt government officials. This bank has been involved in money laundering and financing illegal transactions around the world. Marcus understood that a blow to such a giant would not only cause serious damage to his enemies, but would also cause a huge resonance in society. Marcus's first step was to collect all available information about the bank and its security system. He started by analyzing public data and then moved on to more covert methods, hacking small companies associated with a bank to gain access to inside information. With each new step, his plan became more detailed and precise. One day, Marcus discovered that the bank was planning to hold a large international meeting with the participation of its main partners. This was the perfect time to attack. He developed a plan that involved hacking the building's security system, infiltrating the bank's network, and gaining access to the most sensitive data. The day of the operation arrived. Marcus, using false documents and a false identity, entered the building under the guise of an IT consultant hired to conduct security checks before an important meeting. He installed his devices at key points in the building, giving himself access to the bank's internal network. He then connected to the bank's system and began hacking. Marcus knew that the bank's security system was one of the most complex in the world, but he was ready for the challenge. Using his skills and special tools, he overcame one protective wall after another. His fingers moved quickly across the keyboard, his eyes intently scanning the many screens. After several hours of hard work, Marcus reached the main server containing all the bank's secret data. He began copying information while simultaneously paralyzing security systems to cover his tracks. Important files on illegal transactions, customer lists, and transactions were in his possession. But Marcus knew he couldn't stop there. He prepared a special virus that was supposed to destroy all backup copies of data and paralyze the bank's work for several days. The virus was programmed to activate within a few hours of being installed, giving Marcus time to escape safely. Having completed the operation, Marcus left the building, mingling with the crowd. He returned to his shelter and began to analyze the data received. This was an incredible amount of information that could be used to expose many crimes. The virus activated exactly on schedule. All bank systems were disabled and data was destroyed. A scandal erupted in the media and investigations began. The bank's managers found themselves under close scrutiny from law enforcement agencies and the public. Their connections to corrupt officials were exposed, prompting mass resignations and arrests. Marcus has once again proven that his strength lies not only in his skills, but also in his ability to use them for good. His actions attracted even more supporters, and his name became a symbol of the fight against corruption and injustice. But he knew that his enemies would not leave it just like that. His pursuit continued, and each new day brought new challenges. Marcus was ready for them, knowing that his mission was not yet completed. His story continued, and new operations awaited him, each of which was a step towards his ultimate goal, a world without corruption and injustice. Marcus Blake continued his struggle, and each of his successful operations only fueled interest in his activities on the part of the special services pursuing him. After the bank was hacked and its illegal operations were exposed, it became the #1 target of all cybercrime agencies. But Marcus was ready for any challenge. One of these tests was a message he received from an unknown source. It contained information about an upcoming major government project related to the development of a global tracking system. This project, called the Eye of Horus, would allow authorities to monitor anyone in real time, posing a serious threat to the privacy and freedom of citizens around the world. Marcus realized that he had to stop this project. He began by studying details gathered from various sources, and soon realized that the Eye of Horus's main control and development center was located in one of the government's most heavily guarded facilities. It was a real challenge, but Marcus knew he had to take action. The first step was preparation. Marcus created several fake identities and began collecting information about the center's employees. Using his social engineering skills, he managed to gain access to some internal systems through naive employees who had no idea that they were working for the world's most dangerous hacker. Next, he developed a plan to penetrate the facility. He knew it would be nearly impossible to bypass physical security, so he decided to operate remotely. Using vulnerabilities in the systems, he hacked the building's security network and gained access to CCTV cameras. Now he could see all the movements inside the object. Marcus began preparing an attack on the main control server of the Eye of Horus. He knew that time would be a critical factor and any mistake could lead to failure. The night before the project launched, he activated his devices connected to internal networks. A tense game began with the freedom and privacy of millions of people at stake. The center's security systems began to signal suspicious activity, but Marcus was prepared. He used his knowledge and experience to bypass all defense mechanisms. His fingers ran quickly over the keys, his eyes intensely watching the many screens. Every second counted. Suddenly, he encountered an unexpected obstacle. The center's security systems began to reboot and block his access. This was direct evidence that his hack had been discovered. But Marcus didn't give up. He used backup channels and detours to continue the attack. At some point, he felt that he was surrounded. The virtual network was filled with traps and false data, trying to confuse him and delay him. But Marcus was ready for this. He activated a pre-prepared virus that destroyed all system backups and paralyzed the main server. He then began an emergency transmission of data to his remote servers. This included evidence of illegal government activities, plans to implement a surveillance system, and other incriminating documents. The moment the virus completed its work, Marcus switched off and destroyed all traces of his presence. The launch of the Eye of Horus project was disrupted. Soon, leaks began to appear in the media exposing the government's plans for mass surveillance. The public was furious, and there were mass protests and demands for an investigation. The project was frozen, and many of its initiators were under investigation. Marcus was victorious again, but knew that every step he took made his enemies even more persistent. He continued to hide, remaining in the shadows and preparing for new challenges. His mission was far from over, and even more dangerous and complex operations lay ahead. But he was ready for them, knowing that his struggle for freedom and justice was a long and dangerous path that he was ready to go to the end. Realizing that he needed allies to successfully carry out new operations, Marcus decided to recruit a team of 2 strong hackers. He began his search using his extensive connections in the hacker community. He managed to find 2 talented specialists, each of whom had unique skills and experience. The first was Alexei, known in hacker circles under the pseudonym Storm. Alexei was a master of social engineering and hacking complex security systems. His ability to find vulnerabilities in the most secure systems made him an indispensable member of the team. The second was Leah, working under the pseudonym Blizzard. She was an expert in cryptography and programming. Leah could develop complex algorithms and secure communication channels, which allowed Marcus and his team to work as secretly and efficiently as possible. Marcus contacted them and invited them to join his mission. After much discussion and exchange of encrypted messages, Alexei and Leah agreed. They understood that this would be a dangerous undertaking, but the opportunity to change the world for the better was more important to them. The new team's first task was an operation against a large pharmaceutical company accused of illegal testing and falsifying data on the safety of its drugs. Marcus, Alexei, and Leah began preparations, analyzing the company's security system and developing a plan of attack. Alexei began collecting information about the company's employees, finding weak links and potential entry points. Leah was developing encryption and covert communication channels that would allow them to remain undetected. Marcus coordinated their actions and provided protection against possible counterattacks. The day of the operation arrived. Alexei used his social engineering skills to infiltrate the company building under the guise of a technical specialist. He installed remote access devices that allowed Marcus and Leah to connect to the company's internal systems. Marcus and Leah began hacking, bypassing security mechanisms and gaining access to sensitive data. Alexei monitored the situation from the inside, ready to intervene if necessary. The operation went smoothly until the alarm system went off. The company launched emergency data protection measures, but Marcus and Leah were prepared. They activated a virus that paralyzed security systems and disabled data backups. At this time, Alexei provided physical protection for their actions, delaying employees and diverting attention. Having received the necessary data, the team began emergency transmission of information to remote servers. This was evidence of illegal tests, fake reports, and incriminating materials that they planned to make public. The virus completed its work and the team left the building, leaving chaos in their wake. Marcus, Alexei, and Leah returned to their shelter and began to analyze the data received. Soon, information about the illegal activities of the pharmaceutical company appeared in the media, causing widespread public outcry and investigations. This operation became the first successful project of the new team. Marcus realized that with such allies they could achieve even greater success. Many difficult tasks lay ahead of them, but together they were ready to take on any challenge. The team continued to work, developing their skills and preparing for new operations. Their mission continued, and each new day brought new opportunities to fight for justice and freedom. After a successful operation against a pharmaceutical company, Marcus Blake's team became even more united and confident in their abilities. They understood that even more difficult and dangerous tasks awaited them, but each of them was ready for it. The next target was a major telecommunications company accused of illegally spying on its users and sharing data with government agencies. This company was known for its powerful security systems and the use of the most advanced technologies to ensure security. Marcus, Alexei, and Leah began preparing for the operation. Alexei began studying the company's internal processes and collecting information about employees in order to find weak links in the system. Leah has developed special programs to bypass multi-layered defense mechanisms. Marcus coordinated their actions and developed a general plan of attack. In the evening, when most of the company's employees had already left the offices, the team began their operation. Alexei entered the building under the guise of a technical specialist, using fake documents and social engineering skills. He installed remote access devices that allowed Marcus and Leah to connect to the company's internal systems. Leah began hacking the system, bypassing multi-layered security mechanisms and encryption. Marcus watched the process, ready to intervene in case of unforeseen circumstances. Alexei continued to monitor the situation from the inside, ready to distract employees if something went wrong. The team soon encountered an unexpected obstacle. The company was using advanced artificial intelligence techniques to detect suspicious activity on the network. Marcus and Leah were ready for this. They activated a specially designed virus that began to disorient the AI system, creating false trails and diverting attention from their real actions. The tension grew with every minute. Alexei reported on the movements of security officers, who began to patrol the building in search of intruders. Leah continued hacking, bypassing more and more layers of protection. Marcus coordinated their actions, maintaining communication and guiding the team. Finally, Leah succeeded. She gained access to the company's main servers and began copying data. These were incriminating materials confirming illegal surveillance and data transfer. During this time, Alexei distracted the guards by creating false alarms and moving around the building to confuse them. Marcus oversaw the data copying process and ensured the team's safety. When all the necessary files were copied, Leah activated a virus that destroyed all backup data and paralyzed the company's security system. The team successfully left the building, mingling with the crowd on the city streets. Returning to their shelter, they began to analyze the data received and prepare for their publication. Soon, information about the illegal activities of the telecommunications company appeared in the media, causing public outcry and large-scale investigations. This operation became another successful project of Marcus's team. They have proven that they can cope with the most difficult tasks and overcome any obstacles. New challenges and dangers awaited them ahead, but each of them was ready to continue the fight for justice and freedom. Marcus, Alexei, and Leah continued to work together, developing their skills and preparing for new operations. Their mission continued, and each new day brought new opportunities to fight against injustice and protect the rights of people. After successful operations against pharmaceutical and telecommunications companies, Marcus Blake's team decided to carry out a more daring and large-scale operation. Their targets were high-ranking officials who were involved in corruption schemes and illegal financial transactions. Marcus planned to steal more than $5 million from them and use the money for charity and support for those in need. Preparations for this operation began with a thorough examination of the targets. Alexei collected information about the accounts of officials, their habits and methods of protecting finances. Leah began developing complex programs to bypass banking systems and create untraceable transfers. Marcus coordinated their actions and developed a general plan of attack. The first step was to gain access to officials' personal devices and networks. Alexei used his social engineering skills to hack into their personal computers and mobile devices. He installed malware that allowed the team to monitor their activities and collect the necessary information. The next step was to prepare for hacking banking systems. Leah created complex algorithms to bypass security systems and monitor financial transactions. It also developed programs to create fake accounts and hidden money transfer channels. The day of the operation arrived. Marcus, Alexei, and Leah launched a synchronized attack on the bank accounts of officials. Alexei activated malware on their devices, which allowed him to gain access to their personal data and passwords. Leah began hacking banking systems using the data obtained in her programs. Marcus coordinated the team's actions, monitoring the process and providing protection against possible counterattacks. The hack was complex and required maximum concentration. The bank's security systems were multi-layered and equipped with advanced security techniques, but the team was ready for this challenge. Leah successfully infiltrated banking systems and began transferring money from officials' accounts to fake accounts created specifically for this operation. Marcus and Alexei ensured that the transfers were carried out unnoticed, using fake IDs and hidden communication channels. The tension grew with every minute. Banking systems began to notice suspicious activity and security teams began to take action. But Marcus and his team were ready. They used pre-prepared viruses that distracted attention and created false trails. When all the necessary transfers were completed, Leah activated a program that destroyed all traces of their presence in the banking systems. The team quickly left their workplaces and disappeared, avoiding possible prosecution. Returning to their hideout, Marcus, Alexei, and Leah began redistributing the stolen funds. They donated money to charities, medical research, and helping those in need. Their actions caused a huge outcry in society, and many saw them as heroes fighting against corruption and injustice. This operation became one of the most daring and successful in the history of the team. They have proven that they can not only expose crimes, but also directly fight corrupt structures. New challenges awaited them, but each of them was ready to continue the fight for justice and freedom. Marcus, Alexei, and Leah continued to work together, developing their skills and preparing for new operations. Their mission continued, and each new day brought new opportunities to fight against injustice and protect the rights of people. Despite their noble intentions, the actions of Marcus's team did not go unnoticed. With each new success, they attracted more and more attention not only from the media and the public, but also from law enforcement agencies. In the eyes of the law, they were criminals hacking into the accounts of the rich and powerful. The FBI and other international organizations began an intensive investigation, trying to find traces and leads that could lead to the capture of Marcus and his team. Agent Jonathan Reeves, who had previously pursued Marcus, once again led the effort to capture him. He was determined to put an end to their activities. Marcus, realizing that their situation was becoming increasingly dangerous, decided to increase precautions. They changed their hideout and updated all security systems to minimize the risk of being discovered. However, tension within the team began to rise. Alexei and Leah understood that their actions, despite good intentions, still made them targets for the law. In one of his operations, Marcus received a message from an anonymous source, warning him that the FBI was finding more leads and could soon discover their location. This message made him think about the team's future actions and strategy. Meanwhile, Agent Reeves and his team began collecting data on Marcus's latest operations. They analyzed every step, every transaction, trying to find the weak link. During the investigation, they discovered traces that led them to one of Marcus's old hideouts. This was an important step forward, and Reeves knew they were close to their goal. Marcus decided that the time had come for the most daring operation that could divert the attention of the FBI and give them more time. He invited the team to hack a large international bank known for its involvement in money laundering and financing of criminal organizations. This operation was supposed to not only strike a blow at criminal structures, but also cause such a resonance that the FBI would be forced to switch its attention. The team began preparing for the operation. Alexei collected information about the bank, its security systems, and key employees. Leah has developed new programs to bypass security and create hidden money transfer channels. Marcus coordinated their actions, developing a detailed plan of attack. The day of the operation arrived. Alexei entered the bank building under the guise of an IT consultant, using his social engineering skills. Leah and Marcus connected to internal networks, bypassing security mechanisms and gaining access to key servers. The break-in was complex and stressful. The bank had advanced security systems installed, and every mistake could cost them their freedom. But the team worked harmoniously, overcoming one obstacle after another. When they reached the main server, Leah began copying the data, while Marcus monitored the process and provided protection. However, at some point the bank's security system detected suspicious activity. An alarm began and security officers began searching for the source of the break-in. Alexei, while inside the building, used his skills to distract them and create false leads. Meanwhile, Marcus and Leah completed copying the data and began transferring money to the fake accounts. At the last moment, they activated a virus that destroyed all traces of their presence and paralyzed the bank's security system. The team successfully left the building and returned to their shelter. They knew the FBI would be looking for them with renewed vigor, but they also knew that their actions had drawn attention to the bank's criminal activities and prompted a massive investigation. Marcus, Alexei, and Leah continued their struggle, realizing that their mission was becoming increasingly dangerous. They were ready for new challenges, knowing that their actions, despite the risks, helped fight injustice and protect people's rights. The operation against an international bank was one of the most daring ventures of Marcus Blake's team. In the weeks following the attack, the FBI hunted them relentlessly. Agent Jonathan Reeves continued to methodically collect evidence that could help catch Marcus and his team. Marcus knew their actions were teetering on the edge. On the one hand, they fought against corruption and injustice, but on the other, their methods put them outside the law. However, they had no intention of stopping. The next target of Marcus and his team was a network of offshore banks owned by high-ranking officials who used these accounts for tax evasion and money laundering. This time, the plan was even more complex and required maximum coordination and precision. Alexei began studying the structure of offshore banks. He used his social engineering skills to infiltrate their internal systems and gain access to key accounts. Leah developed new programs to break the complex encryption algorithms used by banks. Marcus knew that this operation had to be performed perfectly. They couldn't afford mistakes. On the day of the attack, Alexei, disguised as a corporate client, visited one of the bank's branches to install remote access devices. Leah and Marcus were in the hideout, ready to start breaking in. Offshore bank security systems were some of the most complex in the world, but Leah was up to the challenge. She began to bypass defense mechanisms using her programs and algorithms. Marcus coordinated their actions, ensuring smooth team communication. When Leah gained access to the main servers, they began copying data and transferring money from officials' accounts to prepared fake accounts. Alexei monitored the situation from the inside, ready to intervene if necessary. But this time, things didn't go according to plan. Suddenly, the bank's security systems activated an emergency security protocol, and their access was blocked. Leah tried to regain control, but time passed and the alarm had already been raised. Alexei, being inside the building, noticed the increased attention of the guards and realized that they needed to leave. Marcus quickly made a decision. He ordered the evacuation and activated the data self-destruct program to destroy all traces of their presence. Alexei left the building using previously prepared escape routes. Leah completed the data transfer and disconnected from the system, at the last moment activating a virus that paralyzed the work of the bank servers. The team returned to their hideout, knowing that this time they were on the verge of failure. They gained access to a significant part of the funds, but did not manage to copy all the data. However, the operation was successful enough to strike a blow against corrupt officials. The FBI and international agencies have intensified their search. Agent Reeves was close to finding them, and the team knew that their further actions must be even more careful and thoughtful. Marcus, Alexei, and Leah continued their mission, knowing that the fight against injustice was becoming more and more dangerous. They were ready for any challenge, understanding that their actions were not just hacking and attacks, but also a fight for a better future for everyone. After a successful but tense operation against offshore banks, Marcus Blake's team knew their position was becoming increasingly vulnerable. They knew that the FBI and other agencies were intensifying their search, and any wrong move could lead to their capture. Marcus decided that they needed to lay low for a while to think about their next steps. However, Agent Jonathan Reeves was not going to give them time to breathe. He used all available resources and connections to narrow down his search. Thanks to the painstaking work of analysts and operatives, he was able to discover a chain of digital traces leading to one of the team's old hideouts. Marcus, Alexei, and Leah had no idea that their old hideout could still be used to track them. They changed locations and updated their security systems, but Reeves was already one step ahead. He devised a plan to catch them by surprise. One evening, as the team was about to hold a regular meeting, they received a message from an anonymous source warning them of a possible ambush. Marcus was wary, but decided to check the information. Alexei and Leah, unaware of the real danger, decided to stay in the shelter and continue working. At this time, FBI agents, following Reeves's plan, surrounded the building. They used advanced surveillance and interception technology to ensure that Marcus was indeed inside. When it became clear that Alexei and Leah were left alone, Reeves gave the command for the assault. Agents stormed the building using special devices to jam signals and block all exits. Alexei and Leah tried to resist, but they were taken by surprise. The shelter's security system was disabled and they were unable to activate the data self-destruct protocols. Alexei tried to create a false trail to distract the agents, but Reeves was ready for this. Leah tried to block access to the main servers, but her efforts were in vain. FBI agents quickly neutralized them and seized all devices containing important data. Marcus, being at a safe distance, watched what was happening through surveillance cameras. He realized that he would not be able to save his comrades, and decided that the best thing he could do was to hide and continue the fight. With a heavy heart, he left the area, knowing that Alexei and Leah were now in the hands of the FBI. Alexei and Leah were taken to FBI headquarters for questioning. Agent Reeves personally took up the case, deciding that they would help him find Marcus. However, Alexei and Leah were ready for such a situation. They refused to cooperate and delayed the interrogations in every possible way, giving Marcus time to develop a new plan. Marcus Blake understood that it was too dangerous to remain in the United States. After the capture of Alexei and Leah, the FBI intensified their search, and the chances of his capture increased significantly. He made the difficult decision to leave the country and head to Mexico, where he hoped to hide and formulate a plan to save his friends. When crossing the border, Marcus used fake documents and carefully planned routes to avoid attracting attention. Mexico provided many opportunities for hiding due to its vast and varied regions. He chose a small town on the coast where he rented a modest house and set up a new refuge. The first thing Marcus did was establish connections with the local hacker community. He knew that without allies and resources, his chances of success would be minimal. He soon met several talented hackers who were willing to help him in exchange for knowledge and experience. One of them was Emilio, a skilled hacker who specialized in hacking government systems and creating fake documents. Emilio had an extensive network of contacts that could help Marcus obtain the resources and information he needed. The second was Carla, a master of cryptography and programming. Her skills in developing security algorithms and covert communication channels were indispensable for planning further operations. Marcus shared with them his story and goal: to save Alexei and Leah from the hands of the FBI. Emilio and Carla agreed to help, realizing that their actions could change the course of events not only for them, but for many other people. The first step was to gather information about where Alexei and Leah were being held and what the security measures were around them. Emilio used his contacts in the hacker community and among corrupt officials to gain access to closed FBI databases. Carla began developing programs to bypass security systems and gain access to surveillance cameras and internal communications. After several weeks of hard work, they received the necessary data. Alexei and Leah were in a secret prison, surrounded by many layers of protection. The rescue plan was complex and required careful coordination. Marcus, Emilio, and Carla developed a strategy that included several stages. The first stage is to divert the attention of the FBI with the help of false information about a supposedly major hacker attack on government systems. This should have caused panic and a redistribution of resources. The second stage is to penetrate the prison security system and temporarily disable the main defense mechanisms. Carla created a complex virus that was supposed to paralyze surveillance cameras and block alarm signals. Emilio, using his connections, provided the team with fake passes and access to office premises. The day of the operation arrived. Marcus and his new team, having carefully prepared, began to act. Emilio activated a hoax attack, creating chaos in the FBI's systems. During this time, Carla introduced a virus into the prison system, temporarily disabling its protection. Marcus, taking advantage of the moment, entered the prison along with Emilio and Carla. They quickly found Alexei and Leah, who were ready to escape. Together, they headed to the pre-prepared exit, avoiding encounters with security and the use of fake documents. When security began to be restored, the team was already on their way to the border, moving through hidden routes. The pursuit began immediately, but Marcus and his team were ready for it. They used their skills to confuse their pursuers and escape into the mountains of Mexico. Operation was successfully completed. Alexei and Leah were rescued and the team was reunited again. Now they were in Mexico, where they began to build a new shelter and develop plans for the future. Marcus understood that the struggle was just beginning, and new challenges and dangers awaited them. But together they were stronger and ready to continue their mission, defending freedom and justice. After successfully escaping Mexico, Marcus, Alexei, Leah, Emilio, and Carla realized they needed to find a new hideout where they could continue their mission and stay out of the FBI's reach. England seemed like the right place. The developed infrastructure, numerous technology companies, and the opportunity to get lost in the cosmopolitan metropolis of London provided an ideal environment for their activities. Crossing the ocean, the team took advantage of Emilio's complex network of forged documents and contacts to avoid detection. They reached England, settling in a suburb of London, where they began to build a new shelter. Marcus, knowing that every move could be tracked, strengthened security measures and constantly updated protection systems. The team's first task in England was to reconnect with their old hacker community and make new contacts. Emilio and Carla began studying local networks and security systems to be prepared for new operations. Alexei and Leah focused on analyzing information and developing strategies for further struggle. Soon they received an offer from a local group of activists who fought against corruption and illegal activities of local authorities. This group, calling itself Shadows of London, was looking for allies to expose a massive corruption scandal involving the highest echelons of government and large corporations. Marcus and his team decided to join Shadows of London, seeing this as an opportunity to continue their mission. They began working together, exchanging information and coordinating their actions. The first goal is to expose a web of corruption between government officials and a major construction company that misappropriated government contracts and laundered money through offshore accounts. The team began preparations. Alexei and Leah collected data on the company's activities and its connections with government officials. Emilio and Carla were involved in hacking security systems and creating programs to bypass security mechanisms. Marcus coordinated all actions, developing a detailed plan of attack. The operation began with infiltration into the offices of a construction company under the guise of technical specialists. Alexei and Leah, using their social engineering skills, installed devices for remote access to server rooms. Emilio and Carla, while in a hideout, began hacking the company's security systems, gaining access to internal data and accounting reports. Once Marcus and his team had the data they needed, they began copying and analyzing. They discovered a wealth of evidence of corruption and illegal activity that could be used for public exposure. But suddenly, the company's security system was activated and they were discovered. An urgent evacuation began. Marcus gave the command to turn off the devices and quickly transferred data to secure servers. Alexei and Leah managed to leave the building, avoiding meeting with security. Emilio and Carla have completed copying the data and have destroyed all traces of their presence. Returning to their hideout, the team began preparing to release the information. They contacted local journalists and activists to share the data they had collected. Soon, Revealing materials appeared in the media, causing widespread public outcry and launching a large-scale investigation. A corruption scandal has rocked London. The authorities were forced to respond to public pressure. Arrests and resignations of high-ranking officials began. Marcus and his team have once again proven that their actions can change the world for the better. But they knew that the fight was not over. New challenges and dangers awaited them ahead. In England, they found new allies and opportunities to continue their mission. Marcus, Alexei, Leah, Emilio, and Carla continued to work together, preparing for new operations and defending justice and freedom. After the revelation of a corruption scandal in London, Marcus Blake's team became even more cautious. They understood that their actions attracted the attention not only of the authorities, but also of influential people whom they exposed. Marcus increased security measures but knew the danger remained high. For several months, the team lived in relative peace, continuing their operations and cooperation with the shadows. London. However, one day Alexei and Leah received alarming signals. Unknown people began to monitor their movements and activity on the internet. They immediately informed Marcus about this, and the team began to develop an evacuation plan in case of need. Meanwhile, Agent Jonathan Reeves, who continued the hunt for Marcus and his team, received information about their location. He decided to take advantage of this opportunity and organized an operation to capture them. But Reeves wasn't the only one who wanted to put an end to the hackers. Influential figures whose crimes were exposed also hired professional hitmen to get rid of Marcus's team. In the evening, when Alexei and Leah were returning to their hideout after a meeting with local activists, they were ambushed. On a deserted street, they noticed several suspicious cars. Leah felt threatened and tried to warn Alexei, but it was too late. Unknown armed people got out of their cars and opened fire. Alexei tried to protect Leah, covering her with his body, but the bullets overtook them both. Leah, injured, managed to pull out her phone and send Marcus a message with coordinates and a request for help before losing consciousness. Alexei, realizing that their time was running out, tried to use his last strength to protect Leah, but his strength was fading. Marcus, Emilio, and Carla received the message and immediately went to the site. But when they arrived, it was already too late. Alexei and Leah were lying on the ground surrounded by blood. Marcus, overcome with rage and grief, tried to help his friends, but their lives could not be returned. This tragedy was a heavy blow for the entire team. They lost not only their comrades but also their friends. Marcus, Emilio, and Carla knew that their mission was now personal. They decided that they must avenge the death of Alexei and Leah and continue the fight against injustice with even greater determination. They tightened security and began preparing for a new series of operations aimed at those who were behind the murder of their friends. Marcus understood that their enemies would not stop until they destroyed the entire team, but he was ready to go to the end. New challenges and dangers awaited them ahead. Marcus, Emilio, and Carla vowed that they would not back down until they got justice. Their struggle continued, and the memory of Alexei and Leah became a source of strength and determination for them. After the tragic deaths of Alexei and Leah, Marcus Blake and the remaining team, Emilio and Carla, increased their precautions. They became even more secretive, carefully planning each operation and avoiding unnecessary attention. However, Agent Jonathan Reeves, tirelessly pursuing them, did not give up. He continued to collect information and analyze the team's every move. Reeves knew that after killing Alexei and Leah, the team would become even more cautious, so he decided to use a different tactic. Instead of attacking directly, he decided to track them down through the digital trails they might have left behind. He knew he would need the best cybersecurity experts to do this. With the help of a team of digital footprint experts, Reeves began to carefully analyze all the possible internet access points that Marcus and his team could use. They found faint traces of activity leading to a small town on the outskirts of London. Marcus, Emilio, and Carla continued their work, unaware that they had been tracked. One night, as they prepared for another operation, Reeves and his team sprang into action. They received confirmation of the team's location through intercepted signals and decided to strike. The operation began suddenly. FBI SWAT surrounded the building where Marcus, Emilio, and Carla were located. They used advanced technology to jam the signals and block all outputs. Marcus realized that they were trapped and immediately tried to find a way out of the situation. Emilio and Carla, realizing that they had been discovered, began an emergency evacuation of the data and the destruction of all traces of their presence. But time was against them. FBI SWAT teams stormed the building, using tear gas and stun grenades to disorient the team. In the chaos, Marcus tried to save his friends, but there were too many of them. Emilio, realizing that the chances of salvation were minimal, directed all his energy to protect Marcus and Carla. He engaged the agents in an attempt to buy time, but was quickly neutralized. Carla, being in another part of the building, tried to complete the transfer of data to remote servers. She knew this data could be key to continuing their mission, but the FBI agents were already close. At the last moment, she managed to complete the transfer and destroy the equipment before she too was captured. Marcus, watching what was happening, realized that he was left alone. He managed to escape through a secret exit that they had prepared in advance in case of an emergency. Once free, he felt a deep pain of loss. His friends, his allies, had been captured, and now he had to continue the fight alone. Hiding from his pursuers, Marcus found a new refuge and began to plan his further actions. He knew the FBI wouldn't stop until they caught him, but he also knew that he couldn't leave his friends in trouble. His mission became even more personal and important. Marcus vowed to free Emilio and Carla and continue the fight against injustice. He knew that new trials and dangers awaited him, but he was ready for them. Left alone, he continued his mission, hoping that the memory of his friends would give him the strength and determination to achieve his goals. After the capture of Emilio and Carla, Marcus Blake found himself in a difficult situation. Left alone, he understood that his every move would be tracked, and the likelihood of capture increased every day. However, Marcus was not going to give up. He devised a plan to free his friends and continue the fight. Marcus moved into a new shelter, carefully designed and equipped with the most modern security features. He changed his working methods, minimizing contact with the outside world and relying only on trusted communication channels. But even the best precautions could not guarantee complete safety. Agent Jonathan Reeves, not satisfied with the capture of Emilio and Carla, continued to hunt for Marcus. He knew that capturing Marcus would be a key moment in his career and the final victory against the hackers who had eluded justice for so long. Reeves intensified his surveillance of all possible contacts and sources of information that could lead him to Marcus. At this time, Marcus developed a plan to hack the security system of one of the largest banking structures, which was involved in illegal transactions and money laundering. He hoped that this operation would allow him not only to deal a serious blow to the criminal network, but also to divert the attention of the FBI, giving him time to free his friends. The operation started successfully. Marcus infiltrated the bank's systems using his unique skills and software developed by Carla and Emilio. He began copying data and preparing compromising materials for publication. However, the bank's security system turned out to be more complex than he expected. Suddenly, the hidden defenses were activated, and Marcus realized that he had been discovered. Reeves, having received a notification about suspicious activity in the bank's system, immediately guessed that it was Marcus's work. He immediately organized a capture operation, sending a team of agents to the site. Marcus, realizing that he had fallen into a trap, tried to urgently complete the operation and destroy all traces of his presence. but FBI agents were already on their way. Marcus disconnected from the system and tried to escape, but Reeves and his team surrounded the building, blocking all possible exits. Marcus knew he didn't have much time. He activated the data self-destruct protocols and tried to use the secret exit, but the agents were already there waiting for him. In the ensuing firefight, Marcus was wounded but continued to resist, trying to gain time. FBI agents quickly neutralized him and took him to headquarters for questioning. Despite his situation, Marcus remained calm. He knew that even in captivity, he could continue the fight using his knowledge and skills. His arrest was a big blow, but he did not give up. The determination to continue the fight for justice, despite all the difficulties, burned inside him. Now in custody, Marcus was considering his next steps. He understood that his friends might also be subjected to harsh interrogations, but he hoped that their spirits would remain strong. His story is not over yet, and new trials and battles await him. After the arrest of Marcus Blake, he was placed in strict isolation, hoping that in this way they could break his spirit and obtain information about his accomplices and plans. Marcus, while in solitary confinement, did not stop thinking about escaping and saving his friends. He knew he had to stay strong and look for any opportunity to free himself. For weeks, Marcus carefully planned his escape. He analyzed the prison's routine, studied the behavior of the guards, and tried to find weaknesses in the security system. He created schemes and plans, using all his hacking skills to break into control systems and prepare everything he needed to escape. However, his health began to deteriorate. Initially, Marcus ignored the symptoms, chalking them up to stress and fatigue. But soon the cough became constant, and weakness and night sweats made his condition unbearable. Doctors who examined him diagnosed him with tuberculosis. The disease progressed rapidly, weakening his body. Marcus, despite his condition, did not stop fighting. He continued to plan his escape, hoping that he would be able to regain his strength and carry out his plans. However, his condition continued to deteriorate. The treatment provided in prison was insufficient, and Marcus knew his time was running out. A few months later, Marcus, weakened by illness, realized that escape was becoming impossible. His strength was leaving, and he understood that he would no longer be able to save his friends and continue the fight. He spent his last days reflecting on his life, his actions, and his ideals. Marcus Blake died in his cell from tuberculosis, leaving behind a legacy of fighting for justice and freedom. His death was a blow to all who knew of his affairs and supported his ideals. The FBI, hoping to get information from him, was left with nothing. The story of Marcus Blake has become legendary in the hacker community. His name has become a symbol of the fight against corruption and injustice. His friends who remained free continued his work, inspired by his courage and determination. Marcus died, but his spirit lived on in the hearts of those who believed in his mission. His actions showed that even one person can change the world if he has determination and faith in justice. The death of Marcus Blake became a powerful catalyst for his remaining comrades and inspired a new generation of hackers and activists around the world. They continued his work, exposing corruption and defending people's rights, using methods that Marcus had perfected throughout his life. Emilio and Carla, despite their captivity, did not give up. Their interrogations were intense, but they remained steadfast, knowing that Marcus's struggle was not in vain. They drew strength from the memory of their friend and from the ideals they stood for together. Meanwhile, thanks to the efforts of activists and hackers, information about government corruption and misconduct continued to leak to the public. The revelations initiated by Marcus received wide resonance. Under pressure from public opinion, many high-ranking officials were forced to resign, and some were even brought to justice. Emilio and Carla, realizing that their spirit was not broken, found ways to transmit information from prison, maintaining contact with the outside world and continuing to coordinate the actions of their allies. Their efforts helped expose further cases of corruption and injustice, proving that Marcus's struggle continued even after his death. Meanwhile, in the hacker community, the name Marcus Blake has become a legend. His methods and ideas spread throughout the world, inspiring others to fight for justice. Young hackers learned from his example as they continued to work to expose corruption and protect people's rights. The memory of Marcus lived on in the hearts of those who believed in his ideals. His story became a symbol of the struggle against a system that tried to suppress truth and justice. Even in death, Marcus Blake remained a living symbol of resistance and hope for a better future. Thus, the story of Marcus Blake ended not with his death, but with the continuation of his work. He showed the world that even one person can change the course of history if he has the courage and determination to fight for the truth. His legacy lived on, and his mission to fight for justice and freedom continued thanks to those who believed in his ideals and carried on his work. Third criminal story. In a small town on the outskirts of Detroit, a boy named Eric Sterling grew up. From a very young age, Eric was surrounded by the world of cars. His father worked as a mechanic at a local auto repair shop, and his mother sold parts. Every day, returning from school, Eric spent time in the garage, watching his father fix cars and telling him about every nuance of their work. Eric learned early on to understand the mechanics of cars. At the age of 10, he could already disassemble and reassemble an engine, which surprised everyone who knew him. But his interest in cars was not just a hobby. He saw motorists coming to his father complaining about car thefts, and that sparked an idea in him. Eric wanted to know how those who managed to steal cars quietly and quickly work. One day, when Eric was 12 years old, he met Tony, a local guy known for his dubious deeds. Tony was older and already had some experience in petty theft. Eric was carried away by Tony's stories about fast money and the adrenaline that you get from car thefts. At first it was just talk, but soon Eric decided to try it himself. At the age of 15, Eric stole a car for the first time. It was an old car abandoned in a parking lot that no one would notice. He carefully studied all the locks, wires, and mechanisms, and then, with a dexterity surprising for his age, he opened the lock and started the engine. This was his first experience, and he felt an incredible rush of adrenaline. Thus began his criminal career. Eric became known among local criminals as a talented car thief. He studied every new car model, learned everything about security systems, and found ways to bypass them. He soon became so skilled that he could steal cars in a matter of minutes. Eric didn't stop there. He began collaborating with larger criminal groups, offering his services to steal expensive and rare cars. This brought him not only money, but also influence in the underworld. Eric quickly realized that he could become the richest car thief in America if he acted smartly and carefully. So, from a small garage in Detroit, began the story of America's richest car thief, a man who turned his childhood hobby into a profitable and dangerous business. As a teenager, Eric Sterling became even more withdrawn. He had little interest in what worried his peers. Parties, sports, studying, all this seemed to him a waste of time. All his energy and attention were focused on cars. Eric spent hours in the garage, disassembling and reassembling engines, studying security systems, and trying new ways to pick locks. Lonely hours spent in the garage made him a true expert. He knew every car model, every security vulnerability. His technical skills far exceeded his age, and soon his knowledge began to bring him his first serious money. Eric began fulfilling orders for local criminal gangs, stealing cars to order. One of these cars was a luxury sports car, which was ordered by one of the local bosses. It was the most difficult task Eric had ever faced, but he handled it brilliantly. He prepared thoroughly, studying all possible methods of bypassing the alarm and defense mechanisms. When he finally stole that car, it was a turning point in his career. Eric became famous not only in his area, but also far beyond its borders. His name began to be recognized in criminal circles, and he was offered more serious and highly paid orders. He realized that his passion for cars could lead him to wealth and power. However, his isolation did not disappear. He preferred to work alone, avoiding unnecessary contacts and connections. He had no friends except his mechanical friends, machines. Eric found his solace in solitude, surrounded by the noise of engines and the smell of oil. He continued to improve, studying new technologies and methods of protection in order to always be one step ahead of his competitors. But even in his closed world, those who would like to use his talents for their own purposes began to appear. Eric realized that the world he had entered was not only lucrative, but also dangerous. He had to be not only smart and technically savvy, but also careful to avoid the pitfalls and betrayals that inevitably accompanied his path to the top. Eric continued to delve into the world of automotive technology while simultaneously avoiding unnecessary attention. His skill in thefts became legendary, and soon not only local gangs, but also large crime syndicates from other cities began to turn to him. They offered Eric huge sums of money to steal the most protected and expensive cars. One day, Eric received an order to steal a limousine that belonged to a famous politician. It was not just a car, but a whole fortress on wheels, stuffed with the latest security systems. Eric realized that this work would be incredibly difficult, but the rewards for it were enormous. He agreed, realizing that this assignment would test his abilities and perhaps the most dangerous undertaking of his career. Eric prepared thoroughly. He studied all available data about the limousine, found weaknesses in the security system, and developed a plan to steal it. That night, when everything was ready, he got down to business. The limousine was parked in a secure parking lot, surrounded by cameras and armed guards. Eric acted quickly and accurately. He managed to disable the alarm and get into the car unnoticed. However, when he was already on his way to a safe place, he was noticed. The chase began. Eric was in his element. His adrenaline was pumping. He demonstrated incredible driving skills while escaping pursuit. But the police and security guards did not lag behind. He had to use all his knowledge and skills to escape. This chase became a turning point in his life. Eric realized that his skills were attracting too much attention. He needed to change his approach in order to continue his activities and not get caught. He decided to act even more carefully, avoiding risky operations and cooperation with untrusted people. Eric began working on creating a network of reliable contacts and connections. He found several talented mechanics and hackers who could help him in his business. They became his team, although he was still in charge and made all the important decisions. His new strategy began to bear fruit. He continued to steal the most expensive cars, but now he did it with even greater care and thoroughness. Rumors of his incredible exploits continued to spread, and Eric Sterling became a legend in the criminal world. But he always remembered that a mistake could cost him everything. Therefore, he continued to improve, learn new things, and stay one step ahead of his enemies and competitors. Over the years, Eric Sterling continued to increase his wealth and influence. His skills became more and more refined, and his team of dedicated professionals became more and more united. Together they carried out theft after theft, avoiding the attention of the police and competitors. However, Eric knew that in his business, he could not stop there. Automotive technology was evolving, safety systems were becoming more complex, and he had to keep up with the times. He began investing significant sums in the latest hacking equipment and software, as well as in training his people. One of the most valuable acquisitions was a hacker named Liam. Liam was a young but incredibly talented cybersecurity specialist who could hack any system. His skills allowed Eric to gain access to machines that previously seemed impenetrable. Liam soon became Eric's right-hand man, and their work together began to produce incredible results. One day, Eric received an offer that was difficult to refuse. A prominent businessman known for his dubious dealings offered Eric to steal a unique collector's car, which was in a private museum protected by the best security systems. The reward for successfully completing the task was astronomical, but the risk was no less high. Eric knew that such a task would require careful preparation. He and Liam started by researching everything they could about the museum and its security system. They found that the security system included not only modern cameras and sensors, but also guards trained to respond to any threats. On the night of the operation, Eric, Liam, and the rest of the team were ready for action. Liam hacked the security system, disabling the cameras and alarms for several minutes. This time was enough for Eric to get inside the museum and get to the desired car. But the situation became more complicated when one of the security guards noticed the violation. The alarm was raised in the museum, and security guards began combing the area. Eric acted quickly and calmly. He started the car and headed for the exit, but the guards were already on his tail. Liam remained at the computer and guided Eric, hacking traffic cameras and traffic light control systems to help him escape. Eric rushed through the night streets, escaping from pursuit. Thanks to the well-coordinated work of the team and his skill, he managed to escape. The car was delivered to the customer, and Eric received his reward. This operation further cemented his reputation as the most skilled auto thief in America. However, with each successful case, Eric felt increasing tension. He knew that his activities were attracting more and more attention, not only from the police, but also from other criminal elements. He realized that one mistake could cost him everything. So he continued to stay one step ahead, constantly improving his skills and improving his equipment to remain elusive. Eric felt that his activities were becoming increasingly dangerous. Despite his skill and caution, the number of enemies and envious people grew. Police departments in several states began joining forces to catch him, and rival criminal gangs tried to find ways to get him out of the way. One evening, Eric received an alarming text from Liam. The hacker discovered that several groups had teamed up to eliminate him. This news alarmed Eric. He knew that now his life and the lives of his team were in real danger. He decided that action needed to be taken. Eric gathered his team in a secret meeting. He laid out a plan for them. They were to disappear from view for a while, go into the shadows to avoid direct confrontation with enemies and the police. The team agreed, realizing that this was the only way to survive. They moved into an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city and began preparations for the next stage. Eric knew they needed to change strategy. He decided that they should focus on less risky but more profitable businesses, and also invest in legitimate businesses to launder money and provide cover for themselves. During this time, Eric met an entrepreneur named Richard. Richard was the owner of a chain of auto repair shops and had extensive connections in the automotive industry. Eric offered him a partnership. He would provide rare and expensive cars, and Richard would legalize and sell them. It was a good deal for both of them. With Richard's help, Eric began to legalize his business. They opened several new auto repair shops, which quickly became popular due to their high-quality service and unique cars. This gave Eric the opportunity to hide his criminal activities behind the facade of a legitimate business. However, even in a new, safer position, Eric did not forget about his enemies. He began to implement security systems not only in his workshops but also in his personal life. His house was equipped with the best security systems, and his movements became carefully planned and hidden. Despite all efforts, the enemies did not give up trying to find him. One day, returning home late at night, Eric noticed that he was being followed. He immediately contacted Liam, who helped him escape by hacking the security cameras and turning off the streetlights at the right time. Eric realized that his life would never be calm as long as he continued his activities. New challenges and dangers awaited him ahead, but Eric was ready for them. He knew that the path he had chosen left no room for weakness or mistakes. His skills, experience, and team were his only weapons in this endless confrontation with enemies and the law. Time passed, and Eric Sterling continued to balance on the line between legal business and criminal activity. His workshops flourished, attracting the attention of not only car enthusiasts, but also potential buyers of rare cars. But despite his outward prosperity, Eric knew that his enemies were not giving up trying to catch him. One day, an old acquaintance from his criminal past came to see Eric. It was Vince, a former partner with whom they had once started their journey in car theft. Vince offered Eric a business that could make a lot of money, but was also extremely risky. It was necessary to steal a collection of rare cars from a private museum on the other side of the country. Eric understood that this case could be their last. He knew that if they succeeded, they would earn enough money to leave the criminal world forever. But if they fail, it will be the end. However, the thirst for adrenaline and challenge made him agree. Eric began to prepare for the operation. He and Liam carefully studied the museum's layout, security system, and possible escape routes. They brought in the best people on their team to ensure everything went flawlessly. Eric personally reviewed every step of the plan to ensure everything was in place. The night of the operation was tense. Eric and his team infiltrated the museum using equipment that allowed them to disable the alarms and cameras. Liam, while at the base, controlled all security systems, providing Eric and his people with up-to-date information about the movements of the guards. Everything was going according to plan until one of the guards accidentally noticed them. A firefight broke out and the team was in danger. Eric, despite the chaos, remained calm and led the team to the exit. They managed to capture several of the most valuable cars and, evading security, escaped from the museum. The chase through the night streets was fast and dangerous. Liam, by hacking traffic lights and blocking roads, helped Eric and his team escape pursuit. When they finally reached the previously prepared shelter, the tension subsided. Eric understood that this was the most difficult thing in his life, but they did it. These cars became their ticket to a new life. Eric and his team decided to go into the shadows and focus on legal business. They opened several new workshops in different cities, starting a new, quieter life. But Eric knew that his past would always be a shadow over his head. Despite his success and wealth, Eric did not forget about those who still wanted to catch him. He continued to live by the mantra of always one step ahead by maintaining his skills and security systems at the highest level. His story became a legend in criminal circles, but Eric himself sought to ensure that his name was no longer mentioned in the context of crimes. So continued the life of America's richest car thief, who, despite all the difficulties and dangers, managed not only to survive, but also to build an empire, hiding in plain sight. Despite their successful museum heist and move into legitimate business, Eric Sterling remained on guard. His workshops flourished, bringing in a stable income, and it seemed to him that he had finally found a way to live in peace without fear for his life. But the past did not let him go so easily. One day, while Eric was checking out a new batch of cars, an alarming message arrived from Liam. He discovered that someone was actively interested in their affairs and was trying to penetrate their security systems. Liam was sure that this was not the police, but one of the criminal groups who wanted to eliminate Eric. Eric knew they had to act quickly and decisively. He gathered the team and discussed a plan of action. They decided to temporarily evacuate all valuable assets and prepare a shelter in case of attack. Liam continued to monitor the situation, trying to figure out the source of the threat. A few days later, the threat materialized. A group of armed men burst into one of the workshops, demanding information about Eric's whereabouts. The security, trained for such situations, was able to hold them off until the police arrived, but Eric realized that the game was becoming too dangerous. Eric decided to meet with the leader of the group that was hunting him. He set up a meeting on neutral territory, hoping to find a way to reach an agreement. Julian Black, the leader of a criminal gang known for his cruelty and ruthlessness, came to the meeting. The conversation was tense. Julian wanted to take a share of Eric's business and use his workshops to launder money. Eric realized that it was impossible to refuse, but he also did not want to become a pawn in someone else's game. He offered Julian an alternative, a joint project that would bring profit to both parties, but leave Eric independent. Julian agreed, but on the condition that Eric prove his loyalty. He was tasked with stealing another unique car, but this time the task was more difficult. The car had to be stolen from one of the most influential people in the criminal world. Eric knew that refusal would have immediate consequences and decided to accept the challenge. He reassembled his team and began preparations. They developed a plan that involved breaking into a high-tech security system and conducting the operation in the utmost secrecy. On the night of the operation, Eric and his team acted as one unit. Liam hacked into systems again, giving them access and minimizing risks. Eric personally supervised the process, showing incredible composure and skill. They managed to steal a car and escape unnoticed, leaving behind only a minimum of traces. Julian was impressed and the partnership took place. Eric received a temporary respite, but knew that his life would always be in danger. He began to invest more money in legal projects, hoping to one day completely emerge from the shadows of the criminal world. Several years passed, and Eric, despite all the difficulties, managed to maintain his position. His business flourished, and he became a legend, a man who was able to go through all the challenges and emerge victorious. But deep down he knew that the path he chose would always be full of dangers and unexpected turns. Eric Sterling and his team continued their criminal activities, despite all attempts to legalize. Their workshops continued to serve as fronts for money laundering and complex car theft operations. Each operation became more and more daring and risky, but also brought in greater profits. One of the most ambitious operations was the theft of a collection of cars belonging to an international dealer known for his connections with the mafia. Eric knew it wouldn't be easy, but the potential profit was too great to pass up. He began planning the operation, carefully studying every detail. Eric and his team infiltrated the dealer's security to gain access to the floor plans and security system. Liam, their hacker, developed software that could disable the alarms and cameras long enough for them to act. Everything was ready, and the team began the operation. The night chosen for the robbery was calm. Eric and his men entered the dealer's premises using fake passes. They acted quickly and smoothly, turning off the alarm and neutralizing the guards. The car collection was magnificent, rare models worth millions of dollars. But things didn't go according to plan when one of the security guards, who turned out to be a veteran of the Secret Services, discovered the break-in. He raised the alarm and Eric's team was trapped. A shootout began, and Eric realized that they were in danger. However, thanks to quick thinking and determination, they managed to escape from the encirclement, taking several of the most valuable cars. This operation attracted the attention not only of the police but also of rival groups. Eric realized that they needed to hide for a while and lie low. They moved to another state where they began planning their future actions. The temporary shelter allowed them to rest and consider their next steps. Eric knew that their activities had become too visible. He decided it was time to change tactics. Instead of stealing cars on demand, they began developing complex money laundering schemes through shell companies and real estate investments. This gave them the opportunity to remain in the shadows and still continue to earn huge amounts of money. Meanwhile, their competitors were not asleep. One of the groups, having learned about Eric's whereabouts, tried to eliminate him. But thanks to informants and a sophisticated security system, Eric and his team were able to prevent the assassination attempt and strike back. Eric continued to lead his empire using all his experience and knowledge. He understood that in a world where every day could be your last, the main thing is to stay one step ahead. And although his life was full of dangers, he was not going to retreat. After all, for him and his team, this was the only way to success and survival in the cruel world of crime. Eric Sterling and his team continued to grow their criminal empire, carefully balancing risk and reward. Their reputation grew, and they became known as the most professional and elusive car thieves in America. With each successful undertaking, their influence expanded and their wealth increased. One day, when they were discussing another large order, Eric received information about the possibility of robbing a convoy transporting rare cars for auction. The convoy was heavily guarded, and the robbery required not only skill, but also impeccable coordination. Eric realized that this business could be the most risky in their careers, but also the most profitable. The team began preparations. Liam took it upon himself to hack the convoy's monitoring system in order to control its route and the movements of the guards. Eric, along with several henchmen, developed an attack plan that included diversions and false leads to confuse the police and security. The day of the operation arrived. The convoy moved along the highway, surrounded by armed guards. At some point, Liam hacked into the convoy's communication system, sending a false message about an accident ahead. Security slowed down, giving Eric's team the opportunity to act. Eric and his men rushed into the convoy in several fast SUVs, blocking it on both sides. They acted quickly and decisively, neutralizing the guards and seizing vehicles. However, when they were already finishing the operation, additional security forces arrived at them, which were not in the original plan. A fierce firefight began. Eric and his team found themselves in a difficult situation. They were surrounded, and the chances of a successful completion of the operation were decreasing with each passing second. But thanks to composure and tactical skill, they managed to escape from the encirclement, leaving some of the cars behind but preserving the most valuable pieces. This operation brought them not only huge profits, but also attracted even more attention from law enforcement agencies. Eric realized that now they needed to act even more carefully and thoughtfully. They decided to temporarily lay low and use their contacts to legalize part of the profits. Despite all the difficulties, Eric and his team continued to remain at the top of the criminal world. Their name has become synonymous with risk and audacity, but also with skill and professionalism. Eric knew that every new day could bring new challenges, but he was ready for them because there was no other way for him and his team. So continued the life of America's richest and most dangerous car thief, a man who turned crime into an art and managed to survive in a world where every decision could be his last. Despite their success and continuous increase in capital, Eric realized that their actions were attracting more and more attention. He decided it was time to expand his activities and go international. In this regard, he could be helped by an old connection in Europe, a French crime boss named René Duval. Eric contacted René and offered him cooperation. René was interested in the opportunities that such a partnership could provide. Together, they developed a plan to steal a unique collection of cars on display in Monaco. This was one of the most prestigious automotive events in the world, and the success of the operation could bring not only huge amounts of money, but also recognition in the international criminal arena. Eric and his team headed to Monaco, where new challenges awaited them. They reviewed the building layout, security diagrams, and event schedule. Liam hacked the security systems to give them access to the cars without raising an alarm. The day of the operation arrived. Eric and his men entered the exhibition area under the guise of personnel responsible for car maintenance. They acted quickly and smoothly, disarming alarm systems and taking control of cars. But suddenly, their plans were thwarted by the appearance of private security hired by the owner of the collection. Eric realized they needed to act immediately. He gave the command and they began to evacuate the cars while the guards tried to understand what was happening. A tense chase began through the streets of Monaco. Eric and his team used all their skills to escape their pursuers. They managed to escape, but the cost was high. One of the team members, a young mechanic named Tony, was seriously wounded. Eric decided that after this operation they needed to lay low and lick their wounds. They hid in a small Italian town, where neither the police nor their competitors could find them. Eric knew their lives would never be safe, but for him and his team it was part of the game. They continued to operate in the shadows, always ready for new challenges. Eric Sterling remained a legend in the criminal world, an elusive and fearless thief whose name evoked fear and respect. His path was full of dangers, but he was not going to stop because, for him, crime had become a way of life. In Mexico, Eric and his team found temporary shelter but were not about to relax. Carlos provided them with a secure base and resources, and Eric began planning his next operation. This time the goal was more ambitious: to steal a shipment of cars destined for the largest drug cartel in Latin America. This operation could bring incredible money, but the risk was maximum. Eric began by carefully studying the routes and security, using his contacts and information from Carlos. Liam began hacking surveillance and communication systems to give the team an advantage. The plan was complex down to the smallest detail, taking into account all possible scenarios. The night of the operation arrived. Eric and his team, disguised as security guards, entered the warehouse where the cars were stored. Their task was not only to steal cars, but also to do it in such a way as not to leave traces indicating their intervention. Everything went according to plan until one of the drug dealers became suspicious and raised the alarm. A fierce firefight began. Eric and his team, despite superior enemy forces, acted calmly and professionally. They managed to remove some of the cars but encountered strong resistance. Liam, while at the base, provided support by hacking into surveillance systems and disabling security protocols. When they finally escaped the warehouse and reached safety, Eric realized that they had attracted the attention of not only the cartel, but also international law enforcement. It was a game of survival, and they had to act quickly and decisively to stay out of their enemies' reach. Carlos, impressed by their courage and skill, offered to help Eric and his team in hiding and planning new operations. They decided to hide for a while and develop new ways to make money so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Meanwhile, in the United States, police and the FBI joined forces to find and apprehend Eric Sterling. Their photographs and names appeared on the most wanted lists. But Eric knew that there was no peace in the world of crime and continued to make plans for the future. One day, Carlos offered Eric a new business that could change their lives. It was necessary to steal a collection of rare and unique cars from a private museum in England. Eric understood that this business could become not only the most profitable, but also the most difficult in their careers. Preparation for the operation took several months. Eric and his team carefully studied the museum, its security system, and security. Liam devised a complex hacking plan involving the use of cutting-edge technology and fake documents. On the night of the operation, they infiltrated the museum using their knowledge and skills. Everything was going according to plan, but suddenly, one of the backup security systems went off and the museum was locked down. Eric realized that they were trapped, but he was not going to give up. Through determination and professionalism, they were able to disable the system and complete the operation, taking with them the most valuable vehicles. This operation brought them not only enormous wealth, but also even greater attention from the authorities and competitors. Eric and his team understood that now their lives would be even more stressful and dangerous. But for them, it was a game in which they were used to winning, no matter what. Thus continued the life of the richest and most daring car thief in America, who knew no peace and always moved forward despite all obstacles and threats. After a successful operation in England, Eric and his team returned to Mexico to assess the situation and develop new plans. Their reputation in the criminal world continued to grow, but the risks also increased. Eric understood that every new step must be carefully thought out and weighed. Carlos, seeing Eric's success, proposed expanding their cooperation. He proposed organizing a network for the theft and sale of cars that would cover several countries. This would allow them to receive a stable income and diversify risks. Eric agreed, and they began working on creating this network. Eric assembled a team of the most reliable and trusted people. They created a database containing information about expensive and rare cars that could be stolen and resold. Liam developed a tracking and hacking system that would allow them to act quickly and undetected. One of the first major operations within the new network was planned in Miami. The city was to host an exhibition of expensive cars, which attracted collectors from all over the world. Eric and his team decided to take this opportunity to steal some cars straight from the show. Preparations for the operation were thorough. Liam hacked the fairground security system and gained access to the security schedule. The team developed a plan that included using fake passes and documents. Everything went according to plan, but suddenly, an unforeseen circumstance arose. One of the security officers noticed suspicious behavior and called the police. Eric realized that the situation was becoming critical. He decided to act quickly and decisively. The team began stealing cars while simultaneously diverting the attention of security and police. Panic set in, and exhibition visitors began to run away. In the chaos, Eric and his team managed to steal some of the most valuable cars and escape the scene. This operation was risky, but successful. The cars were taken to a secret base where they were prepared for sale. Eric knew that they had attracted attention, but also made a lot of money. He decided to go into hiding temporarily to avoid persecution and develop new plans. Eric and his team spent several weeks in hiding, analyzing the situation and planning new operations. They understood that each new case must be prepared even more carefully in order to avoid mistakes and minimize risks. One day, Carlos offered Eric a new goal: to steal a collection of rare cars from one of the most influential mafiosi in Italy. This case was not only difficult, but also extremely dangerous. Eric understood that failure could cost them their lives, but success would bring incredible money and influence. Preparations for the operation in Italy took several months. Eric and his team studied all the details: security routes, security systems, possible escape routes. Liam devised a complex hacking plan involving the use of cutting-edge technology and fake documents. On the night of the operation, they entered the territory of the mafia, using their knowledge and skills. Everything went according to plan, but suddenly, one of the backup security systems worked and the area was blocked. Eric realized that they were trapped, but he was not going to give up. Through determination and professionalism, they were able to disable the system and complete the operation, taking with them the most valuable vehicles. This operation brought them not only enormous wealth, but also even greater attention from the authorities and competitors. Eric and his team understood that now their lives would be even more stressful and dangerous. But for them, it was a game in which they were used to winning, no matter what. Thus continued the life of the richest and most daring car thief in America, who knew no peace and always moved forward, despite all obstacles and threats. Eric and his team returned from Italy with a sense of triumph. They successfully completed one of the riskiest operations of their careers, and their reputation in the criminal world reached new heights. But along with this, the threats also grew. Eric knew that now they had to act even more carefully to avoid persecution and elimination. They spent several weeks in hiding, assessing their next steps. Liam continued to monitor their safety, hacking into surveillance and communication systems to avoid detection. Carlos suggested that they temporarily stop large operations and focus on smaller but stable sources of income. However, the calm did not last long. One evening, Liam discovered disturbing activity in their security systems. It turned out that one of the rival groups, having learned about their successes, decided to eliminate Eric and his team in order to take over their business. There was no time to prepare, and Eric realized that he needed to act immediately. They prepared their hideout for defense and contacted Carlos, who sent his men to help. On the night when an attack was imminent, Eric and his team prepared for battle. An enemy group burst into the territory, and a fierce firefight began. Eric led the defense with composure and strategic thinking. The battle lasted several hours, but with preparation and determination, Eric's team was able to repel the attack. The enemy suffered heavy losses and retreated, realizing that they were faced with a serious enemy. However, Eric knew that this was just the beginning, and that they urgently needed to change their location and begin strengthening their positions. After the attack, Eric and his team decided to leave Mexico and move to a safer place. They chose England, where they hoped to lay low and find new opportunities for their business. In England, they met Eric's old friend, Michael, who had extensive connections in the criminal world and offered to help. Michael helped them settle in and organize new operations. Eric decided that they now needed to focus on more sophisticated money laundering schemes and the use of new technologies for theft. They began working on creating fake companies through which they could legalize their income. One of these projects was the opening of a network of auto repair shops specializing in rare and expensive cars. This gave them the opportunity not only to earn money, but also to have access to the latest car models that could be used for theft. Liam continued to develop his cybersecurity skills by securing operations and breaching systems. Soon, their business in England began to generate stable income. They were able to strengthen their positions and protect themselves from attacks by competitors. But Eric knew that calm could be deceptive and was always ready for new challenges. Despite all the dangers and threats, Eric continued to move forward, using his skills and experience to achieve success. His team remained loyal and ready for any challenge, knowing that their leader would always find a way out of any situation. This is how the life of the richest and most daring car thief in America continued, who knew no fear and always went towards his goal, despite all the obstacles and threats. Eric Sterling and his team settled in England, strengthening their position and developing new business methods. Their networks of auto repair shops became popular among wealthy clients, and this gave them the opportunity to legalize part of their income. But Eric knew that to maintain their criminal empire, it was necessary to constantly be one step ahead. One day, Eric received an offer that he could not ignore. One of Europe's largest rare car dealers needed the services of Eric's team for a theft operation he called Operation Ghost. The target was a collection of cars belonging to a Saudi prince located in his mansion in Switzerland. It was an extremely difficult and risky undertaking, but the reward was enormous. Eric knew that such an operation would require impeccable planning and precision. He assembled a team and began preparations. Liam began studying the mansion's security system using his hacking skills. The team developed a plan that included infiltrating the mansion, disarming the guards, and hacking the security systems. On the night of the operation, Eric and his men entered the mansion using forged documents and special devices to disable the alarm. Everything was going according to plan until one of the security guards noticed suspicious activity and raised the alarm. Eric understood that now every second counts. An intense firefight began. Eric and his team acted calmly and professionally, neutralizing the guards and continuing to move towards their goal. They were able to steal several of the most valuable cars and escape from the encirclement, despite the active resistance of the guards. When they finally reached a safe location, Eric realized that their actions had attracted the attention of not only the authorities, but also international criminal organizations. They decided to temporarily hide and analyze the situation. Carlos, who continued to support them, offered shelter in one of his safe houses in southern Spain. In Spain, they began to develop new plans and strategies. Eric realized that they needed to become even more sophisticated in their methods to stay out of the reach of their enemies and the police. They began investing in the latest technology and hiring the best cybersecurity and hacking experts. However, the calm did not last long. One of the competitors, having learned about their successful operation, decided to strike first. They staged an assassination attempt on Eric in an attempt to eliminate him and take over his business. But Eric, thanks to his intuition and preparation, was able to avoid the attack and organize a counterattack. As a result of the counterattack, Eric's team was able to not only repel the threat, but also destroy the competitor's base, strengthening its position in Europe. Eric realized that they were now playing on the international stage, and the stakes had become even higher. He began to look for new opportunities to expand his business. They decided to open branches of their auto repair shops in other European countries, using them as a cover for their operations. Liam continued to develop his skills by providing security and hacking into enemy systems. Eric Sterling and his team settled in the south of Spain, strengthening their position and expanding their operations. They opened branches of their auto repair shops throughout Europe, creating a cover network for their criminal activities. Each successful operation strengthened their reputation, but also increased attention from authorities and competitors. One day, Eric received an offer that could significantly change their situation. One of the influential crime bosses in Russia, named Ivan Kowalski, offered cooperation. He needed the services of Eric's team to steal a batch of cars that were seized during criminal showdowns in Moscow. This business was not only risky, but also extremely profitable. Eric understood that such cooperation could open up new horizons for their activities, but also carries enormous risks. He decided to accept the offer and began preparations. Liam began researching the security system, and Eric contacted local contacts to obtain the necessary information. The operation in Moscow was carefully planned. Eric and his team arrived in the city disguised as tourists and began preparations. Liam hacked into the surveillance system to monitor the movements of security and police. The team developed a plan that involved using fake documents and devices to disable the alarms. On the night of the operation, Eric and his men entered the territory where the captured cars were stored. Everything went according to plan, but suddenly, one of the rival criminal leaders appeared and decided to interfere with their business. A fierce firefight began and the situation became critical. Eric and his team showed incredible composure and professionalism. They were able to neutralize the enemy and continue the operation. The carjacking was successful, and they managed to flee the scene, leaving chaos and destruction in their wake. The cars were transported across the border and taken to a safe place. This operation brought them not only a lot of money, but also respect from Ivan Kowalski. As a sign of gratitude and recognition, he offered Eric ongoing cooperation and access to his resources. This opened up new opportunities for Eric's team, allowing them to expand their activities and strengthen their position on the international stage. However, as influence grew, so did threats. Eric knew that now their enemies would be even more persistent and dangerous. He began strengthening his security posture by investing in the latest technology and hiring top talent. Liam continued to develop his skills by providing protection and oversight of all operations. Despite constant threats, Eric and his team continued to move forward. Their criminal empire became more and more powerful, but also more and more vulnerable. Each new day brought new challenges, but they were ready for them. One day, Eric received information that one of his old enemies, whom he once crossed, was preparing a large-scale attack. This was a serious threat, and Eric knew he had to act quickly and decisively. He assembled a team and began developing a plan to prevent the attack and destroy the enemy. The preparation took several weeks. Liam hacked the enemy's surveillance and communication systems to obtain the information he needed. The team developed a detailed plan, including the use of diversionary maneuvers and a surprise attack. On the night of the operation, Eric and his men penetrated enemy territory, acting quickly and decisively. They were able to neutralize the guards and destroy the enemy base, dealing a serious blow to his forces. It was a risky but necessary undertaking that allowed them to maintain their position and secure their empire. Eric Sterling and his team gathered in a luxurious garage filled with expensive cars. The garage was dimly lit, which added mystery and tension to what was happening. On the table in front of them lay drawings and photographs related to their next operation. Eric was focused and calculating. He studied the plans carefully, developing a strategy. Liam, their tech genius, sat at his laptop, checking security systems and preparing all the necessary hacking tools. Jason, the team's strongman, was preparing equipment that might be needed to physically enter the facility. Maria, a driving expert, checked the condition of the cars and prepared them for use. The team knew that their Russian partners were becoming increasingly impatient. The last operation in Moscow was successful, but this only fueled the interest and demands of their new allies. Eric knew they needed to act quickly and decisively to meet their expectations and maintain their influence. The target of the new operation was a large, rare car dealer located in central London. Eric and his team carefully studied the building's security system, security routes, and possible escape routes. Liam hacked into the surveillance system to monitor the movements of security guards and police. Jason and Maria checked all the details of the plan to be prepared for any eventualities. The night of the operation arrived. Eric and his men entered the territory under the guise of security officers. They acted quickly and smoothly, turning off the alarm and neutralizing the security. But everything went wrong when one of the employees noticed suspicious activity and raised the alarm. A fierce firefight began. Eric and his team showed incredible composure and professionalism. Despite active resistance, they were able to steal several of the most valuable cars and escape from the scene. The cars were transported to a pre-prepared base, where they were prepared for further transportation. This operation brought them not only a lot of money, but also even more attention from competitors and authorities. Eric understood that now they needed to act even more carefully and thoughtfully. They decided to temporarily lay low and use their contacts to legalize part of the profits. Despite all the dangers, Eric and his team continued to move forward. Their criminal empire became more and more powerful, but also more and more vulnerable. Each new day brought new challenges, but they were ready for them. This is how the life of the richest and most daring car thief continued, who knew no fear and always went towards his goal despite all the obstacles and threats. After a successful operation in London, Eric Sterling and his team have many new enemies. Rival gangs and crime syndicates, jealous of Eric's success, decided to eliminate him and take over his business. This put the team in a very dangerous position. Eric understood that his life and the lives of his team were in danger. He began strengthening his defenses by investing in the latest security systems and hiring additional security personnel. However, the enemies did not sleep. They began to watch Eric's every move, trying to find weak points. One night, while Eric and his team were working in the garage, their property was attacked. Enemies used drones and modern technology to infiltrate and attack the area. A fierce firefight began, but thanks to a well-organized defense system and the professionalism of the team, they managed to repel the attack. Eric realized that they urgently needed to change their location. He decided to move his base to a safer place, away from his enemies. They chose one of Carlos's safe houses in southern Spain, which was well protected and had everything they needed to continue their activities. The move went quickly and without complications. In a new location, Eric began to develop a plan to neutralize his enemies. He understood that he needed to act decisively and quickly to eliminate the threat once and for all. Liam continued to monitor all security systems, preparing for new attacks. Meanwhile, Eric collected information about his enemies. He learned that a large criminal group from Eastern Europe was behind the attack, which wanted to take over his business. Eric decided to launch a preemptive strike to show that he was not going to give up. He developed a complex plan to infiltrate enemy territory and destroy their base. The team began preparations, carefully studying all the details of the operation. On the night the plan was to be carried out, Eric and his men infiltrated enemy territory using their skills and technology. Operation was successfully completed. They were able to destroy the enemy base and deal a serious blow to their forces. This gave Eric and his team a temporary break and the opportunity to focus on their business. Despite the temporary relief, Eric knew the threats were still there. Enemies will continue to try to destroy him, and he needs to always be one step ahead. He continued to strengthen his defenses and develop new plans to preserve his empire and protect his crew. This is how the life of Eric Sterling continued, the richest and most daring car thief who knew no peace and was always ready for new challenges. Each new day brought new dangers, but for him and his team, it was a familiar game in which they were accustomed to winning. Eric Sterling and his team continued to grow their criminal empire, but they knew they needed to take even bolder steps to stay on top. One day, Eric learned about a wealthy businessman named Viktor Lavrov, famous for his collection of rare cars stored in his private residence in Switzerland. This collection could be the most valuable prize of their careers. Eric decided it was time to act. He gathered his team and began to develop a robbery plan. Liam hacked the security system of Lavrov's residence to gain access to the building's plans and security routes. Jason and Maria carefully studied all possible entry and exit routes to be prepared for any eventuality. This operation required the utmost care and careful preparation. Eric's team spent several weeks preparing for this case. They studied security schedules, used drones to monitor the area, and prepared fake documents to gain access inside. The night of the operation arrived. Eric and his team entered the residence using their skills and knowledge. Liam hacked into the surveillance system to disable the cameras and alarms for the required amount of time. Jason and Maria made their way inside, neutralizing the guards and opening access to the garage where the cars were stored. When they got to the garage, the rarest and most expensive cars appeared before them. The team began to act quickly and smoothly, loading the vehicles onto specially prepared trucks. However, things did not go according to plan when one of the guards, despite all precautions, noticed them and raised the alarm. A fierce firefight began. Eric and his team found themselves in a difficult situation, but thanks to their preparation and composure, they were able to repel the attack and continue the operation. They managed to load several of the most valuable vehicles and flee the scene before reinforcements arrived. This operation brought them not only enormous wealth, but also new attention from authorities and competitors. Eric understood that they needed to act even more carefully and thoughtfully in order to avoid persecution and preserve their empire. After the robbery, they returned to their base in Spain, where they began preparations to legalize and sell the cars. Liam developed a complex money laundering scheme through shell companies and real estate investments to cover his tracks and protect himself. Despite the temporary relief, Eric knew that their enemies would not stop. He continued to strengthen his defenses and develop new plans to stay one step ahead. Each new day brought new challenges, but for Eric and his team, it was a familiar game in which they were accustomed to winning. This is how the life of Eric Sterling continued, the richest and most daring car thief who knew no peace and was always ready for new challenges. His criminal empire grew, but so did the threats that required maximum concentration and determination. Eric Sterling and his team successfully completed the operation to steal Viktor Lavrov's cars. Now in possession of valuable cars, they had to focus on legalizing their loot and evading law enforcement. A few days later, they moved to a new secure base in Spain. Liam began the process of money laundering using complex financial schemes and shell companies. The cars were carefully dismantled and moved to various parts of Europe to confuse any attempts to trace them. However, despite all the precautions, Eric knew that their actions would not go unnoticed. The enemies were not asleep, and competing factions were preparing new attacks. Eric decided to strengthen his position and develop a plan to neutralize the main threats. One day, while exploring new opportunities for his team, Eric received information about a large shipment of exclusive cars that was scheduled to arrive at the port of Genoa, Italy. These cars belonged to a famous businessman and could fetch incredible amounts of money if they could be stolen and sold on the black market. Eric and his team began carefully planning the operation. Liam hacked the port's security systems to gain access to security schedules and routes. Jason and Maria checked all the details of the plan to be prepared for any eventualities. Eric, as always, thought through every step carefully. The night of the operation arrived. Eric and his team entered the port using fake passes and special devices to disable the alarms. They acted quickly and decisively, loading cars onto trucks. But things didn't go according to plan when one of the guards accidentally noticed their actions and raised the alarm. An intense firefight began. Eric and his team, despite superior enemy forces, acted calmly and professionally. They managed to steal several of the most valuable cars and fled the scene, leaving chaos and destruction in their wake. The cars were transported to a pre-prepared base, where they were prepared for further transportation. This operation brought them not only a lot of money, but also even more attention from the authorities and competitors. Eric understood that now they needed to act even more carefully and thoughtfully in order to avoid persecution and preserve their empire. After the robbery, they returned to their base in Spain, where they began preparations to legalize and sell the cars. Liam developed a complex money laundering scheme through shell companies and real estate investments to cover his tracks and protect himself. Despite the temporary relief, Eric knew that their enemies would not stop. He continued to strengthen his defenses and develop new plans to stay one step ahead. Each new day brought new challenges, but for Eric and his team, it was a familiar game in which they were accustomed to winning. One day, Eric received a message that one of the largest criminal groups in Europe was planning to take over their business. This was a serious threat, and Eric knew he had to act quickly and decisively. He assembled a team and began developing a plan to prevent the attack and destroy the enemy. The preparation took several weeks. Liam hacked the enemy's surveillance and communication systems to obtain the information he needed. The team developed a detailed plan, including the use of diversionary maneuvers and a surprise attack. On the night of the operation, Eric and his men penetrated enemy territory, acting quickly and decisively. They were able to neutralize the guards and destroy the enemy base, dealing a serious blow to his forces. It was a risky but necessary undertaking that allowed them to maintain their position and secure their empire. Eric Sterling, the leader of an elusive gang of car thieves, knew that after the latest operation in Italy, their criminal empire had reached its peak. Together with Liam, Jason, and Maria, he developed new plans aimed at strengthening their position and protecting them from competitors. A few weeks after a successful theft in the port of Genoa, Eric received information that a certain businessman, Antonio Ricci, had a collection of exclusive cars stored in his private residence on the shores of Lake Como. It was an ideal target for the next operation. Eric and his team began preparations. Liam began hacking the mansion's security system. Jason and Maria checked all possible entry and exit routes, and Eric thought through strategy and coordination of actions. They knew that this time they had to act extremely carefully because the enemies were not asleep. On the night of the operation, the team entered the mansion using fake documents and technical devices to disable the alarm. They moved quietly and quickly, avoiding cameras and security patrols. Everything went according to plan until one of the guards accidentally noticed Jason and raised the alarm. The situation became tense. Eric, without losing his cool, quickly got his bearings and gave the team instructions. They continued the operation despite the alarm being raised. Liam, using his skills, temporarily disabled the surveillance system, giving them precious time to complete the hijacking. The shootout in the mansion's garage was short but fierce. Eric's team, with their training and skill, was able to neutralize the guards and load several of the most valuable vehicles onto trucks. They fled the scene, leaving chaos and destruction in their wake. After the successful hijacking, they headed to their hideout in Spain. Liam began the process of money laundering using complex financial schemes and shell companies. The cars were dismantled and transported to different parts of Europe for subsequent sale. Eric realized that each operation was attracting more and more attention and decided to temporarily reduce activity in order to focus on strengthening his base and protecting himself from competitors. Despite all the precautions, the tension did not subside. Competitors and enemies were looking for ways to eliminate Eric and take over his business. He knew that he had to always be one step ahead. Together with the team, they developed new strategies and strengthened security systems in preparation for possible attacks. Eric began actively working to expand his legal business. They opened new auto repair shops and invested money in real estate to legalize part of their income and create a cover for their operations. This allowed them not only to maintain, but also to increase their influence in the criminal world. Meanwhile, Eric received information that one of the largest criminal groups in Europe was planning an attack on their base. He realized that he needed to act quickly and decisively. The team developed a plan to prevent the attack and destroy the enemy. On the night of the operation, they entered enemy territory using their skills and technical devices. The operation was successful. They were able to neutralize the guards and destroy the enemy base, dealing a serious blow to their forces. This allowed them to temporarily secure their empire and focus on new plans. After a successful operation in Paris, Eric Sterling and his team decided to temporarily lay low. They moved to a safe house in southern Spain, strengthened their base, and began to develop new plans. Eric understood that their latest operation had attracted the attention of not only competitors, but also international law enforcement agencies. He knew that to preserve his empire, he had to act carefully and strategically. A few weeks later, Eric learned about a major automobile exhibition in Paris, where several unique cars were to be presented. It was the perfect target for their next operation. Eric began preparations by tasking Liam with hacking into the exhibition center's security system to gain access to the security plans. On the night of the exhibition, using fake documents and equipment, the team entered the exhibition center. They acted quietly and smoothly, bypassing surveillance cameras and turning off alarms. But things didn't go according to plan when one of the visitors accidentally noticed their actions and raised the alarm. The situation has become dramatically more complicated. Eric instructed the team to continue the operation despite the alarm being raised. They began stealing cars using a temporarily disabled surveillance system, which gave them time to complete the theft. The firefight was short but fierce. Eric's team was able to neutralize the guards and load several of the most valuable vehicles onto trucks. They fled the scene before reinforcements arrived. After the operation, they returned to their base in Spain, where they began preparations for the legalization and sale of cars. But the attention from the authorities and competitors did not subside. Eric knew they needed to be even more careful to avoid persecution and preserve their empire. Eric decided to expand his activities by opening new branches of auto repair shops in other European countries. This allowed them not only to legalize part of their income, but also to create additional points for conducting operations. They have invested heavily in the latest technology and equipment to stay one step ahead of their enemies. Meanwhile, Eric learned of a new threat. One of the largest criminal groups in Eastern Europe began to take an active interest in their activities and planned to take over their business. Eric decided to launch a preemptive strike. He assembled a team and developed a plan to neutralize the new threat. On the night of the operation, using their skills and technical devices, the team penetrated enemy territory. The operation was successful. They were able to neutralize the guards and destroy the enemy base, dealing a serious blow to their forces. This allowed them to temporarily secure their empire and focus on new plans. Eric knew that the world of crime is always full of dangers, but he was ready for any challenge. His team remained loyal and ready for any challenge, knowing that their leader would always find a way out of any situation. This is how the life of the richest and most daring car thief continued, who knew no fear and always went towards his goal, despite all the obstacles and threats. The FBI was getting closer to exposing Eric Sterling's criminal empire. Agent Jennifer Miller, leading the investigation, scrupulously collected evidence and coordinated the actions of her team. Her goal was clear: to stop Eric and his team, despite their ability to evade justice. Eric knew the pressure was building. He felt that the FBI was on his trail and understood that now every action must be as careful and thoughtful as possible. He increased security measures, increased security, and used new technologies to remain undetected. One evening, Liam received an alarming message. The system had detected suspicious activity on their networks. After quickly analyzing the data, Liam realized that the FBI was able to hack some of their communications. Eric gathered a team and they decided to temporarily move to another base in order to confuse the investigation. Meanwhile, Agent Miller and her team continued their investigation. They established surveillance of Eric's known contacts, monitored financial flows, and wiretapped telephone conversations. Each new piece of evidence brought them closer to their main goal, the arrest of Eric Sterling. Eric understood that he urgently needed to divert attention from his activities. He decided to carry out an operation to steal expensive cars from one of the largest businessmen in London, but this time everything had to go perfectly. Liam hacked the facility's security systems. Jason and Maria prepared all the necessary equipment, and Eric developed a plan down to the smallest detail. The operation went quickly and without complications. The team was able to steal several expensive cars and escape before the police arrived. This gave them the time they needed to move and cover their tracks. The FBI was confused, but Agent Miller knew Eric wouldn't stop. Eric and his team returned to their base in Spain, where they began preparations for the next step. They knew they had to stay one step ahead of the FBI. Eric began studying the agents' actions to predict their next move. Liam continued to work on improving the security system, introducing new methods of encryption and data protection. Meanwhile, Agent Miller has developed a plan to capture Eric. She knew that for a successful arrest, she had to catch him red-handed. The FBI team prepared an operation to establish surveillance of one of Eric's bases. They installed hidden cameras and listening devices, hoping to gather enough evidence to make an arrest. Eric, sensing the impending danger, decided to take countermeasures. He sent his men to check the area and discovered surveillance devices. This gave him time to prepare for the next step. Eric knew that to successfully evade arrest, he would have to do something drastic. He decided to fake his death to confuse the FBI and his rivals. The team prepared everything necessary for the operation, including fake documents and certificates. On the night of the staging, Eric and his team staged a fake accident, which was supposed to convince everyone of his death. Liam made sure that all traces led to fake data. Jason and Maria provided a safe haven for the entire team. After the reenactment, the FBI and Agent Miller were confused. They began an investigation, but could not find evidence that Eric had survived. This gave the team time to take a break and the opportunity to develop new strategies. Eric understood that they had gained time, but his enemies and the FBI would be looking for him again. He continued to develop new plans to stay one step ahead. His team remained loyal and ready for any challenge, knowing that their leader would always find a way out of any situation. After faking his death, Eric Sterling and his team took temporary refuge in a remote part of South America. This was the perfect place to lay low and rework your strategies. They knew that the FBI, confused, would temporarily lag behind them, but sooner or later would begin a new investigation. Eric decided that they needed to start legalizing part of their income and creating new channels for money laundering. They opened a network of auto repair shops and car dealerships in different countries of South America. This gave them not only a stable income, but also a cover for their main operations. Despite his apparent death, Eric continued to monitor the actions of his enemies and law enforcement agencies. He knew Agent Miller couldn't be stopped that easily. She was smart and persistent, and sooner or later she would be on his trail again. One day, while Eric was exploring new potential targets, he received disturbing news. One of his trusted men in Europe had been caught and was now willing to testify against Eric and his team in exchange for leniency. Eric understood that if this man spoke, their entire empire could collapse. Eric decided he needed to act immediately. He sent Liam, Jason, and Maria to Europe with the task of neutralizing the threat. Liam developed a plan that involved hacking security systems and creating distractions. Jason and Maria had to neutralize the traitor and take him to neutral territory. The operation in Europe was complex and dangerous. Liam was able to access the surveillance systems and disable them for the required time. Jason and Maria entered the prison where their former colleague was being held. They acted quickly and decisively, managing to get him out before he could testify. Meanwhile, Agent Miller did not give up. She felt that the faking of Eric's death was too perfect and continued to look for clues. Her persistence led her to discover traces of Eric's team's activity in South America. Miller organized a business trip to personally lead the operation to capture them. Eric, having learned of Miller's approach, decided that they needed to hide again. He arranged for the entire team and business to move to a safer location in Southeast Asia, where they had strong connections and the ability to continue their operations. In a new place, Eric began to develop a new plan. He understood that they needed to be even more secretive and careful. Liam introduced new encryption and data protection methods, and Jason and Maria continued to work to strengthen the security of their bases. Eric also decided it was time to strike Agent Miller. He developed a disinformation plan that would confuse her and divert attention from their activities. They created false trails leading to false targets to confuse the investigation. Meanwhile, Miller, unaware of the trap, followed the false tracks. This gave Eric and his team time to recover and strengthen their position. They continued to develop their legal business and simultaneously plan new operations. Agent Jennifer Miller couldn't let go of Eric Sterling's case. The faking of his death seemed too perfect, and she was sure that he was still alive. Without any direct evidence, she continued to dig, hoping to find at least some thread leading to Eric. The FBI stepped up its efforts by creating a special task force to investigate Eric's team. They began to monitor all possible financial flows, suspicious transactions, and movements in the automobile industry. Miller knew that to catch Eric, she had to follow the money. One day, while analyzing financial statements, they noticed strange movements of capital through shell companies in South America and Southeast Asia. This was consistent with known money laundering techniques used by Eric and his team. Miller decided it was time to act. The FBI began cooperating with international law enforcement agencies. They conducted a series of raids on suspicious companies and discovered many documents pointing to Eric's activities. Although there was no direct evidence, the tracks led to his empire. Miller personally flew to Southeast Asia to coordinate with local authorities. They began following Eric's known contacts, hoping to get on his trail. The agents managed to establish surveillance of one of his trusted men, who often visited a hidden base in the jungle. Eric and his team had no idea they were being watched. They continued to plan new operations and grow the business. But Liam, noticing strange activity on their networks, became suspicious. He tightened security measures, but it was too late. The FBI was one step ahead. Miller organized an operation to capture the base. A special forces team surrounded the area and prepared for the assault. Eric, sensing the approaching danger, decided to act immediately. He ordered the team to leave the base and move to previously prepared shelters. Chaos began. Eric's team managed to leave just minutes before the assault. The FBI took over the base, but Eric and his men disappeared. Miller was disappointed, but found a lot of documents and equipment that could help further the investigation. Eric and his team, hiding in a new shelter, realized that they needed to radically change their approach. They began using more sophisticated encryption and disinformation methods to confuse the investigation. Liam developed a system that allowed them to operate even more secretly. Miller, studying the captured materials, realized that Eric was still at large and continuing his activities. She strengthened the team and began to analyze every step, every financial transaction to find new traces. Agents soon discovered a new trail leading to a major rare car deal in Europe. Miller realized this was her chance to catch Eric. The FBI launched an operation to intercept the deal, hoping that Eric would be personally present at it. Eric's team, unaware of the ambush, began a car sales operation. But when they arrived at the meeting place, they were surrounded by FBI and local police agents. A fierce firefight began. Eric and his team, showing incredible composure and professionalism, were able to escape from the encirclement and escape. Miller was furious, but she didn't give up. She knew that now Eric would act even more carefully, but she believed that their efforts would lead to success. The FBI continued its investigation without leaving a single lead. Eric and his team knew that time was running out. They began developing a new plan that would allow them to escape forever and start a new life. But Miller was too close, and the game became more and more dangerous. The FBI moved inexorably towards its goal, increasing its efforts and expanding its network of informants. Agent Jennifer Miller and her team continued to search for leads that could lead them to Eric Sterling and his gang. After numerous failures and missed opportunities, they finally found what they were looking for. By analyzing captured documents and data, the FBI discovered connections between Eric's various operations and his base around the world. They identified several key gang members who were linked to recent crimes in Europe and South America. This data became the basis for the development of a large-scale operation to capture them. Miller decided to strike in several directions at the same time. The FBI team, working with international law enforcement agencies, began coordinating a series of raids that would take place simultaneously in several countries. This was supposed to deprive the gang of the opportunity to quickly regroup and escape. At dawn, the operation began. In several cities in Europe and South America, FBI agents and local special forces simultaneously raided the gang's predetermined hideouts. Miller's team acted quickly and decisively, giving the gang members no time to resist. Liam and Maria were in one of these hideouts in Barcelona. Liam, noticing suspicious activity online, tried to warn Eric, but it was too late. FBI agents broke down the door and forced their way inside. Liam attempted to destroy the evidence, but Miller personally led the operation and managed to capture him before he could do so. Maria, despite her experience, was captured after a short shootout. Meanwhile, in Rio de Janeiro, Jason was in one of their warehouses. He was preparing for another operation when SWAT agents suddenly surrounded the building. A fierce firefight began, but numerical superiority and the surprise of the attack played a role. Jason was wounded and captured alive. In total, the FBI managed to capture 70% of the gang members, including key players such as Liam, Maria, and Jason. This victory was a huge achievement for the agency, and personally for Miller, who tirelessly followed Eric all these years. Eric, while in his new hideout in Southeast Asia, learned of his team's capture. He realized that the situation was becoming critical. Despite the loss of key people, he was not going to give up. Eric began to develop a plan to save his people and continue his activities. Meanwhile, Miller and her team began interrogating the captured gang members, hoping to gain information about Eric's whereabouts. Liam, Maria, and Jason were tough nuts to crack, but Miller believed she could squeeze the information she needed out of them. Eric decided to act quickly and decisively. He used his remaining contacts and resources to organize a daring plan to free his people. Time was short, and the stakes had never been higher. Eric knew that the next operation would be the most difficult of his life, but he was willing to risk everything for the sake of his team and the continuation of their business. Thus continued the game of cat and mouse between Eric Sterling and the FBI. Miller was confident that she would soon catch the main criminal, but Eric was still at large, ready for new challenges and ready to continue the fight. After capturing 70% of the gang members, the FBI increased pressure on those remaining at large. The remaining members of the gang, including Eric Sterling himself, realized that their time was running out. They knew that with each new operation the FBI was getting closer, and that their enemies would not stop until they destroyed the entire organization. Eric gathered the remaining gang members to their new hideout in Southeast Asia. He understood that drastic measures had to be taken to preserve his lives and freedom. The remaining members of the gang, exhausted by constant flight and fighting, began to lose faith in success. Fear and uncertainty took over them. One night, as they discussed their future plans, Eric realized that many of his people no longer wanted to continue the fight. Some of them began to openly talk about wanting to leave the gang and disappear. Eric knew that trying to keep them by force would only lead to splits and betrayals. Eric decided to give his people a choice. He gathered everyone and announced that everyone was free to do as they pleased. He provided them with false documents, money, and plans to escape across borders. It was a risky decision, but Eric knew that this was the only way they could maintain at least some safety. The remaining gang members began to leave the hideout one by one. Some went to Europe, some to South America, some to Australia. Eric knew this was the end of their once powerful organization. He was left practically alone, with only a few faithful people who did not leave him. Meanwhile, Agent Miller did not give up. The FBI continued to track all possible escape routes for gang members. Border guards and intelligence agencies in various countries were alerted, and the hunt for the fugitives began. Some of them were caught at the borders, others in safe houses and shelters. Eric, left with a few faithful people, decided to hide in one of the most remote corners of the world, on a small island in the Pacific Ocean. He knew that this was only a temporary measure and that he would have to come up with a new plan to continue to survive. On an island far from civilization, Eric began to develop new strategies. He understood that the world of crime had now changed forever for him. Without his team and resources, he had to start from scratch. He decided to use his skills and knowledge to build a new life, far from persecution and danger. Agent Miller, having learned about the breakup of the gang, felt the bitterness of victory. She knew that Eric was still at large and that he would not go down without a fight. She continued to follow every possible lead, hoping that one day she would be able to catch him and put an end to this long hunt. Thus ended the era of Eric Sterling as the most daring and richest car thief. Now he was forced to hide, start a new life, and look for ways to survive in a new, changed world. But even on a remote island far from civilization, he did not lose hope and readiness to fight. His story didn't end, it just started a new chapter. Agent Jennifer Miller tirelessly continued her investigation, realizing that success was close. After capturing 70% of the gang members, the FBI increased its pressure, launching a large-scale operation to capture the remaining criminals. Miller used all available resources, including international law enforcement agencies, to monitor the movements of the fugitives. Border security forces, intelligence agencies, and special forces were deployed to track every move of the remaining gang members. The FBI developed a sophisticated surveillance and data collection system to predict their next move. Eric Sterling and his remaining comrades were hiding on a small island in the Pacific Ocean. They hoped that remoteness and isolation would help them avoid persecution. But Agent Miller, analyzing the captured data and testimony, managed to find out their location. She realized that the key to capturing the entire gang was to capture Eric. Miller organized an international operation in which the intelligence services of several countries participated. They began to gradually surround the island, establishing surveillance and preparing for the decisive blow. The operation had to be done quickly and silently to avoid bloodshed and give Eric and his men the least chance of escape. At dawn, the operation began. Special forces landed on the island and began to move towards the gang's hideout. Eric and his companions were taken by surprise. Explosive devices and smoke grenades helped disorient the gang. The special forces acted quickly and professionally, capturing one after another. Eric, realizing that there was no way to escape, decided to give up. He knew that continuing to fight would only lead to the death of his people. When the special forces burst into their hideout, Eric raised his hands without resistance and ordered his men to cease fire. All gang members were captured and taken to an international detention center. Agent Miller personally led the operation to transport criminals to the United States, where they awaited trial. For her, this was the culmination of many years of work and a real victory. Soon after the arrest, trials began. The testimony of Liam, Maria, Jason, and other gang members helped to restore the full picture of their criminal activities. Eric Sterling, knowing that his life as a free man was over, decided to cooperate with the authorities, hoping for a reduced sentence. Agent Miller received awards and recognition for successfully completing this complex and dangerous operation. She knew the world was a safer place because of her efforts and the efforts of the entire FBI team. Eric Sterling and his associates were sentenced to long prison terms. Their criminal empire collapsed, and the world of crime lost one of its most daring and talented criminals. Now behind bars, Eric realized that his time had passed, and that his every move was carefully monitored and studied. Thus ended the story of the Eric Sterling Gang, the most dangerous and elusive group of car thieves. The FBI was able to prove that even the most skilled criminals cannot escape justice if professionals like Agent Jennifer Miller are on their trail. Eric Sterling sat in his prison cell, contemplating the events of recent years. He understood that his life had changed dramatically and that he would never return to his old way of life. His team disintegrated, and most of the key members of the gang were behind bars. The remnants of their once mighty empire were destroyed. Agent Jennifer Miller, thanks to her tenacity and professionalism, was able not only to stop one of the most dangerous criminals, but also to undermine an entire criminal network. Her work has been recognized at the highest level, and she has received well-deserved awards for her contributions to community safety. But for her, it was not just a job, it was a personal matter, and she was proud that she was able to see it through to the end. The trials of gang members were long and thorough. Each of them received a well-deserved punishment. Liam, Maria, Jason, and others realized that their life in crime had led them to an inevitable end. Many of them, including Eric, began to cooperate with the authorities, hoping for a reduced sentence. Eric, sitting in his cell, reflected on his past. He recalled how he began his activities, how he built an empire step by step. I remembered my faithful comrades and those moments when they were at the pinnacle of success. But he also understood that every step they took was not only risky, but also illegal. One day, Jennifer Miller came to see Eric in prison. She wanted to see the man she had been pursuing for so long. Their meeting was short but significant. Eric looked at her and said, "You did what you had to do. We all knew that sooner or later this would happen. I don't hold a grudge. Now I have time to think about many things." Jennifer replied, "I was just doing my job. But you know you had a choice, and you chose this path. I hope you find answers to your questions." After this visit, Eric began to spend more time thinking. He wrote memoirs in which he shared his experiences and warned others against choosing the criminal path. His books became popular in the prison library and even beyond, serving as a reminder that crime does not go unpunished. The story of Eric Sterling and his gang may have ended, but the lessons it taught remain. The world of crime has lost one of its most talented and dangerous players, but society has gained a lesson that justice will always prevail, even if the path to it is long and difficult. For Jennifer Miller, this wasn't just another case. It was confirmation that her work mattered and that every step she took in the fight against crime was beneficial. She continued her career by solving new cases and helping society become safer. Thus ended the story of a legendary gang of car thieves and their elusive leader. This was a story about how perseverance, professionalism, and faith in justice can lead to victory over even the most insidious and skilled criminals. The story of the fourth criminal. The hero's childhood began in a small town where life flowed slowly and measuredly. From an early age, he was surrounded by poverty, but he was always distinguished by his intelligence and inquisitiveness. Despite his humble circumstances, Jason Morton often spent his time reading books he found in the old bookstore on the street corner. At the age of 8, he came across a book about famous criminals, which made a huge impression on him. Stories of people who went beyond the law and became legends captured his imagination. He began to become interested in psychology and strategy, studying how these individuals were able to achieve such heights, despite all the obstacles. At school, he was always lonely, often becoming the object of ridicule and bullying from his classmates. But this did not break his spirit. Instead, he began to develop his own plans and strategies to protect himself and gain respect. He understood that strength lies not only in physical strength, but also in intelligence and cunning. As a teenager, he began to gather around himself children like him, misunderstood and rejected by society. Together, they formed a small group that engaged in petty crimes to attract attention and make money. Their actions became more and more daring and thoughtful, which attracted the attention of local authorities. Thus, his childhood was the beginning of a path that led him to create the most dangerous gang in America. From an early age, he understood that in order to achieve his goals, he would have to walk on thin ice, balancing between law and crime. But this only fueled his interest and ambitions. As a teenager, Jason Morton began looking for ways to make money and gain authority. He realized that his future depended on his ability to act quickly and decisively. Together with several friends, he began to engage in petty thefts and robberies. At first, local stores and warehouses became their victims, but over time their goals became more and more ambitious. Each new operation was carefully planned. Jason studied every material available to him on criminal strategy and tactics, developing his skills and knowledge. He understood that success depended on detailed preparation and the ability to predict the enemy's actions. At school, Jason also used his skills, avoiding punishment and cleverly manipulating teachers and classmates. He became known for his composure and ability to get away with the most difficult situations. This quality helped him gain respect among his peers, who saw him as a leader. Gradually, his group grew. New members joined them, each bringing their own unique abilities and skills. Jason managed his team skillfully, distributing responsibilities and maintaining discipline. He understood that success depended on coordinated work and mutual trust. By the age of 18, Jason Morton and his gang had become known far beyond their hometown. Their daring raids and cunning schemes attracted the attention of the police, but Jason was always one step ahead. He knew that it was necessary to constantly change tactics and be prepared for any surprises. Inspired by the success, Jason decided to expand his activities. He began to establish contacts with other criminal groups and influential figures in the criminal world. His ambitions grew, and he realized that to achieve his goals he would have to play big. Thus began Jason Morton's path to creating the most dangerous gang in America. His childhood and youth hardened him, turning him into a cold-blooded and calculating leader, ready to do anything for power and money. Over time, Jason Morton became not only the leader of his gang, but also a respected figure in the criminal world. His ability to evade the police and find new ways to enrich himself attracted the attention of larger criminal groups. Jason knew that to continue to grow, he needed allies and resources. At the age of 20, he moved to New York, a city where life was in full swing and the possibilities seemed endless. Here he began to build his empire, making deals with local gangs and establishing control over various areas of the city. Jason had a natural gift of persuasion, and he was able to negotiate even with the most brutal criminal leaders. Jason planned each new case with special care. He knew that success depended on a detailed analysis of the situation and the ability to anticipate possible risks. He developed a complex network of informants who helped him obtain information about the activities of the police and competitors. One of Jason's first major successes in New York was a raid on a weapons warehouse that belonged to one of the most powerful gangs in the city. This operation showed everyone that Jason Morton was not just an ambitious young criminal, but also a serious gambler, willing to take risks for big wins. Over time, his gang grew, becoming more organized and professional. Jason implemented strict rules and discipline that allowed his team to operate cohesively and efficiently. He understood that this was the only way to achieve real success and retain power. Jason also began investing money in legitimate businesses, using them as a front for his criminal operations. This helped him hide his income and launder money, which made the task of the police even more difficult. His influence extended not only to the criminal world, but also to the legal economy of the city. However, as power and wealth grew, so did the dangers. Jason realized that he had many enemies who were willing to do anything to overthrow him. He was constantly on the alert, ready for new challenges and intrigues. His life became a constant struggle to survive and strengthen his empire. All this time, Jason did not forget about his roots and those who helped him in the early days. He continued to keep in touch with his childhood friends, many of whom became his loyal companions. This helped him maintain inner harmony and reminded him of what he started his journey for. So Jason Morton, step by step, created the most dangerous gang in America, turning from a poor boy into one of the most influential and dangerous people in the country. Over the years, Jason Morton continued to expand his gang, seeking even greater power and influence. Each new year brought new challenges, but also new opportunities for growth. At 30, Jason already controlled most of New York's criminal underworld. His gang numbered hundreds of members, each of whom was loyal to his leader and ready to carry out his every instruction. Jason personally trained new recruits, instilling his principles and strategies into them. Each new achievement of Jason became an example for his followers. He skillfully manipulated power, concluding lucrative deals and establishing connections with influential figures both in the criminal world and in legal business. Jason understood that his success depended not only on strength, but also on intelligence, and he constantly developed his skills in management and strategy. Jason began to actively invest in technology and information networks. This allowed him to create complex schemes to launder money and evade police attention. He hired the best hackers and cybersecurity specialists to always be one step ahead of his enemies and competitors. In addition, Jason developed his network of informants. He paid generous sums for information about the activities of the police, competitors, and potential threats. This information allowed him to take preventative measures and eliminate threats before they became real problems. Every year, his influence spread wider and wider. Jason established control over the drug trade, weapons, and contraband in several major U.S. cities. His gang became international, and he began to establish connections with criminal groups in other countries. This allowed him to reach a new level and increase his income significantly. However, as his power grew, so did the dangers. Jason understood that it was not easy to stay at the top of the criminal world, and his enemies would try to overthrow him by any means. He strengthened security measures, creating an elite guard consisting of the most reliable and trusted people. His life became a continuous series of strategic decisions and risky operations. Jason never lost his vigilance, constantly analyzing the situation and predicting the possible moves of his enemies. He knew that any mistake could cost him everything he had achieved. So, year after year, Jason Morton expanded his gang, turning it into the most dangerous and influential criminal organization in America. His path was filled with dangers and challenges, but he always emerged victorious thanks to his intelligence, charisma, and unyielding will to power. By the age of 40, Jason Morton had become a legend in the criminal world. His name inspired fear and respect, and his gang controlled significant territories not only in the United States, but also abroad. Jason knew how to effectively manage his organization, thanks to which his empire continued to grow and strengthen. He developed a complex hierarchical structure where each gang member had his own duties and accountability. This allowed Jason to quickly respond to any threats and maintain control over the situation. He also implemented a system of rewards and punishments to motivate his men and maintain a high level of discipline. Jason paid special attention to safety. He built a network of secret shelters and safe houses where he could hide in case of danger. His personal guard consisted of former military and special forces soldiers who were ready to protect him at the cost of their own lives. These measures allowed him to feel protected and confident in his safety. One day, Jason decided to carry out the biggest operation of his career. He learned about a large shipment of drugs that was supposed to pass through New York and decided to seize it in order not only to make a huge profit, but also to strike a blow against his competitors. The operation was carefully planned. He gathered the best forces of his gang, developed complex tactics, and prepared all the necessary resources. The raid was successful. Jason and his men captured a shipment of drugs and neutralized their competitors. This operation strengthened his position and brought in huge profits, which he invested in the further expansion of his empire. His influence grew, and with it, the number of enemies. With each new success, Jason became more and more cautious. He understood that at the top of the criminal world, any mistake could be fatal. His life became a series of intrigues, betrayals, and strategic moves. He learned to predict the actions of his enemies and was always one step ahead. However, Jason was aware that his power rested on a delicate balance. He understood that he could not rest on his laurels and needed to constantly develop. He began to actively implement new technologies, using artificial intelligence to analyze data and develop strategies. This allowed him to manage his empire even more effectively and anticipate possible threats. Ultimately, Jason Morton became not just a gang leader but a true master of his craft. His path to power was long and difficult, but he always remained true to his principles and goals. His life became an example for many who aspired to power and money, and he proved that even in the world of crime, success can be achieved if you act smartly and decisively. At 50 years old, Jason Morton was at the peak of his criminal career. His gang, known as the Black Crows, had influence at all levels of society, from petty street criminals to corrupt politicians and businessmen. Jason has become a real puppeteer, skillfully pulling the strings of power. He surrounded himself with the most reliable and loyal people, many of whom were with him from the very beginning. Each of his closest associates was responsible for a certain sector of criminal activity: drugs, weapons, smuggling, money laundering. This allowed Jason to delegate authority and focus on strategic management and expansion of his empire. Jason also actively used his legitimate businesses to cover up criminal operations. He owned a chain of restaurants, nightclubs, and car washes that served as a front for money laundering and hiding illegal proceeds. This made his operations virtually invulnerable to law enforcement, who could not prove his involvement in the crimes. However, despite all the precautions, Jason's enemies did not sleep. Rival gangs made attempts on his life several times, but each time he emerged victorious. He was always one step ahead, anticipating their moves and developing countermeasures. Jason understood that in the world of crime one could not relax for a second, and was always prepared for any surprises. One day, Jason learned that one of his closest associates, whom he trusted as himself, turned out to be a traitor. This man worked for the FBI, passing on information about gang activities. This was a serious blow to Jason, but he did not let his emotions get the better of him. Instead, he carefully planned an operation to identify and neutralize the traitor. When the traitor was exposed, Jason carried out a show execution to remind everyone that betrayal does not go unpunished. This event further strengthened his authority among the gang members and instilled fear in those who might consider betrayal. Meanwhile, Jason continued to expand his influence. He established connections with international criminal organizations, which allowed him to reach a new level. Now his operations covered not only America, but also Europe, Asia, and Latin America. This brought him huge profits and made him one of the most powerful people in the world of crime. However, as power grew, so did the dangers. Jason understood that his every move was carefully monitored not only by his competitors, but also by law enforcement agencies around the world. He stepped up his security measures, creating a network of false leads and false identities to confuse his enemies and avoid arrest. Jason Morton's life has become a continuous struggle to survive and strengthen his empire. He never forgot his roots and those who helped him on his way to the top. His gang, the Black Crows, continued to grow and strengthen, and Jason himself remained a cool and prudent leader, ready to do anything to maintain his power. When Jason turned 60, his influence and power reached unprecedented heights. He became not just a criminal leader, but also a shadow ruler, dictating his terms in various areas of life. Despite his age, Jason retained the sharp mind and iron will that helped him stay on top. His organization, Black Crows, has acquired an international scope. Jason skillfully built relationships with criminal syndicates in different countries, creating a powerful network through which drugs, weapons, and other illegal goods passed. He used high technology to coordinate his operations, implementing encryption and tracking systems that made his activities virtually invisible to authorities. Jason also understood the importance of legalizing part of his income. He continued to invest in various businesses, from hospitality to real estate. This not only brought him a stable income, but also allowed him to launder huge amounts of money. His business empire became increasingly legal, although the criminal component remained the main one. In one of the major cities of Europe, Jason founded a new center of his activities. This city became his second base from where he managed his international operations. He acquired a residence equipped with the latest security technology and created an impenetrable security ring around himself. Despite all the precautions, Jason's enemies continued to look for ways to overthrow him. Rival gangs and law enforcement agencies around the world united in efforts to stop him. There were attempts on his life several times, But each time Jason emerged victorious thanks to his skills and preparedness. One of the most serious tests for Jason was the betrayal of one of the high-ranking members of his organization. This man passed on information to competitors, which led to a number of failures in the Black Raven's operations. Jason decided to act immediately and eliminated the traitor, carrying out another show execution. This again strengthened his authority and showed everyone that betrayal would not go unpunished. Jason also began to engage in charity work, donating large sums to various social programs and foundations. This helped him create a positive image in the eyes of society and divert attention from his criminal activities. Many saw him as a benefactor, unaware of his true nature. Over the years, Jason began to think about his heritage. He realized that he would not last forever and began to prepare a replacement. He trained the most promising members of his gang, passing on his knowledge and experience to them. Jason wanted to make sure that the Black Crows would continue to exist after his departure. There was no room for weakness or hesitation in his life. Jason Morton continued to be a cool and calculating leader who was willing to do anything to preserve his empire. His story is not over yet, and new challenges and victories await him. One day, Jason Morton decided that it was time to take another bold step to strengthen his influence and increase his wealth. He planned a robbery that would become iconic and memorable for a long time. The target was the home of a millionaire, known for his connections with the highest strata of society and the enormous wealth stored in his mansion. This millionaire, Robert Whitmore, lived in a luxurious estate on the outskirts of the city. His house was equipped with the most advanced security systems, making it virtually impenetrable. However, for Jason, such challenges only fueled his passion and desire to prove to everyone that nothing is impossible for the Black Ravens. Jason began to carefully plan the operation. He assembled his team of the best specialists: burglars, hackers, surveillance experts, and militants. Each team member was selected for their unique skills and tested in action. Jason developed a plan, studying every detail of the mansion, every security camera, every shift of security. The first step was reconnaissance. For several weeks, Jason's team collected information about the daily routine of Robert Whitmore and his guards. They hacked the video surveillance systems installed around the mansion and studied all possible entry points. Jason's hackers found vulnerabilities in the home security system and developed a plan to neutralize them. The day of the robbery arrived. Jason and his team were ready. They chose a moment when Whitmore had to leave for an important meeting and security was on shift. This gave them several hours to carry out the operation. On the night of the robbery, Jason's team entered the estate, disarming surveillance cameras and alarm systems. They moved quickly and silently, following a pre-developed plan. The burglars worked flawlessly, opening doors and safes as if by magic. When they reached the main safe, the hackers began their work. They hacked the complex security system, opening access to the untold riches stored inside. Gold, jewelry, cash, all this became their prey. Meanwhile, Jason remained alert, coordinating his team's efforts and keeping an eye on the clock. He knew they had a limited amount of time before security noticed the break-in and raised the alarm. The team completed the robbery and left the house as quickly and silently as they entered it. By the time security discovered the break-in, it was already too late. Jason and his men were far away and the loot was safely hidden. This robbery was another triumph for the Black Ravens and Jason Morton personally. It strengthened his authority and showed everyone that even the most protected facilities could not resist his genius and the skill of his team. Jason used part of the loot for further investment and expansion of his empire, and distributed the rest among his people, rewarding them for a successful operation. He knew that success depended on the loyalty and motivation of his team, and he always looked after his people. So, step by step, Jason continued to build his empire, remaining an invincible leader in the world of crime. His life was filled with risk and adrenaline, But that's what made it so exciting and eventful. Jason Morton's story continued, and new challenges and victories awaited him. After the daring robbery, Robert Whitmore was furious. The loss of so much money and jewelry was not only a financial blow for him, but also a serious blow to his pride and reputation. He understood that the Black Crows had insulted him, and he was not going to let it go unpunished. Robert hired the best hitmen to take revenge on Jason Morton and his gang. These mercenaries were known for their ruthlessness and professionalism, and they had one mission: to destroy the Black Ravens at any cost. Robert gave them carte blanche, providing all the necessary resources and information. Meanwhile, Jason sensed something was brewing. His crime sources told him that Whitmore had hired hitmen. Jason knew that this was inevitable and that he must prepare for a possible attack. The first thing Jason did was increase security measures. He moved his base to a new, more secure location and created a system of false shelters to confuse the mercenaries. He also strengthened his security by adding new people and upgrading equipment. Jason decided to launch a preemptive strike. He assembled a team of his most trusted people and began planning an operation to eliminate the threat. Using his extensive connections and information, he discovered the location of the mercenaries and their plans. One day, Jason and his team decided to take action. They infiltrated a mercenary base located in an abandoned building on the outskirts of the city. Jason knew that surprise and speed would be their main advantage. They acted quickly and decisively, eliminating the mercenaries one by one. The mercenaries turned out to be strong opponents, but Jason's team was better prepared and organized. As a result of a fierce firefight, most of the killers were neutralized. Jason personally encountered the leader of the mercenaries, an experienced and brutal fighter. Their fight was intense and evenly matched, but in the end Jason gained the upper hand, showing his superiority. Having destroyed the main threat, Jason sent Whitmore a message. Attempts to take revenge on him and his gang would have serious consequences. He made it clear that the Black Crows not only know how to attack, but also defend, and that no one can touch them with impunity. Robert Whitmore, realizing the scale of his losses and the power of Jason, was forced to admit defeat. He realized that the fight against the Black Crows would only result in great losses and risk to his life. Jason, realizing that the threat had temporarily passed, continued to strengthen his empire. He knew that his enemies would not give him peace, and that he needed to be prepared for new challenges. His life continued in constant readiness to fight, but this only made him stronger and more determined. The story of Jason Morton and his gang, the Black Crows, continued to evolve, filled with new challenges, victories, and defeats. Every new day brought new challenges, but Jason was always ready for them, knowing that his intelligence and strength would help him survive and win. After the defeat of the mercenaries, Jason Morton felt confident again, but he knew that his enemies were not asleep. His reputation and influence grew, and with them, the envy and hatred of him grew. However, Jason was ready for anything. His life became a series of strategic maneuvers and a constant struggle for survival. One day he received news that his old enemy, a former ally, a traitor who had once tried to frame him, had shown up in Los Angeles and began to gather his army to overthrow Jason. This man, Victor Raven, was no less ambitious and cruel than Jason himself. They once worked together, but Victor's betrayal left a deep mark on Jason's soul. Jason knew Victor would act quickly and decisively. He understood that he needed to get ahead of the enemy and launch a preemptive strike. Jason gathered his team and began to develop a plan. He decided to carry out an operation to destroy Victor's army before it reached its full strength. Jason sent several of his best men to Los Angeles to conduct reconnaissance. They found out that Victor was gathering his people in an abandoned factory, where they were training and preparing for the attack. Jason decided to act immediately. At night, Jason's team entered the factory. They moved silently and secretly, neutralizing the guards and planting explosive devices around the perimeter. When everything was ready, Jason gave the signal to begin the operation. The factory exploded with a roar that shook the surrounding area. Panic broke out inside, and Victor's trapped men were disoriented. Jason and his team rushed in using the element of surprise. A fierce battle ensued, but the preparation and determination of the Black Ravens did their job. Jason came face to face with Victor. This was a meeting that both had been waiting for a long time. Victor was ready to fight, and their fight was intense and merciless. Each of them knew the other's weaknesses, and this made the battle even more brutal. Finally, Jason gained the upper hand. He did not kill Victor right away, preferring to listen to his last words. Victor, despite the defeat, was proud and did not ask for mercy. Jason looked at him and realized that, in a way, they were both two sides of the same coin. However, betrayal could not go unpunished. Jason ended the fight, leaving Victor to die in the factory that became his grave. Returning to his base, Jason felt that he had taken another step towards strengthening his power. However, he understood that the fight would never end. His enemies will appear again and again, and he needs to be ready for any challenge. After defeating Victor, Jason Morton realized that his empire had become too large to be limited to just the United States. He decided to expand his operations abroad, and his next target was one of Mexico's most powerful and wealthy drug lords, Raul Gutierrez. Gutierrez controlled vast territories and had an entire army of mercenaries under his command, which made him a serious threat and at the same time a desirable target for Jason. Jason carefully prepared for this operation. He understood that this would not be just a robbery, but a real war with one of the most dangerous people in the world. His plan was to first weaken Gutierrez's position and then strike a decisive blow. The first step was reconnaissance. Jason sent his best men to Mexico to gather information about Gutierrez's location and activities. They discovered that the drug lord was conducting his operations from a luxurious estate surrounded by high walls and armed guards. Jason understood that the attack on this estate would have to be lightning fast and carefully planned. He started by undermining Gutierrez's infrastructure. Jason's hackers broke into his bank accounts, transferring significant amounts to fictitious accounts, causing panic among his people. Jason then organized several raids on drug and weapons warehouses, which seriously undermined the drug lord's resources. With Gutierrez's position weakened, Jason decided to strike the decisive blow. He assembled his team, which included the best fighters, hackers, and strategists. They headed to Mexico, ready for the biggest operation of their careers. At night, Jason's team entered the Gutierrez estate. They moved quickly and silently, neutralizing the guards and planting explosive devices around the perimeter. Jason knew that surprise and coordination would be their greatest allies. When everything was ready, Jason gave the signal to begin the attack. Explosions went off throughout the estate, causing chaos and panic. Jason's team rushed inside, eliminating resistance and moving towards the central building where Gutierrez was located. A fierce firefight ensued. Gutierrez's security offered strong resistance, but the skill and determination of Jason's team did their job. They moved forward, destroying everything in their path. Jason eventually confronted Gutierrez in person in his office. Raul Gutierrez turned out to be a strong and experienced fighter, but Jason, thanks to his experience and composure, managed to gain the upper hand. He left Gutierrez to die in his own home, which was reduced to rubble. A successful operation against one of the most powerful drug lords in the world strengthened the reputation of Jason and his gang. They became known not only in the United States, but also abroad as elusive and ruthless criminals, ready to do anything to achieve their goals. Jason used the captured resources and connections to further expand his empire. His influence grew, and so did the risks. But Jason was ready for any challenge. He knew that new challenges lay ahead, and every day was a new battle for survival and power. After the defeat of Raul Gutierrez, Jason Morton and his Black Crows became a legend in the criminal world. However, despite his success, Jason realized that he was now in the crosshairs of many enemies, including the remaining associates of Gutierrez and other criminal cartels who saw him as a threat. One of the first to take revenge on Jason was Alvaro Santos, Gutierrez's former deputy. Santos quickly regained his position, uniting Gutierrez's remaining men and resources under his command. He vowed to destroy Jason and regain his lost influence. Jason, having learned about Santos's plans, began to act proactively. He decided to use a strategy he had successfully used before: weaken the enemy from within before delivering the decisive blow. He sent his best agents to infiltrate Santos's men and sow distrust and discord there. At the same time, Jason began to develop a plan to eliminate key figures around Santos. He organized several targeted strikes aimed at eliminating Santos's closest associates. These strikes were carried out with surgical precision, and each dealt a serious blow to Santos's command structure. Alvaro, realizing that his people were dying one after another, began to suspect betrayal among his own. This led to internal conflicts and undermined his authority. Jason knew time was on his side and continued to increase the pressure. Finally, the moment came for the decisive attack. Jason and his team gathered all their forces for a large-scale strike on the main base of Santos. They knew that it would be a difficult and dangerous operation, but they were prepared for anything. On the night of the attack, the Black Ravens infiltrated Santos territory using elaborate tactics. Explosions and gunfire once again filled the night with noise. Jason personally led the operation, coordinating the actions of his team and taking part in the fighting. The battle was fierce. Santos's men, realizing this was their last chance, fought fiercely. But the Black Crows were better prepared and organized. They gradually moved forward, eliminating resistance. Eventually, Jason and several of his closest associates reached the central building where Santos was located. The final fight began inside. Santos, realizing the inevitability of his defeat, decided to fight to the end. His last attempt to stop Jason was daring but futile. Jason, showing his usual coolness and determination, defeated Santos. He understood that the destruction of Santos would be another step towards strengthening his power and influence. After the elimination of Alvaro Santos, Jason again strengthened his position. His gang became even more powerful, and his reputation even more fearsome. But he understood that his path would never be easy. New challenges and trials lay ahead of him, and he was ready for them. After the elimination of Alvaro Santos, Jason Morton and his Black Crows became the undisputed leaders in the criminal world. Jason now focuses on strengthening his empire and preventing new threats. However, his successes and growing influence attracted the attention of not only competitors, but also international law enforcement agencies. Jason knew he needed to diversify his sources of income and strengthen his position internationally. He began to establish connections with influential figures in Europe and Asia, creating a global network of criminal operations. This allowed him to increase his income and ensure the security of his empire. One of Jason's first international operations was to establish a base in Eastern Europe. The region was known for its instability and high levels of corruption, making it an ideal place for criminal enterprises to expand. Jason sent his best people to establish contacts and create infrastructure. Meanwhile, in the USA, Jason continued to strengthen his position. He invested heavily in legitimate businesses, using them as fronts for his criminal operations. This allowed him to hide his income and avoid the attention of law enforcement agencies. His legitimate businesses included a chain of hotels, clubs, and transportation companies, ensuring a steady flow of money and expanding his influence. One day, Jason learned about a major drug smuggling operation that one of his competitors was preparing in South America. This operation could seriously undermine his position and reduce his income. Jason decided to act quickly and decisively. He sent his men to South America with the task of thwarting his rival's plans and seizing his cargo. Jason's team acted quickly and efficiently. They entered the warehouse where the cargo was stored and caused sabotage. As a result of the operation, the cargo was destroyed, and the competitor suffered serious losses. This not only strengthened Jason's position, but also showed all his enemies that the Black Crows were always one step ahead. In response to the successful operations, Jason decided to beef up his security and improve his security measures. He understood that his enemies would try to take revenge and was prepared for any attacks. Jason created a network of safe houses and shelters where he could hide in case of danger. He also hired the best security experts and equipped his men with modern weapons and technology. Over time, Jason began to focus more on developing his organization and training new recruits. He understood that his success depended on the dedication and professionalism of his team. Jason personally trained his people, passing on his knowledge and experience. This allowed him to create a strong and united team, ready for any challenge. Each new success of Jason strengthened his reputation and influence. His life was filled with dangers and challenges, but that is what made it exciting and rich. Jason knew that new challenges and victories lay ahead of him, and he was ready to accept them all. The story of Jason Morton and his Black Ravens continued to evolve, filled with new intrigues, battles, and triumphs. A few months after a successful operation in South America, Jason Morton realized that he needed to consolidate his influence in Mexico. The influence of the Black Ravens grew, but their competitors did not give up, and each new victory brought new threats. Jason decided that the next step would be to eliminate a key player in the Mexican drug market, Miguel Alvarez, a drug lord who controlled large areas of northern Mexico. Miguel was known for his brutality and influence in criminal circles, which made him a difficult and dangerous target. Jason assembled his team to develop an operation plan. He knew that to successfully complete a task, he had to act quickly and decisively, using both strength and cunning. Intelligence revealed that Alvarez often spent time at his luxury ranch, which was surrounded by guards and technologically advanced security systems. The first stage of the plan was to penetrate Alvarez's circle. Jason introduced several of his agents who began to collect information and build trusting relationships with Alvarez's people. This made it possible to learn details about the daily routine, security system, and weak points in the ranch's defenses. Jason then decided to take an unconventional approach. Instead of a direct attack, he organized a series of diversionary maneuvers that were supposed to disable a significant part of Alvarez's guards. First, weapons and drug warehouses were attacked, causing panic and disorganization among Alvarez's men. With the ranch's security down, Jason and his team moved on to the next stage. They entered the ranch under cover of darkness, using the latest technology to bypass security systems. The team moved quickly and silently, neutralizing the remaining guards and making their way to the main building. A fierce battle ensued inside the ranch. Alvarez's men fought desperately, but the preparation and determination of the Blacks, the Ravens, did their job. Jason personally led the assault on the main building where Alvarez was located. In the final battle, Jason came face to face with Miguel. Alvarez was a strong and dangerous opponent, but Jason, thanks to his experience and skill, prevailed. After eliminating Alvarez, Jason ordered his men to collect all valuable data and materials that could be used for further operations. Having destroyed one of the most influential drug lords, the Black Crows strengthened their position in Mexico and expanded their influence. However, Jason knew his work didn't end there. Each new success attracted new enemies, and he needed to be constantly on guard. He strengthened security measures, created new shelters, and improved the internal intelligence system. Jason continued to grow his empire by training new recruits and introducing advanced technology. His organization became more powerful and elusive, and each new day brought new opportunities and challenges. The story of Jason Morton and his Black Ravens continued, full of new intrigues, battles, and victories. Sometime after the liquidation of Miguel Alvarez, the influence of Jason Morton and his Black Crows gang in Mexico strengthened significantly. Jason understood that he needed to maintain control over the captured territories and expand his presence in new markets. One of the key steps was establishing contacts with local politicians and law enforcement agencies. Jason used his financial resources and influence to bribe key officials and secure high-level protection for himself. This allowed him to secure his activities and make them less vulnerable to government intervention. However, despite all his efforts, Jason continued to make new enemies. One of them was José Ramirez, an ambitious and brutal drug lord who sought to regain control of his lost territory. Ramirez was well organized and willing to do anything to bring down Jason. Jason, aware of the threat, began to prepare for a possible war. He strengthened the security of his facilities and began to actively monitor Ramirez's actions. At the same time, he continued to develop his legitimate businesses to strengthen the financial position of his empire. Ramirez decided to act quickly and aggressively. He orchestrated a series of attacks on Jason's facilities in an attempt to destabilize his business and cause panic among his people. However, thanks to a well-organized security system and prompt action, most of the attacks were repulsed. Jason decided to strike back. He developed a plan aimed at eliminating key people around Ramirez and undermining his infrastructure. Jason's team began a series of targeted strikes, destroying warehouses with weapons and drugs, as well as eliminating Ramirez's main associates. As a result of these actions, Ramirez's position was seriously weakened. His people began to abandon him, realizing that resistance to the Black Crows was futile. Ramirez was left with virtually no support and was forced to take refuge in his shelter. Jason decided it was time for the finishing blow. He gathered his team and went to storm Ramirez's hideout. The operation was carefully planned and carried out with surgical precision. Jason's team entered the territory, neutralized the guards, and went inside. In the final fight, Jason came face to face with Ramirez. The battle was fierce and merciless. Ramirez, despite his cruelty and experience, could not resist Jason. In the end, Jason was victorious and eliminated the last threat to his influence in the region. After the destruction of Ramirez, Jason finally strengthened his position in Mexico. He continued to develop his businesses and strengthen control over the occupied territories. The influence of the Black Ravens spread far beyond Mexico, and their name became synonymous with fear and respect in the criminal world. However, Jason knew that every new success attracts new enemies. He continued to be alert, preparing for new challenges and trials. The story of Jason Morton and his gang continued, filled with new intrigues, battles, and triumphs, and his empire grew and became stronger every day. After successfully eliminating José Ramirez and strengthening his position in Mexico, Jason Morton decided that his next target should be the elimination of a high-ranking politician who publicly denounced his gang and called for greater measures against organized crime. This politician, Senator Edward Collins, was known for his hard-line anti-crime views and had significant influence in government. Senator Collins became a major problem for the Black Ravens, as his speeches and actions brought their activities to the attention of law enforcement. Jason knew that to maintain and expand his influence, he needed to eliminate this threat. The plan to eliminate Collins was complex and risky. Jason gathered his best people to develop a strategy. They began by observing the senator, studying his daily routine, travel routes, and security systems. The team found that Collins frequently held meetings at his country home, which was equipped with state-of-the-art security systems and was guarded by government security. The first step was to introduce the agent into Collins's circle. Jason chose one of his men who, under the guise of a security officer, gained access to information about the senator's plans and movements. This allowed Jason's team to develop a more detailed plan of attack. The day of the operation arrived. Jason decided to act quickly and decisively to minimize the risks. The team entered Collins's country home under cover of darkness, using fake passes and equipment to hack security systems. When they reached the house, the operation began. Jason's team quickly and quietly neutralized the guards, using non-lethal weapons to avoid noise and attracting attention. Jason personally led the team that was to enter the house and eliminate the senator. They entered Collins' bedroom, where he was sleeping unsuspectingly. Jason, realizing the importance of this moment, acted quickly and ruthlessly. Before Collins realized what had happened, Jason completed the operation. The team quickly and silently left the house, destroying all traces of their presence. They used pre-prepared escape routes to avoid pursuit and attention from law enforcement. The liquidation of Senator Collins was a high-profile event that caused a storm in political circles and society. But for the Black Crows, it was an important victory, which allowed them to continue their activities without interference from anti-crime laws and government actions. Jason understood that such a move would attract attention and new threats, but he was prepared for any consequences. His organization continued to develop, becoming more powerful and elusive. Jason knew that new trials and challenges lay ahead of him, and he was ready to take on them all. The history of the Black Ravens continued to evolve, full of new intrigues, battles, and triumphs. The assassination of Senator Edward Collins was the defining moment for Jason Morton and his gang. The problems that this politician created are a thing of the past, but along with this, the emphasis on security has also increased. Jason knew that his organization was now under close surveillance, and every wrong move could cost them everything. Shortly after Collins was eliminated, Jason decided to strengthen his position in the political sphere. He understood that without control over certain aspects of power, his empire would be vulnerable. Influencing politicians and government agencies was the next stage of his strategy. One day, during one of the secret meetings with informants, Jason learned about Deputy Thomas Wilkins, who actively spoke out against corruption and had significant influence in Parliament. Wilkins became a new target, as his actions could seriously interfere with Jason's plans. Jason decided to take a more sophisticated approach. Instead of a direct attack, he devised a plan to discredit Wilkins. A team of hackers hacked into his personal and work computers, finding incriminating material that could ruin his career and reputation. Jason knew that destroying Wilkins's reputation would be much more effective than simply removing him physically. Black Raven's hackers created false documents and correspondence that indicated Wilkins' participation in corruption schemes and illegal transactions. These materials were carefully prepared and handed over to journalists, who quickly picked up the sensation. Public opinion soon changed. Wilkins found himself under a barrage of accusations and investigations. His political career was ruined and he was forced to resign. Jason achieved his goal without shedding a drop of blood. However, this success did not lead to calm. Jason understood that every new step forward leads to new challenges. Internal divisions within his organization began to surface, and he had to spend more and more time maintaining order and discipline. One day, at one of the meetings, Jason decided to purge the ranks of the Black Ravens. He gathered all the key members of the organization and gave an ultimatum. Either they remain loyal and follow his instructions unconditionally, or they will face severe punishment. This was necessary to strengthen his power and prevent betrayal. Several people tried to oppose him, but Jason quickly and decisively suppressed the rebellion. He showed that he was ready to go to any lengths to maintain control. Soon after, the internal conflict subsided, and the organization began to function as a single entity again. Jason continued to build his empire using every means available. He knew that only those who are ready to do anything to achieve their goal remain at the top. His story continued to develop, and each new day brought new challenges and victories. Jason was ready for them, knowing that new challenges and battles awaited him. It's been several months since Jason Morton consolidated his power within the Black Ravens. Despite constant threats and challenges, he skillfully maneuvered through the world of crime using strength, cunning, and strategic thinking. But a new challenge awaited him: the intervention of international security forces. Intelligence informed Jason that a team of international investigators led by Interpol had arrived in the city. Their goal was to expose and destroy his empire. Jason realized that this was a serious threat and began to prepare for the upcoming confrontation. First of all, he strengthened security measures. Additional checks were carried out on all members of the organization to identify possible informants and traitors. Jason also ordered agents to be inserted into the ranks of investigators in order to receive information about the progress of their investigation and plans. The operation to neutralize the investigators began with a series of disinformation maneuvers. Jason and his team created several false leads that led investigators into dead ends. At the same time, the real operations of the Black Ravens continued to generate income and strengthen the influence of the organization. But Jason knew that wasn't enough. He decided to launch a preemptive strike in order to completely confuse the investigators and demoralize them. The Black Ravens hacker team hacked into Interpol systems and gained access to classified information. This allowed Jason to learn the names and locations of key investigators. The operation began one dark, rainy evening. Jason's team, acting silently and coordinatedly, entered the hotel where the investigators were staying. All precautions were taken to avoid unnecessary casualties and not attract the attention of local authorities. Every step was carefully thought out. The investigators were captured one by one, without noise or panic. They were taken to one of Jason's secret hideouts, where they were interrogated. Jason personally supervised the process, trying to obtain as much information as possible about Interpol's plans. Having collected all the necessary data, Jason decided to use it to his advantage. He prepared a series of incriminating materials that would indicate the corruption and incompetence of the investigators. These materials were leaked to the media, causing an international scandal and undermining confidence in the investigation. As a result, investigators were forced to leave the city, and the investigation was suspended. Jason won another victory, showing that even international forces could not break his power. But he knew that this was only a temporary lull. Realizing that his enemies would not let up, Jason continued to strengthen his empire. He expanded his political connections, expanded his legitimate businesses, and introduced new technologies to protect his operations. His influence grew, and so did his confidence in the future. Jason Morton remained adamant and determined, ready for any challenge. He knew that his story was far from over, and new battles and victories awaited him. The Black Crows continued to evolve, becoming an increasingly powerful and elusive force in the world of crime. After the international investigation was suspended, Jason Morton felt confident again. However, he understood that in the world of crime one could not relax for a minute. New challenges awaited him ahead, and he decided to prepare for them in advance. One of the key steps was the creation of a powerful network of informants and agents around the world. Jason began actively recruiting people in a variety of fields, from law enforcement to financial institutions. This allowed him to receive first-hand information and quickly respond to any threats. At this time, a new threat appeared on the horizon: Alberto Domingo, a famous Mexican drug lord who decided to challenge the Black Crows. Domingo was ambitious and cruel, and his goal was clear: to take control of the territories belonging to Jason and destroy his empire. Jason decided to be proactive. He gathered his best strategists and began to develop a plan to eliminate Domingo. The first step was to find out the weaknesses in his organization. To do this, Jason sent several of his undercover agents into the ranks of Domingo's men. Agents quickly determined that Domingo had a number of exploitable vulnerabilities. One of them was his dependence on certain suppliers of weapons and drugs. Jason decided to block these channels in order to weaken Domingo's position. He started by undermining deals, disrupting supplies, and bribing suppliers to stop doing business with his enemy. Domingo, having lost significant resources, began to lose the trust of his people. At this time, Jason decided to strike the decisive blow. He organized a series of attacks on Domingo's key targets using elements of surprise and tactical maneuvers. His team acted quickly and silently, eliminating resistance and seizing control of important points. The culmination of the operation was the storming of Domingo's residence. Jason personally led this operation, knowing that success depended on his leadership and determination. The assault was fierce, but thanks to preparation and coordination, the Black Crows quickly gained the upper hand. Jason entered Domingo's office where he met him face to face. Domingo tried to resist, but Jason was faster and stronger. In the final decisive battle, Jason gained the upper hand, eliminating another serious threat. After the elimination of Domingo, Jason again strengthened his position. He used the captured resources to further expand his empire and improve security measures. His influence grew, and so did his opportunities. But Jason knew that every success attracts new enemies. He continued to be vigilant, developing new strategies and improving his operations. The Black Crows became an increasingly powerful and elusive force, capable of resisting any threat. There were new challenges ahead, but Jason was ready for them. His story continued, filled with new intrigues, battles, and victories. Jason Morton remained an unyielding leader, willing to do anything to preserve his empire. After successfully taking down Alberto Domingo, Jason Morton was at the pinnacle of his criminal career. His gang, the Black Crows, became a real threat to all competitors and authorities, and its influence extended far beyond North America. However, with new achievements came new problems. Another enemy has appeared on the horizon: Senator Jonathan Griffin, a fierce opponent of organized crime who has dedicated his career to fighting the mafia. Griffin became known for his speeches and legislative initiatives aimed at criminal gangs. His words about the Black Crows and their leader became increasingly louder, attracting the attention of the public and law enforcement agencies. Jason understood that such an enemy could seriously harm his business and reputation. He decided to act before Griffin became too dangerous. Jason began by introducing his people into the senator's circle. They collected information about his habits, schedule, and weaknesses. It turned out that Griffin often visited the same place, a country club, where he spent weekends with family and friends. This was key information for Jason. He developed a plan that included several stages. First, it was necessary to destabilize the senator's security. To do this, Jason's team organized a series of sabotages aimed at diverting the attention of the guards and creating a false sense of security. They hired several groups that staged attacks on various targets, distracting the main security forces. The next stage was preparing a false route. Jason knew that Griffin's guards were always checking the main roads and decided to use this to his advantage. He created several false tracks to confuse the guards and lead them to another path. Once everything was ready, Jason and his team began executing the plan. One evening, while the senator was relaxing at his country club, the Black Crows struck. They acted quickly and silently, neutralizing the guards and entering the club territory. Jason personally led the operation, knowing that success depended on his leadership and determination. The operation went perfectly. Senator Griffin ended up in Jason's hands. Jason decided not to kill him right away. Instead, he staged a demonstrative interrogation, recording the senator's every word. Griffin admitted to having connections with corrupt officials and criminal organizations, which came as a surprise to everyone. This recording became a trump card in Jason's hands. The recording was leaked to the media, causing a huge scandal. The senator's reputation was destroyed and his career ended. Jason was victorious again, but he knew it was only a temporary lull. Having strengthened his position, Jason continued to develop his empire. He understood that the struggle for power and influence never ends. He still has many battles and trials ahead, and every day brings new challenges. But Jason was ready for them. His story continued, filled with new intrigues, strategic maneuvers, and an indomitable thirst for victory. With the increasing influence of Jason Morton and his gang, the Black Crows, the number of enemies grew steadily. Rivals, corrupt officials, resentful allies, and international power structures all united in an attempt to topple him. Jason felt that the pressure on his organization was increasing every day. The enemies began to act with coordinated fury. A series of unexpected attacks and sabotage hit key Black Raven targets. In one such attack, a rival gang ambushed a weapons warehouse, causing heavy casualties and weakening Jason's position. His men were demoralized and rumors of betrayal began to spread. Jason knew he had to act quickly and decisively. He strengthened internal security and began a purge of the gang's ranks, trying to identify traitors and regain the trust of his people. However, the enemies were persistent. One by one, his closest associates became victims of carefully planned murders. One day, during a morning meeting, Jason received disturbing news. Several of his best men had been killed overnight. These blows were delivered with frightening precision, and Jason realized that his enemies had united in a powerful alliance whose goal was his complete elimination. The situation became more and more critical. Enemies began to spread false rumors and incriminating materials to destroy Jason's reputation among his allies. Many began to turn away from him, fearing they would become the next victims. Jason decided he needed to retreat temporarily to regroup and come up with a new plan. He ordered his remaining people to leave the city and take refuge in shelters prepared in advance. He himself went to one of his secret places to think about his next steps. At this time, the enemies wasted no time. They used his retreat as a sign of weakness and continued their attacks on the remaining Black Raven's targets. Jason has lost much of his influence and resources. He had to admit that his empire was on the verge of collapse. Despite all this, Jason did not lose his spirit. He began to look for new allies among those who were also dissatisfied with their enemies. Joining forces with several influential figures from the criminal world, he developed a plan to regain his power. One of the key targets was Carlos Mendoza, the head of a powerful gang who was one of the main initiators of the attack on the Black Ravens. Jason decided that the elimination of Mendoza and his closest associates would be the beginning of restoring his influence. At night, under the cover of darkness, Jason and his new allies infiltrated Mendoza's lair. The operation was fast and brutal. Mendoza and his men were taken by surprise, and in a fierce battle, Jason personally dealt with Carlos, avenging his fallen comrades. This success gave Jason new impetus. He began to methodically eliminate his enemies one by one, regaining control of the lost territories. Each new victory strengthened his position and struck fear into the hearts of those who tried to overthrow him. Despite loss and betrayal, Jason Morton has proven that his spirit cannot be broken. He returned to the top of the criminal world, ready for new trials and challenges. His story continued, full of struggles, strategic maneuvers, and ruthless victories. The Black Crows rose again from the ashes, and no one could predict what would happen next. Having strengthened his position after the elimination of Carlos Mendoza, Jason Morton began to rebuild his empire with renewed vigor. However, his enemies continued to weave intrigues, joining forces for the final destruction of the Black Ravens. Jason knew that the most difficult test lay ahead of him. The new enemies included a powerful international coalition of rival gangs united under the leadership of Javier Ortiz, a powerful Colombian drug lord. Ortiz had enormous resources and connections, making him one of Jason's most dangerous opponents. Jason began to prepare for a new confrontation. He strengthened his network of informants, placing agents in Ortiz's circle to obtain information about his plans and movements. Jason also began to actively develop his legal businesses, using them to launder money and create a reliable cover for his operations. The first major attack by Ortiz's coalition came unexpectedly. Several Black Ravens targets were attacked simultaneously, resulting in significant casualties. Jason realized that his enemies were operating with incredible coordination and precision. He began to suspect that there was a traitor among his people. To identify the traitor, Jason organized an internal investigation. He used his skills as a psychologist and strategic maneuvers to lure the traitor into the light. It soon became clear that one of his closest associates, Marcus, was passing information to Ortiz. Jason quickly and ruthlessly dealt with the traitor, restoring trust in his team. Now, knowing that his enemies were preparing for a new strike, Jason decided to launch a preemptive strike. He gathered his best people and developed a plan that would destroy Ortiz's coalition. The main target was Ortiz's residence in Colombia, where he stored much of his resources and coordinated operations. The operation began at night. Jason's team entered the residence using all available means to bypass security systems. A fierce battle ensued inside. Ortiz and his men put up strong resistance, but the preparation and determination of the Black Ravens did their job. Jason confronted Javier Ortiz in person in his office. Ortiz was strong and experienced, but Jason, driven by a thirst for revenge for his dead comrades, gained the upper hand. In the final battle, he destroyed Ortiz, completing the operation in triumph. Jason's return to power did not go unnoticed. His enemies realized that the Black Crows were not broken and began to retreat. Jason's influence grew again, and his name once again struck fear into the hearts of those who dared to oppose him. Jason knew that new challenges lay ahead, but he was ready for them. His story continued, and each new day brought new opportunities and challenges. He remained an adamant leader, ready to do anything to preserve and strengthen his empire. The story of Jason Morton and the Black Ravens continued to unfold, filled with intrigue, strategic maneuvers, and an indomitable thirst for victory. No one knew what the future would bring, but one thing was clear: Jason Morton was not going to stop there. As Jason Morton's powers began to gain momentum again, his enemies decided it was time to strike a crushing blow. Fearing the rise of the Black Ravens to their former strength, they joined forces in a large-scale coalition. This coalition was led by several major criminal leaders and international intelligence agencies determined to put an end to Jason's empire. The coalition plan was carefully developed. They used all available resources and technology to organize simultaneous strikes on Jason's key facilities and people. They received information for the operation through numerous spies and defectors, whom they managed to introduce into the ranks of the Black Ravens. The day of the attack arrived. The enemies struck quickly and smoothly. Several elite units simultaneously attacked the main bases. Black Ravens around the world. Special operations involving the best fighters and agents were launched in New York, Los Angeles, Mexico City, and other major cities. The main blow fell on Jason's headquarters, located in one of his most protected shelters. The enemy used all its power: drones, hackers, explosive devices, and special forces. Jason and his men were taken by surprise. The security system could not withstand such onslaught. The first explosions disabled the main security and defense systems. Jason's team, despite their courage and preparation, could not hold back the onslaught. The enemies penetrated inside and began to methodically destroy everything in their path. Jason watched the disaster from the command center. He understood that their chances of winning were dwindling every minute. His men fell one after another, unable to withstand the superior forces of the enemy. Soon contact with several key objects was lost. Realizing that the battle was lost, Jason decided to immediately evacuate those few who remained alive. He activated secret protocols and ordered his closest associates to leave the base through hidden tunnels and safe routes. He himself remained behind to ensure their withdrawal and destroy the remaining data and resources so that they did not fall into enemy hands. Eventually, Jason found himself surrounded. Enemies broke into the command center but were unable to capture him alive. He launched a final ambush, inflicting significant damage on the enemy before he himself was forced to retreat. The remaining 10% of the Black Ravens were scattered and disorganized. But Jason, hiding in one of his secret hideouts, was not ready to give up. He began planning his return, using all available resources and connections to assemble a new team and avenge his fallen comrades. The disaster was a harsh lesson for Jason, but also a source of renewed determination. He knew that his path would be difficult, but he was not going to stop. The enemies were to find out that even after such a crushing blow, Jason Morton and his Black Crows were ready to revive and strike back. After a crushing defeat and the loss of 90% of his gang, Jason Morton decided to hide in Italy. He chose a small town in the south of the country, where he hoped to hide and start a new life. He had long-standing connections in Italy, and he counted on the help of old friends. Jason settled down in a cozy house on the coast, far from prying eyes and the bustle of large cities. However, his enemies did not forget about him. The coalition united against the Black Ravens continued to pursue Jason, realizing that even wounded, he remained dangerous. Among the leaders of the coalition was a powerful mafia boss, Luca Ricci, who had an extensive network of informants throughout Europe. He ordered his men to find Jason at any cost. The first weeks in Italy passed quietly. Jason, being careful, did not use his old connections and preferred to remain in the shadows. However, one day he decided to visit the local market to buy fresh food. There he was accidentally noticed by one of Ricci's informants, who immediately informed his boss about Jason's whereabouts. Luca Ricci did not hesitate. He sent a group of his best men to track down and eliminate Jason. The informants continued to monitor him, carefully recording his every movement and habits. They soon learned that Jason often walked along the coast at certain times of the day when there were few people around. The day came when Ricci decided to strike. A team of 4 experienced killers entered the town under cover of darkness and took up positions along the route along which Jason usually walked. They were well prepared and armed, knowing that the enemy would be dangerous and unpredictable. When Jason went out for his evening walk, he was unaware of the deadly ambush. The killers acted clearly and harmoniously. One of them, pretending to be a tourist, distracted Jason's attention by asking him a question in broken English. At this moment, the other 3 killers surrounded him from different sides. Jason noticed the danger too late. Despite his skills and experience, he was no match for a well-prepared team. A short but fierce battle ensued. Jason managed to wound one of the attackers, but the forces were unequal. Eventually, one of the hitmen fired, mortally wounding Jason in the chest. He fell to the ground, feeling the life leaving his body. Images of the past flashed before my eyes. Successes and defeats, friends and enemies. Jason knew his time was up, but he felt no fear. He knew that he fought to the last and did not give up, even when everything was against him. The killers quickly left the crime scene, leaving Jason to die on a deserted street. The next day, his body was found by local residents, and the news of Jason Morton's death quickly spread throughout the criminal world. His enemies celebrated their victory, but those who knew Jason respected him for his courage and tenacity. Thus ended the story of one of the most powerful criminal leaders. But Jason Morton's legacy lived on, reminding everyone that even in the world of crime there is a place for honor and fighting until the last breath.